Hey everyone, welcome back. Chapters 1641 through 1660 of the previous episode. Qin witnesses the tragic destruction of the jade-rich heavens, deeply affecting his Tao heart. Despite this, he stays to confront absolute beginning, utilizing the heaven-opening heaven chapter, a profound divine art born from his observation of the universe's creation. Armed with his newly formed Chaos Hall and the indestructible World Tree, Qin effectively counters absolute beginning's ancient, formidable powers. If possible, you can support me via PayPal or become a channel member to help me keep this channel running. Thank you. Now let's get back to the story of Tales of Herding Gods audio series. Chapter 1661. Spirit Official Palace Lord. As the heavens of the heavenly lake were continuously converted into energy and sacrificed to the 16th epoch's great calamity of destruction, more and more figures emerged from the Tao chain net, becoming clearer and clearer. Spirit Official Palace Lord had a peculiar appearance. He had a red face and fangs, and the hair on his sideburns grew upwards like small wings. There was a vertical eye between his brows, and the vertical eye was blazing with flames. There was a dragon head on his belly button. Only the head was exposed. It was ferocious and ferocious. It was actually a living creature. Behind him, there was an azure dragon that was like a ribbon that surrounded his body. This person who had achieved Tao in the past universe had a ferocious appearance. He was not similar to the prenatal creatures of the current world such as the celestials, demons, or humans. Heavenly Venerate Su suppressed the shock in his heart. However, his gaze could not help but fall on the Spirit Official Palace Lord's belly button. The dragon head actually opened its eyes and looked at her. Heavenly Master Su's heart skipped a beat, and he looked away. Don't be afraid. The Spirit Official Palace Master spoke, and his words were extremely obscure and profound. He said, "This dragon head is my navel. I was born in the 13th epoch and have achieved the Tao for a long time. Because I have lived for too long, my body has become spiritual over time. My intestines have turned into a dragon and become an ancient god." Heavenly Venerate Su and Heavenly Venerate How were shocked. There was such a cultivation path in this world? How long did the Spirit Official Palace Master live before his intestines turned into an ancient god? However, from the meaning in his words, there were more than one type of ancient god in his body. Every part of his body could be separated from his body and become an ancient god. This was many times more powerful than the ability of the Tai Emperor to hide the mark of an ancient god in every orifice of his body. Spirit officials also had similar official positions in the heaven. Spirit officials were generally responsible for the protection of the heaven and the protection of the heaven. The heaven had 500 spirit officials, and each of them had outstanding abilities. They could be said to be the elites among the elites of the heaven, and their combat strength was extremely strong. This Spirit Official Palace Lord should be the guardian god of the Mi Luo Palace, and his strength was probably at the top among the Tao practitioners. When the heavens of the heavenly lake were completely dissolved and turned into offerings, the Spirit Official Palace Master's body finally escaped from the destruction of the 16th epoch and descended on Yudu. The Spirit Official Palace Master stretched his body, and Heavenly Venerate Void could not help but take a few steps back. The power that the Spirit Official Palace Master inadvertently leaked out was somewhat unbearable for her, forcing her to retreat to avoid the impact of this violent aura. Heavenly Emperor Haotian remained standing still. The pressure that the Spirit Official Palace Master gave him was extremely strong, but it was not enough to make him retreat. Who? The Spirit Official Palace Master bent down, and his huge face stopped in front of Heavenly Emperor Haotian. His eyeballs rolled up and down, and the vertical eye between his brows also rolled up and down, sizing up Heavenly Emperor Haotian. "You are the Heavenly Emperor of this universe." He straightened his back again, and his voice was like a loud bell. It exploded in Yudu. "Third young master and fourth young master have always indulged you. Even if you played some tricks in front of them and borrowed their power but did not work for them, the two young masters still indulged you. What do you think?" He did not wait for Heavenly Emperor Haotian's reply and said, "Because the two young masters know that you cannot defeat seventh young master." The corners of Heavenly Emperor Haotian's eyes twitched, and his steady Tao heart suddenly fluctuated. The Lord of the Spiritual Official Palace seemed to have guessed the change in his Tao heart. He continued, "If you can't defeat the seventh young master, you'll go back and beg the two young masters. In the end, you'll still have to obediently work for the two young masters. This is the reason why the two young masters let you play some small tricks in front of them. Your petty tricks are nothing in front of the two young masters. The seventh young master's tricks are not something you can deal with. The azure dragon behind his head was like a belt, floating and elegant. The azure dragon stretched out its claws and rested on his shoulder, curiously sizing up Heavenly Emperor Haotian and Heavenly Venerate Su. Lingguan Palace Master continued. That seventh young master has traversed through many universes, and countless people have suffered under him. They can't say how bitter they are, but they can't beat him in a fight. How difficult it is to deal with him. The two young masters only need to grasp this point, and they will be able to take you down. Heavenly Emperor Haotian, do you understand? Heavenly Emperor Haotian collected his emotions, bowed and said, I understand. Lingguan Palace Lord revealed a smile and took a long breath. Suddenly, the space behind him trembled violently, and a Dao tree slowly appeared. There were 3 Dao fruits and a Dao flower hanging on that tree. It was full of spirituality and had a powerful Dao aura, however. It was still unable to enter the current universe from the past. Lingguan Palace Lord tried and frowned. He did not forcefully recall his Dao tree anymore, he said. Sacrificing a heavens can only allow my physical body to come over, but not my Dao tree and Dao fruit. I need at least 3 heavens to allow me to recover to my peak state. His gaze landed on Heavenly Emperor Hao. Heavenly Emperor Hao turned his head and looked at Heavenly Lord Su, he said. The spiritual official Hall Master's mana is boundless. He is the #1 battle force of the Heavenly Court. Minister Su sacrifice Yuji Shirshio Lingshu and Lingyuan to ensure that the Hall Master's Dao tree is here. This is an important matter. Do it immediately. Although Heavenly Lord Su was a little unwilling, he still did it immediately. The living beings of Yuji Shirshio Lingshu and Lingyuan had all died at Heavenly Lord Su's hands. The 4 heavens had also been demonized by her and dragged into Yudu. There were many ghosts and demons on it, and it was already her territory. Heavenly Emperor Hao wanted her to hand over her territory to be sacrificed, so she was naturally not too happy about it. Just one Hall Master needs to sacrifice the 5 great heavens to be able to fully descend. If all the Hall Masters of the 72 Halls of Jade Capital descend, I'm afraid that they would need to sacrifice 360 heavens. Heavenly Venerate Void was secretly shocked. What if the young master of the Mi Luo Palace descended? What if all the Dao practitioners of the ancestral court of Yujing City descended? Wouldn't they have to sacrifice all the myriad realms in the heavens? Heavenly Emperor Hao took out the spiritual officer's treasured palace and presented it to the spiritual officer palace master. He smiled and said, This palace is the Supreme's treasured palace. I have borrowed it for a long time and have benefited greatly. Since the master has come, I naturally have to return it to the original owner. The spiritual officer palace master kept the treasured palace, he praised. You are very sensible and considerate. I thought you were difficult to get along with, but it seems that I was wrong. Heavenly Emperor, the 72 palace masters are not willing to come this time. Why do you ask? To offend the 7th young master. To offend him is to poke a hornet's nest and be unlucky for the rest of his life. After he returns to the past, he will certainly torture the descenders. I am still honest and chose to come to you. However, I will not fight the 7th young master head-on. You know the reason. Heavenly Emperor Haotian was furious. Not going to fight Celestial Master Mu head-on? Wouldn't I be inviting a high and mighty master to do whatever I want? Although he was annoyed, he said respectfully, Palace Master is worried that the 7th young master will give you a hard time when he returns to the past. After all, Palace Master and the 7th young master have lived in the Miro Palace for a few cosmic years. The Spirit Official Palace Master laughed out loud. You are a wonderful person. I am starting to like you. The 7th young master did not abide by the rules and was restless. Other than the eldest young master, who in the Miro Palace had not suffered at his hands. It was only because he was the 7th young master, and the old master pampered him that they did not bother with him. He relied on the old master's pampering to do evil. Who would be afraid of him? When Heavenly Emperor Hao heard this, he felt much better. Although this spirit official hall master is a vulgar person, his evaluation of Heavenly Emperor Mu is very accurate. At least we have some common ground. It won't be difficult to get along with him in the future. Heavenly Emperor Su brought the 4 heavens and began to offer sacrifices. However, it would take a few years to offer sacrifices to these 4 heavens. For a short period of time, the spirit official hallmaster's Tao tree could not descend. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven bade farewell and left, saying, "Don't worry, Tao brother. If 4 heavens are not enough, I will ask Minister Virtual AI to offer a few more." With that, he left Hades. Spirit official Tao brother, in your previous life, why did you only cultivate Tao flowers and not Tao fruits? Heavenly Venerate Virtual asked. Spirit official Palace Lord glanced at her. After a moment he said, "The time is short, and the spiritual energy is insufficient." Void Celestial Master did not understand. Lingguan Palace Master said, "In the 16th epoch, there were too many stowaways, causing the spiritual energy to be replaced in the 15th epoch's destruction tribulation. The 16th epoch's universe was very small, and the ultimate void could not be expanded. The entire ultimate void was filled with great overarching heavens." Void Celestial Master widened his eyes. He could not imagine such a situation. In the 16th epoch, there was only the ancestral court continent and the various heavens of the Tao practitioners. There was no other place. Lingguan Palace Master said, "In the entire 16th epoch, the universe was pitifully small, and the spiritual energy was not abundant. It was very congested. It was not only me, but other people were also unable to form Tao fruits in such a place. It was already amazing that I managed to cultivate a Tao flower. Some senior brothers were even unable to cultivate a Tao flower. The universe of the 16th epoch only lasted for 600 million years before it suddenly collapsed and fell into the catastrophe of destruction." He chuckled and said, "In these 600 million years, there was only one native who achieved Tao. Do you know how he achieved Tao?" Heavenly Master Su shook his head. "He achieved Tao through killing." Lingguan Palace Master said, "This guy, he is really a ruthless character. He is also unmatched in talent. It is hard to imagine. He knew that the universe would be destroyed. Without enough spiritual energy, it would be difficult for him to achieve Tao. He would definitely die, so he fell into the Tao of killing. He slaughtered many of the heavens of the Tao practitioners, and then killed another Tao practitioner. Finally, before the universe was destroyed, he attained Tao, entered the ultimate void, branded the killing Tao, and became the great all-heaven." He clicked his tongue in admiration. He said, "His Tao tree Tao fruit had just been cultivated, and the ultimate void was crushed by him. The ultimate void could not withstand so many great all-heaven. When he attained Tao, it crushed the ultimate void, leading to the destruction of the 16th epoch." Heavenly Venerate Void was stunned. No one stopped him? Palace Master Lingguan shook his head. Initially, there were people who wanted to stop him, but they were stopped by Master. Master said that we owe the creatures of this universe and should not interfere, so we did not stop him. He shook his head and was clearly disapproving of the actions of the Master of the Palace of Miro. Heavenly Venerate Void felt a chill in his heart. If all the Tao practitioners from the ancestral court's Jade capital descended, how long would our universe be able to last? This ruthless character who killed his way into the Tao is called Shangjun. Later on, he still aroused public anger and didn't know when to stop in the midst of the calamity. He went to hunt down other Tao practitioners who had transcended the tribulation. He killed without calculation, hoping to advance further. Lingguan Palace Master said indifferently, "The more he kills, the higher Shangjun's cultivation will be." Later on, eldest young master couldn't hold it in anymore, and suppressed him together with some terrifying existences. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead now. In the great calamity of life and death, he most likely won't be able to last until this epoch. Even so, he still revealed a worried expression. It was obvious that Shangjun's abilities weren't that simple. In the abandoned land of the ultimate void, the door was floating alone in this filthy field. The world behind the door was extremely vast, but there were no strange treasures that dared to barge into this place. On the contrary, these strange treasures avoided the world behind the door as much as they could. Qin Mu shrugged his nose and suddenly smelled the smell of blood and rust. It filled his nostrils, making him feel like he was holding a piece of idle fish and rusty iron. This smell made him very uncomfortable. Qin Mu walked towards the first forest of obelisks. Not only was there a unique smell of blood and rust, there was also an extremely heavy killing intent. Other than that, the thing that made him the most uncomfortable was the suppressive power that these obelisks gave off. These obelisks had been refined by the eldest young master of Mycroft Palace to suppress the enemy. This power suppressed his primordial spirit, making it impossible for him to unleash the power of his primordial spirit. Not only that, the power of suppression had also locked down his divine treasures. The cultivation of the young master was extremely high, so the obelisks left behind gradually worked on the great Tao he had cultivated, causing his paths, skills, and divine arts to fall into disarray. The power of the great Tao was reflected in divine arts. If one couldn't circulate their paths, skills, and divine arts, they wouldn't be able to unleash their full power. This was the situation Qin Mu was facing right now. Young Master cultivates the primordial chaos vital qi of the Master of Mycroft Palace, and primordial chaos vital qi is the foundation of all his paths, skills, and divine arts. If the forest of obelisks could even suppress primordial chaos vital qi, then he would be suppressed here by the forest of obelisks he refined. Qin Mu stopped his footsteps. He was still at the periphery of the forest of obelisks. With this kind of trend, he probably wouldn't be able to walk far. All of his cultivation, abilities, and even paths, skills, and divine arts would be suppressed. Even if it was too easy to be suppressed here, he wouldn't be able to save him. Thus, he had to think of a countermeasure. In other words, primordial chaos vital qi can avoid the suppression of the forest of obelisks, but I need to know the sequence of runes used to seal young master's primordial chaos runes. He stopped to study the obelisks in detail. He already had some understanding of the runes on the door plate. In the past few years, he had been studying the primordial chaos runes and divine arts on the door plate. However, the door panel was the door panel and the stone tablet was the stone tablet. The primordial chaos divine arts contained in the two things were definitely not the same. At this moment, Qin Mu was suddenly stunned and looked at the ground. Other than his footprints, there were other people's footprints on the ground. He examined it carefully and saw that there were footprints that came in from the outside and there were also footprints that came out from the inside. From the size of the footprints, they should be the footprints of the same person. This person stopped here after entering the world behind the door, then immediately turned around and left this place. Qin Mu revealed an astonished expression. From the footprints, this person was clearly not the eldest young master of Miluo Palace. Since this person had barged into the world behind the door, his aura should be extremely strong. His footprints were deeply imprinted on the ground of the world behind the door. He came with an invincible aura and arrived in front of the first obelisk in just a few steps. Qin Mu raised his foot and stomped down heavily. However, he only left a shallow footprint on the ground. Compared to the footprint left by that person, his abilities were clearly much weaker. Stronger than mine. He stood in front of the first obelisk and that obelisk had already disappeared, leaving only a huge pit. Clearly, this obelisk had been uprooted by that person. However, when his footsteps reached here, he suddenly stopped. After he uprooted this obelisk, he seemed to have encountered something that made him feel extremely terrifying. Qin Mu stood on the footprint in front of the obelisk and looked into the forest of obelisks, but he couldn't see anything wrong. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he saw another door plate that had been broken in half scattered in the forest of obelisks. This door! Qin Mu was stunned. He immediately came to a realization. There are two doors in this door. That person must have barged in from the outside and blasted one of the doors away with a punch. That door was refined by second young master and was incomparably hard. He had broken it with a punch and his abilities were indeed far above mine. The broken door was blasted away by him and fell into the forest of stone tablets. He used his strength to barge into the door, but when he came here and pulled up the first one, he immediately felt an incomparable danger and turned around to leave. Hence, the footprints he left behind became very light and very faint. Qin Mu turned his head and looked at the other door. The footprints that had left were very light and very faint. When he came behind the door, in order to vent his anger, he sent the remaining door flying with a punch. However, his aura had already dissipated, so he wasn't able to blast this door into two halves. He only blasted this door into the abandoned land. Qin Mu turned around again and looked at the forest of obelisks suspiciously. Then what exactly is the danger that this great expert sensed? Is it this killing intent? He shook his head. Even though the killing intent was strong, it wasn't strong enough to scare away such an existence. Is it the suppressive force from the forest of obelisks? That's not right either. Since he could uproot the first obelisk, it means that he wasn't afraid of young master's arrangements. He only came to break the formation because he had sufficient confidence. Then what scared him away? Qin Mu frowned and had a few guesses in his heart, but he wasn't sure. Forget it, as long as I go in and take a look, I'll know what had scared away such a great expert. He walked to the next obelisk. It was like a mirror, and its surface was incomparably smooth. It even reflected his internal organs and his divine treasures. If one looked closely, they could even see the structure of Qin Mu's great Tao, the structure of every particle that formed him and even his brain. They could even see the electric currents in his nerves caused by the changes in his thoughts. If one had an extremely deep understanding of a person's thoughts, then through the mirror of the stone tablet, they could see through all of that person's thoughts. Looking at the surface of the stone tablet, it's impossible for there to be any runes. But this is the strangeness of Palace Master's primordial chaos runes. Qin Mu stood in front of the stone tablet with full confidence. That was because he knew that primordial chaos runes had infinite details. When he had studied the Tao patterns of Miluo Palace, he had discovered this point. The Tao patterns of Miluo Palace had infinite details, and the root of these infinite details came from primordial chaos runes. Thus, this obelisk didn't seem to have any flaws and could reflect infinite details, but he could still see through its composition. That was because the infinite details reflected by the mirror of the stone tablet were actually the people and things in front of the stone tablet when primordial chaos runes reflected them. Through the structure of the people and things, they could display the infinite details of primordial chaos runes. The primordial chaos runes protected all forms and could transform into all paths, skills, divine arts, and evolve all people and things. Qin Mu stood in front of the stone tablet's mirror. He looked like he was looking at a mirror, but in reality, the primordial chaos runes in the stone tablet had reconstructed the other him in the mirror. The easiest way to make the array of primordial chaos runes hidden in the stone tablet appear is to make it unable to shine on anything. Qin Mu released his remaining primordial chaos vital qi and turned it into 4 mirrors that stood around the stone tablet. His primordial chaos vital qi turned into the state of runes, and each rune was incomparably slender, making it impossible for the stone tablet to shine on anything else. Without any objects to shine on, the runes hidden in the obelisk appeared one by one. The main body that formed the stone tablet was a chaos stone. The primordial chaos runes that young master had imprinted on the chaos stone showed an incomparably dense and exquisite structure. It was like art, but also like a complicated and exquisite mechanical structure that kept on changing. Qin Mu was intoxicated as he studied these runes. The changes of the runes imprinted on the stone tablet showed a kind of algebra structure, and each change contained extremely deep algebra principles. Even though they came from different universe eras and the language was different, the primordial chaos runes were the same, and the Tao language was also the same. More importantly, algebra was also a language that could be communicated. Qin Mu's attainments in these 3 languages were very high, which made his understanding of young master's primordial chaos seal divine art much simpler than he had imagined. Even so, Qin Mu still used 2 to 3 months to completely understand the primordial chaos seal on the obelisk. What he wanted to do was not to break the seal formed by the forest of obelisks with brute force, but to let himself enter the forest of obelisks and not be suppressed by the seal. And the most crucial part was that he needed to let his vital qi imitate the sequence of primordial chaos runes on the obelisk, so that the seal in the forest of obelisks would think that he was the stone tablet that was missing. Qin Mu stayed outside the forest of obelisks for a long time again, repeatedly deducing and checking his mistakes. Only when he could no longer check his mistakes did he take a step into the forest of obelisks. At this moment, the suppressive force emitted by the forest of obelisks could no longer threaten him, and instead made him feel like a fish in water. The mirrors of the obelisks reflected his figure, and what was reflected wasn't him, but a walking obelisk. This was the most peculiar part of the primordial chaos runes. Qin Mu walked all the way and gradually went deeper into the forest of steels. However, the killing intent and bloody smell that came from the forest of steels also became denser. This killing intent is no small matter. It's even denser than the heavenly fiend Qi formed when Heavenly Duke died. It's much stronger than the two divine knives on God execution platform. Who has such a terrifying killing intent? The forest of obelisks was like a maze. The mirror of the stone tablets reflected the other stone tablets, making people dizzy and easy to get lost. Qin Mu turned around for a long time and used the sun in the sky to determine his position. He gradually walked into the center of the forest of stone tablets. The last layer of the forest of stone tablets was arranged in a circle. After passing through this forest of stone tablets, the front suddenly became clear and beautiful. The green mountains and green waters were like a paradise. What surprised Qin Mu the most was that there was actually a small village inside. Smoke was rising from the chimneys of the village. There was a farmer cooking. There was a young man hanging from a tree at the entrance of the village. He was hanging upside down and killing pigs to drain their blood. Below him was a basin that was filled with pig blood. Beside the young man was a little girl with a pair of pigtails. She was running around the tree happily and giggling. Her voice was very clear and crisp. There was an old man sitting on a stone pillar at the entrance of the village. He was smoking a water pipe and squinting his eyes while puffing out clouds. There was also an old tree behind the stone pillar. There were a few caterpillars that had cocooned on it. Qin Mu's gaze passed by this old man and saw a woman sitting beside the old well under the old tree in the village. She was washing her clothes with a wooden stick and was cursing while doing so. He didn't know who she was cursing. An old woman was sitting under the eaves of the house to bask in the sun. Her hands were placed on her small belly and she was dozing off with her eyes narrowed. From time to time, she would secretly open her blurry old eyes and size up the cursing woman. This small village was peaceful as if there was only a family of 5 living here. Qin Mu blinked his eyes and sized her up. He didn't enter the village and instead tilted his head to think. He took out the geographical map that Tai had left for him and opened it with a swoosh. Tai's geographical map was drawn with Tai's walking stick, and it was extremely complicated. Wei Suifeng copied it and handed it over to Qin Mu. Qin Mu unfolded the geographical map and took a look. He scratched his head again. When he had entered the forest of obelisks just now, he hadn't followed the route marked on the geographical map at all. Wei Suifeng passed him many geographical maps, but he basically didn't follow the route and just randomly barged in. Looks like I've gone the wrong way. Qin Mu rolled up the geographical map of Great Change and turned around, planning to leave this forest of obelisks to walk again. He said in annoyance. If Big Senior Brother knew, he would definitely blow his beard and glare. Suddenly, the elder on the stone pier at the entrance of the village put down the water mist and said with a smile, "Esteemed guest has come from afar. Aren't you going to stay for a meal of pig slaughtering vegetables before leaving? Little Shang has already killed a good pig. A sword sharpened every 10 years, but he had never tried the frost blade. From kindergarten to high school, how could it be just 10 years of sword sharpening?" The junior brothers and sisters of the college entrance examination, after eating this pig slaughtering vegetables, would pull out the sword of frost blade in their hearts, cut through the thorns and open South Heaven Gate. The girl who was running around the tree also stopped and looked at Qin Mu curiously. The young man who was slaughtering pigs under the tree wiped the blood off his face and looked at him with a fierce gaze. He seemed to be very hostile. The old woman and the woman also turned their heads over. The woman used the back of her hand to wipe the sweat off her forehead and said with a simple smile, "It's been a long time since someone came to our village. It's rare for young master to travel such a long distance to find this place. Let's have a meal before we set off." The old woman grinned, revealing 2 or 3 teeth as she said shakily, "We will set off after we have eaten." Qin Mu stopped and turned around, saying with a serious expression, "It's better to obey than to be respectful. It's difficult to reject everyone's hospitality, so I thicken my skin to bother you." After saying that, he walked towards the village. He passed by the side of the pig slaughtering youth who was holding onto the pig slaughtering knife. The muscles and veins on his arm bulged out and he suddenly shrugged his shoulders as a threatening voice sounded out from his throat. Qin Mu smiled slightly. "Good knife. The pig slaughtering youth stretched out his tongue and licked the pig blood on the knife before grinning. Naturally, it's a good knife. Qin walked past him and the youth held onto the knife as he stared at his back. Qin seemed to be unaware as he walked forward and came to the front of the stone block. The youth couldn't find a chance to make a move and praised. Good divine art. Young master, you are harder to deal with than any pig I've killed. Qin turned his head back and gave a brilliant smile. You aren't bad either. The old man was too old and struggled to get up. Qin hurriedly bent down to help him up. The old man's skinny fingers grabbed the pulse of his right hand and raised his head to look at him with a smile. Qin left hand naturally placed on the waist of the old man and looked at his eyes with concern. The two of them laughed and the old man let go of his pulse. He waved his hand and said, even though the old man is old, he has to be very strong. I can walk. Young master is a good person who respects his elders. Qin silently retracted his left hand and praised. The old man is still young and strong, I admire him. Young master. The girl with the braids ran in front of Qin and raised her head with sparkling eyes. She held a fruit in her hand and raised her hand, stretching her arms straight. Young master, eat the fruit. Qin's gaze landed on the fruit in her hand. This fruit should have been plucked from that tree and its stems were still very fresh. Qin smiled. I'm not eating it, little Nan will eat it. The girl with the braids stretched out her arm and the fruit reached to his mouth. She said crisply, young master, eat it. However, just as the fruit reached Qin's mouth, Qin's palm had already blocked it in front of him. With a finger he pushed the fruit back gently and said with a smile, little Nan, eat it. The girl was having a hard time and when she saw Qin pushing the fruit to her mouth bit by bit, beads of sweat started to form on her forehead. Suddenly, the girl kept the fruit and jumped up and down as she ran away. It's fine if young master doesn't want to eat it, but little girl will eat it herself. The old man smiled. Young master's strength isn't small. Qin said humbly, my strength is only slightly bigger than little girl's and I'm a few years older, so it can't be considered that big. He walked into the village with the old man, and the pig slaughtering youth carried half of the pig and the pig into the courtyard. The woman had already washed her clothes and wiped her hands on her body. She immediately welcomed Qin and said, young master is an honored guest. I've been here for so long, but I've never seen someone as rich and noble as young master. She circled Qin and sized him up a few times before praising. So handsome. Qin smiled and blocked her hand that was touching his face. Men and women shouldn't be intimate. The woman's 5 fingers trembled, but Qin always blocked it perfectly. The woman smiled and said, young master's hands are also very handsome. After saying that, she retracted her hand. The old woman under the eaves snorted and said in a low voice, salted pig hands. The woman glanced at the old woman and was furious. She scolded. You have the face to say that. Your whole family eats, drinks, poops and sleeps every day. Which one of you doesn't rely on me to take care of them? If you don't have me, all of you will have to drink the northwest wind. It's not that I have fallen in love with young master's beauty, but to find a husband for little Nan. It's hard to even find a man in this barren land. After she scolded, the old woman was so angry that she rolled her eyes. The woman rushed back to her room in anger and slammed the door heavily. The old woman calmed down and raised her head to look at Qin with dizzy eyes. She said with a kind expression, young master, what do you think of little darling? Do you want to stay and get married? The girl with the braids felt extremely ashamed when she heard that and hid in the corner to peek at him. Her face flushed red and she was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to come out. Qin shook his head and said, I've already gotten married, my wife is kind and virtuous. The old woman sighed. That's a pity. This old body isn't convenient, young master. Can you go to that tree and pluck some fruits for this old body? She raised her hand and pointed. Qin looked in the direction of her finger and saw 4 fruits hanging on a big tree and a blooming flower. Qin retracted his gaze and smiled. The tree is too tall, I'm afraid I won't be able to climb up. However, I have a treasure sword that is extremely sharp and can cut down the tree. I've cut down similar trees before. The old man hurriedly said, Don't cut, don't cut. After cutting it down, how are we going to eat the fruits? The old woman smiled and said, After all, you are a young master from the city. Your limbs aren't diligent and your grain isn't distinguished. You can even say such words like cutting down a tree. Even though the old man is old, he still loves beauty. There's no mirror in the village, so I'll have to trouble young master to go outside and cut down a mirror. She emphasized the word city very heavily. Qinmu smiled. The stone tablet outside is too hard. I'm afraid I won't be able to cut it off. The woman was in the house slaughtering pigs and vegetables, turning them into dishes. Qinmu, on the other hand, was talking to the old man and the old woman outside. Your village doesn't have a lot of people, but there are quite a lot of trees. Qinmu looked around and said, There are 6 people and 8 trees. The old man smiled and said, How are there 6 people? Young master can't even count? It's clearly our family of 5. Qinmu glanced at the half-pig hanging under the tree at the entrance of the village and smiled slightly. He didn't say much and asked, When did Elder move to this quiet place? I don't remember that. The old man thought for a moment and said, I only remember that the world was in chaos and the people had no way to live. We were chased here by bad people. Young master, is it still chaotic outside? Qinmu clapped his hands and praised, You guys are really lucky. The outside was even more chaotic than before. There were fights and killings every day and blood flowed like a river. It was still better here. It was quiet and peaceful with a rich life and no worries. Elder, it's better for your family to stay here and not go out. The old woman smiled and said, Staying here for too long is also weird and boring. We still want to go out and walk around. Qinmu smiled and shook his head. It's better not to go out. It's too chaotic outside and I'm worried about the bodies of the 2 elders. If anything were to happen, dying outside wouldn't be worth it. The expressions of the old woman and the old man changed slightly. The old woman raised her hand to pull the hairpin from her head. The old man raised his hand to block her and shook his head silently. The old woman put her hand down. Qinmu ignored her and said, 8 trees, 2 more trees. May I ask where the other 2 elders have gone? The old man sighed and said, As expected, we still can't hide it from young master. This other person is a cripple. He has been paralyzed on the bed for almost 10 years. Qinmu was moved and sighed. To be honest, I have learned medical skills and am quite proficient in the path of medicine. I have always had a compassionate heart to save the dying and heal the injured. May I ask where this cripple is? Allow me to go and treat him. I might be able to cure him. The old man trembled as he got up. The woman came out from the room and tidied up the tables and chairs, preparing to set the table. When she saw them get up, she couldn't help being angry. Dinner is about to start. Where are you guys going? Young master is proficient in medical skills. Let's go take a look at that cripple. The old man seemed to be afraid of her and immediately smiled apologetically. The cripple has been lying there for a long time and you are always taking care of him. Who knows? He might be cured by young master. The woman asked suspiciously, That cripple has to be taken care of by me even when he is defecating and urinating, yet he can be cured? Do you think this young master can be a good person? Treat a dead horse as a living horse doctor. Qinmu followed the 2 old men into the room and saw a young man lying sprawled on the bed. His breathing was completely gone and he was already a dead man. Qinmu looked at the young man and after a long time he said slowly, Master of Heaven's capital, I finally have the chance to meet you. The expressions of the old man and old woman changed drastically, and they almost couldn't help killing him. The old woman forced a smile. Could young master recognize this cripple? There aren't many people who have the qualifications to die at the hands of the master of Mycroft Palace. Master of Heaven's capital is one of them. Qinmu carefully observed the injuries on the cripple's body. They were injuries caused by the primordial chaos divine art, which was even more complicated and mysterious than the red rope knots Qinmu had seen in Sinkhole. The only existence that possessed such power was the master of Mycroft Palace. Even though great young master had learned everything from the master of Mycroft Palace, Qinmu had seen the seal of great young master. Even though it was exquisite, it hadn't surpassed Qinmu's horizons. The injuries on this young man had already surpassed Qinmu's horizons. The only one that could leave such injuries was the master of Mycroft Palace. Qinmu had once used the perspective of the master of Tiandu to see the Tao practitioners of Tiandu working together to open up heaven and earth. He had also seen the master of Miluo Palace killing the master of Tiandu. which was why he had made such a judgment. The old man and old woman's performance had confirmed his guess. Back then, the master of Tiandu who had opened up the seventh epoch of the universe had never expected his corporeal body to be suppressed here after his death. Qin Mu straightened his back and shook his head. I can't treat his injuries. However, there's one person who can. The purpose of my trip is to find this person. His name is Tai. Do you guys recognize him? The old woman and the old man looked at each other and shook their heads. At this moment, the woman's voice sounded out. The food is ready. The two old fogies, hurry up and invite young master to eat. At the dining table, Qin Mu sat down. The old man and the old woman accompanied him while the pig-slaughtering youth sat opposite him. The woman continued to stir-fry the food while the braid girl with goat horns was squatting under the tree with a bowl in her hand and was snoring as she ate. She didn't come to the table. In the wilderness, there's no good wine to entertain young master from the city. Please forgive me. The old woman was very attentive and said, Young master, eat. Qin Mu didn't move his chopsticks and looked around. Out of the 8 trees, only 7 are left. What about the remaining one? The old man pretended to be deaf and dumb. The woman carried a basin of pigs slaughtering vegetables and came forward. She put down the basin and wiped her hands on the apron. She gave a simple and honest smile and said, Where is the remaining one? Furthermore, there are only 6 people including the cripple here. Including young master, there should be 7 people, right? The young master from the city must not have good algebra. Qin Mu smiled. How can we eat without all of us? The old man opened his mouth and was about to speak when the pig-slaughtering youth in front of Qin Mu suddenly flew into a rage. He pulled out his pig-slaughtering knife and stabbed it into the middle of the dining table. His killing intent billowing to the heavens, he said sternly, What are you talking about? I can't hold it in any longer. Just raise your knife and kill this fellow. The food on the plate flew up and the pieces of pork meat and pig-slaughtering vegetables flew into the air one after another, forming half of a pig in the air. The pig's eyes were wide open. The other half of the pig hanging at the entrance of the village ran over with 2 legs. The 2 pieces of pig merged together and shouted, You're right. When have we ever been afraid? Who cares about the 7th young master of the Miluo Palace? Just kill him. Are all of you finally revealing your true forms? Qin Mu laughed loudly and raised his hand to flip over the dining table. Unexpectedly, the old man and the old woman made a move at the same time, and the 2 of them pressed their 4 hands on the table. Qin Mu used all his strength to flip the table, but it didn't fly away. With us here, 7th young master can forget about flipping the table. The old man and the old woman smiled, and their faces flushed red. The 4 arms of the 2 of them crackled, and they were almost pushed to their feet by him. Their hearts trembled. 7th brother of Mycroft Palace, the strength of his corporeal body is so great. The 2 of them were existences that had attained Tao for 4 to 5 universe eras. Even though they had been sealed here, they didn't expect their mighty strength to almost be lifted by Qin Mu. Just as Qin Mu was about to flip the table, the girl with the braid of goat horns who was eating under the tree came to the table in a flash and pushed it down. The girl's limbs were nimble, and the bowl in her hand was empty. She slammed it down on Qin Mu's face. I'll give you good fruit to eat, but you won't eat it. Then I won't give you good fruit to eat today. White light flashed in front of Qin Mu's eyes, and the space in the bowl shrank rapidly. Everything in front of him was spinning, and even his corporeal body and primordial spirit were spinning as well, trying to pull him into the bowl. The vertical eye in the heart of Qin Mu's brows opened, and a beam of blurry purple light shot out. With a ding, it passed through all the distorted space and hit the bottom of the bowl. You can use divine arts? The girl's arm trembled from the impact, and the bowl in her hand was sent flying. She then stood on the table and used both her hands and feet to attack Qin Mu crazily. Qin Mu flipped the table with one hand and raised his other hand to receive the girl's attack with one arm. His strength was extremely great, and in just a few moves he had sent the girl on the table flying. The girl grunted and cried out. He can use divine arts, and his corporeal body is also ridiculously strong. Be careful. Boom! That girl crashed into a huge tree and the tremors caused the light endowed charm of the tree to burst forth instantly. It was extremely beautiful. Behind Qin Mu, that woman sneered, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. 7th young master is also a self-deprecating person. She took out a mallet that was hammering his clothes from somewhere, and smashed it ruthlessly at the back of Qin Mu's head. A halo burst forth from the back of Qin Mu's head and the chi of chaos gushed out. A hall of chaos stood up in the chi of chaos and blocked the mallet with a clang. In front of Qin Mu, the pig-slaughtering youth called Little Shang stretched out his hand to pull out the knife that was stuck on the table. With the divine knife in his hand, Qin Mu's hair instantly stood on end. The biggest threat to him wasn't the old man, the old woman, or the girl, but this youth. These people were in the seal of the eldest young master and their cultivation was suppressed, so they couldn't use their divine arts and could only rely on the strength of their corporeal bodies. These people clearly had their own ways to attain Tao, and the power of their divine abilities was even greater. They were unable to use their divine abilities, so they did not have much of their abilities left. Only this person called Little Shang walked a path that was different from the others. He was more like an existence like the butcher, who had cultivated his battle techniques to the extreme. Of course, Little Shang did not attain Tao with his battle techniques. If he had attained Tao with his battle techniques, then the eldest young master's seal would not be able to suppress him at all, nor would it be able to seal him. Just the strength of his physical body was enough to kill his way out. His battle skills had yet to attain Tao, and his killing intent was so dense that it even surpassed heavenly fiend and god beheading black knife. He should have attained Tao with killing and cultivated his killing path. Even so, he had killed too many people. His battle skills and cultivation combined with his killing path could be said to be the most terrifying existence in the village. Even if his cultivation was suppressed by eldest young master's seal, his ability was enough to threaten Qin Mu. With a knife in his hand, his chi and blood became dense, and a strange sight of billions of floating corpses floating in the sea of blood appeared behind him. There were also Tao trees that had been cut into two, Tao fruits that had been split open, and corpses of Tao practitioners that had been killed. It was incomparably terrifying. Qin Mu immediately ignored the pig that was rushing over. With a flip of his palm, Calamity Sword appeared and slashed horizontally at Little Shang's knife. Heaven opening writings. Little Shang slashed vertically while Qin Mu slashed horizontally. When this sword was slashed out, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. The old man and the old woman immediately stopped pressing down on the table. The two of them attacked Qin Mu with their forehands and their forearms flew up. Their attacks were like a violent storm. Under the table, the two of them were also frantically attacking Qin Mu with their forelegs. At the same time they attacked, 5 mineral veins suddenly appeared around Qin Mu. Tai, Tai Chu, Tai Shi, Tai Su, Tai Chi, the 5 mineral veins all pressed down on the two old men. On the other side, the girl who had been hit on the Tao tree immediately plucked a Tao fruit and bit the tip of her tongue. A mouthful of blood sprayed onto the Tao fruit, and the power of the Tao fruit burst forth and rushed towards Qin Mu. Where the Tao fruit flew over, a great abyss of sinkhole appeared and swallowed the Tao fruit into the great abyss. The pig that had been put together stood up on its hind legs and spat out its fangs. Its eyes were like copper bells and its mouth and nose were spewing fire. The bristles on its body were as sharp as steel needles. It stretched out its big hand and grabbed a Tao tree before smashing it down ruthlessly at Qin Mu. Boom! Qin Mu still sat there unmoving, but the world tree appeared behind him. Its crown was like a canopy that covered the sky and the sun, blocking the Tao tree of the pig. The woman's body moved swiftly, and the mallet smashed down crazily. However, no matter how much brute force she had, Hall of Chaos was still in front of her, preventing her from getting close. When Qin Mu slashed out with his sword, it was like a path, like a complete great Tao that burst forth with all its potential. And the potential of this great Tao was chaos cleaving, heaven and earth cleaving. What was a Tao sword? This was a Tao sword. All the abnormal signs behind Little Shang disappeared completely, and a new one appeared. That scene was like heaven and earth cleaving, and a ray of light separated the bloody sea. A new heaven and earth was born in that vast line. A bloody line appeared on his waist. The Tao might contained in heaven opening heaven chapter burst forth, and violent fluctuations surged in all directions, sending everyone flying. The pig god stood on the Tao tree and exerted all his strength to resist the Tao tree. However, the Tao tree continued to retreat along with him, leaving 3 deep marks on the ground. Boom! He crashed into the house behind him, and it immediately collapsed. On the other side, The old man and the old woman rose into the air and shouted. Although the two old men were old, they used their hands and feet at an extraordinary speed to break the seal of the 5 mines. The two of them separated and landed on a dao tree respectively. Their killing intent was overflowing as they shouted out sternly, "Lord Shang!" The girl threw herself into Qin Mu's great abyss of returning ruins. In the next moment, she flew out with her own dao fruit in a disheveled state. However, she was struck by the ripples and tumbled about, finally stabilizing her body with much difficulty. Meanwhile, the woman held her mallet horizontally in front of her and moved her feet repeatedly. She kept retreating, and the ancient well behind her suddenly burst forth with light. The water of the well was actually flowing with dew, and the clouds shone brilliantly like the ocean. Lord Shang! Her expression was mournful, and she managed to block the fluctuation with great difficulty. She immediately looked over at little Shang. She saw a red line on Lord Shang's waist and blood flowed out. Thud! The knife in his hand suddenly split open and landed on the table, leaving only the hilt in his hand. The pig god roared in anger and rushed over with big steps. Gravel flew everywhere and the soil churned. His body was tall and sturdy, and with the dao tree in his hand, he used all his skills to charge at Qin Mu. Zhu Santong can't do it. On the other 2 dao trees, the old man and the old woman immediately shouted out. The pig god leaped up and swung the dao tree to smash down. Qin Mu didn't even raise his head and the calamity sword in his hand went straight for the pig god. Bloodlights burst forth in the sky, and Zhu Santong fell down. The front of the pig leg fell into a basin, the back of the pig leg fell into a basin, the head of the pig fell into a basin, and the water fell into a basin. The tail of the pig was sliced neatly. There were also all kinds of plates and plates that were sliced evenly. Qin Mu's other hand picked up an empty plate and his arm shook. 3 dao fruits fell down and landed on the plate one by one. The dao tree landed on the ground with a loud bang and took root. The branches of the treasure tree swayed, but the dao fruits on the tree had already disappeared. They were chopped off by Qin Mu's sword light and placed into the plate. Qin Mu sheathed his sword and inserted Calamity sword along with the sheath beside him. He smiled and said, "Everyone, my culinary skills are also not bad. Why don't I show you guys some skills?" Zhu Santong's pig head faced Qin Mu, but he still didn't die. He said fiercely, "Old 7 of Miluo Palace, even your boss can't kill us, or else he wouldn't have suppressed us. You don't have the ability either." The girl shrieked, "You can use your cultivation but we can't, so what ability do you have to defeat us? If you have the ability, let us go and fight fair and square. That girl can beat you to death with just one hand." The woman hurriedly rushed toward Shang Jun to check his body. He rubbed his stomach and shook his head. "It's not a big deal, just a cut on his skin. He's holding back." His gaze was strange as it landed on Qin Mu. Qin Mu's sword was truly incomparably terrifying. It had directly broken through his strongest killing move, and even his knife of path attainment. However, when the sword sliced past his waist, it received some force and didn't kill him. If the power of Qin Mu's sword burst forth, he would definitely be separated by it. In an instant he would experience the 5 stages of chaos: absolute beginning, Tai Su, and Tai Chi. He would turn into a world where his body would die and his Tao would vanish. The old man and the old woman moved nimbly and slipped down from their respective Tao trees to check on his injuries. When they found that there were no major problems, they let out sighs of relief. Zhu Santong's pig head spun around on the table, but he couldn't move his head. Unable to see Shang Jun, he shouted, "Old monster, what happened to little Shang? Did he kill him? We will fight him to the death." The old man said, "He's not much of a problem, his injuries aren't as serious as yours." The pig head let out a sigh of relief and stared at Qin Mu with his round eyes. "Damn it, my injuries are the most serious after half a day. 7th brother of Moreau Palace, how did you do it? Why can't I merge with my body?" Qin Mu grabbed his chopsticks and picked up a piece of the pig's ear. The woman hurriedly said, "Young master, don't eat it. Zhu Santong's abilities are extraordinary, and he has refined his indestructible Tao body. If you eat any of his flesh, he will take shape in your body and become a demon in your stomach." Qin Mu put the pig's ear back and put down his chopsticks. He said in astonishment, "There's such a skill? I left a wound on his sword path and prevented him from merging with his body, yet he can still take shape in my stomach. The pig head was proud of himself and said, "The abilities of the old master aren't something that a little brat like you from Miluo Palace can understand." Old master. Qin Mu's expression changed slightly, and he stretched out his hand to grab the sheath of Calamity sword with a gloomy expression. The old man immediately sat down and said with a smile, "Miluo Palace's 7th young master is magnanimous, so don't lower yourself to the level of this pig. Wouldn't that be degrading your status? Keep young master's sword well, keep it well." The pig head sneered. "Old monster, what are you afraid of him for? Even eldest young master can't kill us." Qin Mu gave a cold snort, and his aura suddenly changed. He sat there like an obelisk. The only thing missing in this world was an obelisk. At this moment, the primordial chaos vital chi in Qin Mu's body had transformed into primordial chaos runes, which just happened to fill in the missing one. Instantly, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The 5 of them in the pig were pulled back by a terrifying force. In the next moment, their figures all disappeared. Qin Mu stood up and looked outside the village. He saw that the faces of the obelisks were like mirrors. Whether it was the old man, the old woman, the girl, the lady, Shangjun or Zhu Santong, they were all embedded in the mirrors, they couldn't move. Zhu Santong was still dismembered into 8 pieces and his body wasn't complete. In the entire village, other than Qin Mu, only the cripple on the sickbed wasn't kept into the obelisk. Even though eldest young master has received the inheritance of the master of Mycroft Palace, I also know a little about the array of his obelisks. It's not difficult for me to restrain all of you. Qin Mu dispersed the sequence of primordial chaos runes in his body and said, "Everyone, can we have a good talk now?" Only then did everyone feel as if they had been relieved of a heavy burden. They walked down from the clear mirror on the surface of the monument, bewildered. "What does 7th young master want to talk about?" the old man asked. Qin Mu took out Great Change geographical map and asked, "Everyone, have you seen this kind of geography before?" The old woman and the old man identified it for a long time before shaking their heads. "We have been suppressed for several universe eras and have never seen this map before." The woman and the servant also shook their heads. Shangjun suddenly said, "I've seen it before. This is the map of the Dao tree distribution of the ultimate void of the 16th epoch." Dao tree distribution map? Qin Mu's spirit was greatly roused. The place marked on Tai Yi's geographical map had always puzzled him. He had never found such a place in the 17th era, and he had even thought that it might be the arrangement of the forest of obelisks, thus, he planned to go back and look for it again. Never had he expected that the youth called Shangjun would actually recognize this geographical map. The map of the Dao trees in the ultimate void of the 16th epoch? Qin Mu was slightly astonished, and his heart was filled with doubt. "I haven't returned to the past universe, so why would it be so easy to give me the map of the Dao trees in the 16th epoch? How am I supposed to save him?" Shangjun said. "In the 16th epoch, I wanted to kill a few more Dao practitioners, so I specially studied the distribution of great overarching heaven. That's why I recognized this map when you took it out." Qin Mu couldn't help sizing him up a few more times, and his heart suddenly moved. "I was in the ancestral court of Yujing City, and I had spent a long time in the chaos. When had I ever seen someone kill a Dao practitioner and cultivate to the 36th heavens of Dao realm before the calamity of destruction arrived? They branded the ultimate void and cultivated the Dao fruit, finally crushing the ultimate void. Is this person you? See chapter 1504 for details." Shangjun's expression turned gloomy, and he nodded silently. Qin Mu said, "You killed the 16th epoch of the universe, and all the living beings died because of it. Almost everyone died indirectly at your hands, so it's no wonder your abilities are so strong." Shangjun's aura withered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was no life left in him, and he stood there motionlessly as if he was about to transform into a Dao. The old woman coughed, she said, "I heard that the 7th young master killed people and killed their hearts first. Today I saw that it was true. Regardless of whether Shangjun entered the Dao or not, the 16th epoch will be destroyed. The reason for the destruction of the 16th epoch is not Shangjun, but the Miluo Palace. If there weren't so many Dao practitioners from the Miluo Palace sneaking into the 16th epoch, how could this universe be destroyed so quickly?" Shang Jun's expression was slightly better, and his aura had also recovered a little. Qin Mu glanced at her. The only difference is whether the 16th epoch was destroyed by Miluo Palace or Shang Jun. If it was destroyed by Miluo Palace, the murderer would be Miluo Palace. If it was killed by Shang Jun, the murderer would be Shang Jun. Shang Jun's aura withered once more. And it was even more unbearable than before. You! Veins popped up on the old woman's forehead, and her white hair fluttered. The old man hurriedly stopped her and smiled. No wonder people say that the hardest person to deal with in Miluo Palace is 7th Young Master. When we saw him today we were already convinced. What exactly is 7th Young Master looking for that person called Tai for? I owe him a favor, and all the living beings in the 17th epoch owe him a favor, so I have to repay his kindness. No matter what, I have to save him. Qin Mu didn't hide anything. It's too easy to stop the past Dao practitioners from sneaking over to resist the invasion of Miluo Palace. Even though he was the first person to sneak over in the 17th epoch, this favor must be repaid. He was suppressed by Miluo Palace and left behind this geographical map. I plan to find him and save him. I didn't expect 7th Young Master to be a person of love and righteousness. The girl called Yaya revealed an astonished expression. This is different from the 7th Young Master that I've heard of. The 7th Young Master of Miluo Palace that I've heard of is a person who does all kinds of evil, and is also cunning and ruthless. He can be said to have pus running down his head and sores growing under his feet. He has done all kinds of bad things. Qin Mu's face flushed red and he stammered to defend himself. This is slander. This is definitely slander. For those who know me, who doesn't know that I'm kind and helpful? The pig head coughed and was still placed on the plate. 7th Young Master doesn't need to explain further. Our current situation has already explained everything. If 7th Young Master wasn't the type of person in the legends, we wouldn't have fallen so miserably. Qin Mu gave a snort and said, "This is the first time I've met all of you. Why would I lie to all of you? Please give me some pointers on the distribution map of the Dao trees in the 16th epoch." Lord Shang fell silent and looked at the others. The old man chuckled and said, 7th Young Master said that it was too easy to save that cripple? Can you tell me the reason behind it? Qin Mu smiled slightly and said, Then I would like to ask all of you, when did all of you feel that you could escape from the obelisk? Everyone was slightly stunned and started to think about it. You guys escaping from the obelisk should be the matter of this universe epoch, right? Qin Mu said, This person is Tai Yi. Back then Tai Yi had sneaked into this universe epoch and possessed the egg of chaos, becoming Tai Yi. After he attained Dao, he immediately came to this abandoned land and found this door to forcefully open the seal of Young Master. The old man and the old woman looked at each other and didn't say a word. The servant girl and the old woman were at a loss. The old woman asked, Why did this Tai Yi come to save us? Qin Mu shook his head and said, He didn't come to save you but to save the paralytic in your village. This time, even Shang Jun and the pig head were astonished. The pig head in the plate raised the left pig trotter of the other plate and scratched his mane. He asked in puzzlement, Paralytic? That paralytic in our village? That cripple? Qin Mu said. The purpose of his trip was to save him. He was the first to smuggle himself into this universe epoch, and also the first to attain Dao. He blocked the smuggling of Miluo Palace and was the only person in the entire universe. Thus he could accomplish something that he had never had the chance to accomplish before. This matter was extremely important. Thus he barged in here and blasted open the door. His imposing manner was peerless as he pulled out the obelisk and broke through eldest Young Master's arrangements, allowing all of you to escape from the stone tablet. Everyone looked at the old man one after another. The pig head cried out, Old monster, your cultivation is the highest and you were the first to wake up. It was you who awakened us and allowed us to walk out of the stone tablet. Were you able to escape from the stone tablet as he said? The old man sighed and nodded silently. He said, It was indeed something that happened at the beginning of this universe's creation. All of you were suppressed and have been sleeping. I have been awake since the beginning of the suppression. I have to look after Paralytic. Paralytic is extremely important. Nothing can go wrong. At this moment, I felt a powerful existence from this universe era descend. Shang Jun suddenly asked, Who is paralytic? Everyone looked towards paralytic in the room. They saw that this small village had almost been razed to the ground. The room where paralytic was in had also been destroyed. Paralytic was still lying on the bed, basking in the sun. The battle just now had been so fierce, but he didn't seem to have been affected at all. Logically speaking, if they were to clash with an existence like Qinmu, the cripple would definitely have been blown away by the aftershocks. However, the cripple was still lying there perfectly fine and didn't even move the corner of his clothes. Even though they were all suppressed here, only the old man and the old woman knew the identity of the cripple. The two of them were extremely secretive about the identity of the cripple, and didn't mention the origins of the cripple. The two of them had extremely high statuses and were respected by others. However, they were extremely respectful towards the paralytic, so the others in the village also took extra care of the paralytic. He is. The old man hesitated for a moment and said, he is the creator of Tiandu. The expressions of Pighead, the woman, and the servant girl changed drastically. Their gazes landed on the paralytic lying on the sickbed, and they cried out involuntarily. He is that existence? Shangjun had clearly never heard of the celestial capital, and he was rather confused. The old man continued. Actually, I was entrusted by someone to be captured by the eldest young master. Although the eldest young master's abilities are high, old monster, wasn't any weaker than him back then. Of course, I was suppressed for a few universe epochs, and now I'm definitely far inferior to him. The person entrusted to me was extremely grateful to me. She entrusted me and I would risk my life to do it. She entrusted me with taking care of the paralytic, so I came here. The old woman had never heard him mention this matter before. She said in surprise, old monster, back then, your reputation was extremely well known, and your abilities were high. Your origins were ancient, and I was still wondering why you were also captured and suppressed here. I never thought that there would be such a reason. Who has such great face to actually make you do such a thing? The old man didn't want to talk about it anymore. He said, let's not talk about this. That year, I sensed a powerful existence breaking the seal and breaking the eldest young master's seal. When the seal loosened, I escaped from the stone tablet. I sensed that person's strength. It should be the Tai that the seventh young master spoke of. However, when this Tai walked into the forest of stone tablets, a strange thing happened. His old face was full of wrinkles. He picked up the hookah pipe and was about to take a few puffs, but the tobacco had long been burnt. The old man knocked on the ash and pinched a few pieces of tree leaves to make tobacco. He said, that person's aura is extremely strong, but when he approached the forest of steels, his aura suddenly dropped sharply. The speed of the decline of his aura is beyond my imagination. The pig head on the plate said, eldest young master's forest of steels can even suppress our magic power and abhijna. Tai must have been suppressed by the forest of steels. The old man shook his head. That's not the case. This Tai's strength is not inferior to eldest young masters, so how could he be suppressed to such an extent by the seal left behind by eldest young master? I could also sense that other than his imposing manner plummeting, his aura was also plummeting. In the blink of an eye, it was as if he was about to die. Qinmu continued his words and said, then he retreated rapidly. As he retreated, his imposing manner became stronger and stronger. His aura also recovered rapidly, right? How did seventh young master know? The old man looked at him in astonishment. It's indeed as seventh young master said. After he left the forest of obelisks, his aura and aura recovered rapidly. I sensed him coming to the door and his aura had mostly recovered. By the time he left the door, his aura and aura had reached the peak. Qinmu's gaze flickered. The reason why this happened is because quality energy isn't easy. There was a person who used quality energy, not easy divine art, to protect his soul, allowing him to live in the future even though he died at the hands of the master of Miluo Palace. However, when two identical souls meet, one of them will definitely disappear. Everyone was puzzled. The old man had a guess and hurriedly looked at Cripple. He cried out involuntarily, you mean he's back? Qinmu nodded his head. That's right, he's back. However, he couldn't get close to Cripple. When he was outside and didn't pull out the first obelisk, he was in a different space and time from Cripple and was still fine. However, once he pulled out the first obelisk and the seal was broken, He was in the same space and time as Cripple. Therefore, he was disappearing at a rapid speed. That's why you could feel his aura and aura dropping drastically. The old man was extremely excited. His voice was hoarse. He sensed that he was about to disappear and knew that he couldn't save himself, so he took the initiative to retreat. However, he still gave us a chance to escape, and he took the obelisk away. After that, he continued to protect the ancestral court and waited for an opportunity, Qinmu said. When I appeared, the ancestral court, Jade Capital City, appeared again. He tricked me and made me protect the Great Black Mountain of the ancestral court to stop the smuggling of the strong practitioners of prehistoric times. He went straight to Miluo Palace to reason with the master of Miluo Palace, and was beaten down to the 4th epoch by the master of Miluo Palace. He didn't continue. Not only was Great Easy going to reason with the master of Miluo Palace, he also had to investigate something. Whether the master of Miluo Palace was dead or not. No one knew who won or lost in their theories, but the master of Miluo Palace was indeed dead. This person is Great Easy, Qinmu said meaningfully. Old monster, the person I want to save is also him. However, I still have something important to do at the moment and can't go to the 16th epoch to find him. Do you have a way? Old monster walked back and forth and suddenly stopped. Young master, he said hurriedly. Even though I don't know that quality cannot be easy, if he was suppressed in the space of the 16th epoch, he definitely wouldn't have been wiped out by the destruction of the 16th epoch. In that case, he must have survived until the 17th epoch. When he wasn't lost, he who was suppressed in the space of the 17th epoch had disappeared and couldn't be observed. However, when he was beaten down by the master of Miluo Palace in the 4th epoch, he who was suppressed would definitely appear in the space of the 17th epoch. Qinmu's heart trembled slightly and he laughed out loud. No wonder he left a geographical map for me to save him. However, he frowned tightly. However, this is the distribution map of the Tao tree in the ultimate void of the 16th epoch. It's different from the 17th ultimate void. Shang Jun suddenly said. The ultimate void has no matter and only great overarching heaven can exist. Therefore, the ultimate void of all universe eras is the same and is a blank space. Qinmu's eyes went wide and his heart beat violently. In other words, as long as you have the map of the Tao tree of the 16th epoch, you will be able to find where Tai Yi is imprisoned. The location of the world tree and returning ruins is eternal and unchanging in the universe. The old man said. After determining the location of the world tree and returning ruins, with a reference, the distribution map of the Tao trees of the 16th epoch can be corresponded to the ultimate void of the 17th epoch. With these, it shouldn't be difficult to find Tai Yi's location. Qinmu nodded and his mind was at ease. He smiled and said, finding Tai Yi should have a way to wake Paralytic up. Once I finish off this forest of monuments, I can save Paralytic. Even though it sounded very easy, the old man and the old woman knew the difficulties. Tai Yi wasn't suppressed here, so he must have been suppressed somewhere else. There was Tai Yi breaking the restriction here, but there wasn't any there, so Qinmu had to break the restriction. There might be danger on this trip. Let Little Shang accompany you. The old man said. Even though Little Shang achieved his Tao by killing, he isn't a person who kills indiscriminately. With him accompanying young master, there will be less danger on this trip. Furthermore, he is familiar with the distribution of trees, so he can help young master find great change faster. Qinmu nodded. It shouldn't be too difficult for him to bring Lord Shang away. Then, he looked around and smiled. Everyone, can you tell me whose Tao tree is the 8th Tao tree? Including the pig and cripple, there were only 7 people in the village, but there were 8 Tao trees. It was clear that there was an 8th person besides these 7 people. The woman smiled. Young master is joking again. There's only us here. How can there be an 8th person? Qinmu was astonished and looked at the others. The girl with the goat horn said. There really isn't an 8th person here. The pig head on the plate said. We won't lie to young master. There really isn't the 8th person you mentioned. Not only is there no 8th person, there's also no 8th Tao tree. The old woman's heart moved slightly and she hurriedly said. Young master has always said there are 8 Tao trees. Could it be that young master isn't lying to us? Qinmu couldn't help laughing. I've told you all long ago that I'm a kind and benevolent person full of mercy. How could I lie to you all? Wait a moment. Don't you all know that there are 8 trees in your village? The old woman's expression was solemn and she nodded her head. The others also nodded their heads and the atmosphere was somewhat stifling. The old man said, all along we had thought that young master was lying to us, so we said there were 8 trees. However, in our eyes, there are only 7 trees here and the ones suppressed here are only the 7 of us. Qin had a bad feeling and asked in a deep voice, you can't see the 8th tree? Everyone shook their heads. The atmosphere became even more oppressive. The reason why Qin could see the Dao tree was because the vertical eye between his brows was so powerful that he could even see through primal chaos. However, they didn't have such powerful divine eyes. That girl suddenly smiled. Young master, you are joking, right? Don't scare her. The pig head in the plate suddenly shivered and the 2 pig ears stuck to its eyes, revealing a line as it secretly looked around. Qin thoughts moved slightly and withdrew his sword path. This pig god instantly felt the sword wounds that were blocking the recovery of his corporeal body disappear, and immediately put his corporeal body back together. Qin smiled and said, most likely my algebra is from Martial Battle Heaven Master's wuxia cult, so my calculations are wrong. I can bring a person out of here and bring all of you out, but I need to crack the forest of obelisks. I don't have the ability yet. I can only trouble everyone to continue staying here. When I have enough ability, I'll come back to crack the forest of obelisks and save everyone. The old man walked to the foot of a tree and frowned. He smiled bitterly and said, the reason I'm staying here is to guard paralytic. If he doesn't wake up, I can't leave. Even if young master has cracked the forest of obelisks, I can't leave this place. He sat on a rock and lit up a cigarette. He smoked his hookah and looked at Qin from time to time. The old woman came to the foot of another tree with a trembling body and chuckled. Old monster, I'll stay here to accompany you. She sat down and basked in the sun lazily. She raised her hand to take off the hairpin on her head. Shangjun walked out of the village and said, I'll wait for young master outside the village. Young master, don't delay too long. Zhu Santong carried his Dao tree and said with a smile, this battle is like a friendship without fighting. I, old Zhu, have wronged young master in the past. Please forgive me, young master. I'll go and plant my tree first. The servant girl held her Dao fruit and hopped to her Dao tree. She smiled and said, I still have to hang my Dao fruit on the tree. The woman sighed and said, I originally wanted to treat young master to a simple meal, but so many things have happened. Young master, I need to tidy up the paralyzed man's clothes. After the paralyzed man's clothes are washed, I'll hang them on the paralyzed man's Dao tree to dry. She carried the basin and came to Cripple's path tree to hang Cripple's clothes on it. After doing all this, the woman came to the tree beside the old well and took out a mallet to beat other clothes. At the entrance of the village, Shangjun stood under his path tree with veins popping out on his hands. There was only half a knife left in his hand. Even though the knife had been cut off by Qin, it didn't have much of an effect on his abilities. The little girl stuck her head out from the crown of her Dao tree. Her expression was nervous as she stared at Qin actions. The old man was smoking a water pipe while the old woman was combing her hair. Zhu Santong had planted his Dao tree and transformed into a wild black boar that was using its nose and tusks to push up the soil, tamping it down. However, its small eyes were rolling around randomly. The old woman was knocking on her clothes, but she had forgotten to add water. In their eyes, Qin moved his feet and came to an empty space. There was nothing there. But Qin raised his hand and stretched it forward gently. Everyone's spirit was instantly high. Suddenly, Qin seemed to have touched something. The 8th hidden Dao tree. Just as Qin fingertips touched the Dao tree, 6 figures suddenly burst forth. The little girl pounced down from the tree like a swallow grabbing water. Her figure stuck close to the ground and with a tap of her toes, she flew up and bit the tip of her tongue. Dao blood spurted out and smeared on the Dao fruit in her hand, causing the Dao fruit to shine brightly. The woman raised her club and her footsteps staggered. Her figure spun like the wind as she roared repeatedly, and swung her club to smash down on the spot where Qin had touched. Zhu Santong roared furiously and pulled up the Dao tree that he had just planted and transformed into a black wild boar that could stand up to the heavens and earth. He stood up and raised the Dao tree to sweep towards where Qin Mu's fingers were. At the same time, Shang Jun's broken knife, the old man's hookah, and the old woman's hairpin all attacked at the same time. The 6 of them used their full strength, and their might wasn't any weaker than when they had besieged Qin Mu just now. They knew that they only had one chance. The Dao tree that had been hidden between them had been hidden for billions of years and had never been noticed by them. It could be seen that the other party's abilities were truly unfathomable. If they were to be guarded by the other party, even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to do anything to the other party. Therefore, they had to destroy the other party's Dao tree, destroy the other party's Dao fruit, and destroy the other party's Dao path. Boom! Incomparably violent ripples spread out and the storm swept over, causing Qin Mu's clothes to flutter as he stood beside the Dao tree. He was forced to retreat continuously. Qin Mu retreated all the way to resist this tyrannical impact. When the storm dispersed, he could see that he had already retreated outside the village. He opened the vertical eye between his brows and looked over. He saw that the Dao tree was still standing there, not moving at all. He couldn't see anyone around the Dao tree. Qin Mu was astonished and searched carefully. He saw the girl hanging on his Dao tree with one foot exposed. She was still holding onto his Dao fruit in her hand and had fainted. The woman planted herself into her well and held onto the mallet tightly. The mallet was stuck at the mouth of the well. Shang Jun sat sprawled on his back under his Dao tree. His hand that was holding the knife was bleeding and his eyes were blank. The broken knife in his hand had been completely shattered and the hilt of the knife had turned into fragments. The old woman's hairpin was stuck in the heart of her brows and her breath was like gossamer. The old man's water pipe had burst and his head had crashed into the huge rock that he often sat on, bleeding profusely. Zhu Santong's fangs were all broken, and he hugged his Dao tree and fainted. Qin Mu was stunned. In that short instant, the 6 great Dao practitioners were all defeated and injured. Eldest young master. The old man sat up shakily. His arms were trembling, and he tried his best to fill the pipe with tobacco. However, his water pipe burst open, and the tobacco flowed out. His voice was hoarse, and there was fear and anger in his eyes. It's young master's Dao tree. He's always been here. This old bastard. Qin Mu looked around and his gaze suddenly landed on the sun that was hanging high in the sky. The fire of the sun was raging, and it had probably burned for 10 universe eras. Who knew how many billions of years it had been burning since the 7th epoch? According to the rules, the sun should have been extinguished long ago, dying, evaporating, and eventually turning into void space. However, this sun was still alive until now, so it couldn't help being suspicious. Young master isn't here, Qin Mu suddenly said. He only left his eyes and his Dao tree here. The old man struggled to get up and looked up at the sun in the sky. He sighed dejectedly, his voice was hoarse as he said, I've been suppressed here for too long, so I can't compare to him anymore. Back then I was as famous as him, but now I can't compare to one of his eyes. He was very lonely. Because of a promise, he had guarded the cripple for 10 universe epochs. During these 10 universe epochs, he had already abandoned his cultivation and couldn't compare to the great young master, who was as famous as him back then. The disappointment in his heart could be imagined. Actually, Qin Mu could also tell that the old man had been revered as an old monster by the people here. He should have been an extremely famous figure in his era, which was why many people had heard of his legends. However, among all the people in this small village, the one with the strongest abilities wasn't him, but rather Shang Jun. Even though Shang Jun only had one Dao fruit and one Dao tree, his abilities were already above the other Dao practitioners in the village. This was also the reason why Qin Mu wanted to bring Shang Jun away. Qin Mu went forward and pulled out the hairpin on the heart of the old woman's brows to treat her injuries. He then patted the old man's shoulder. The old man returned to his senses and said in a desolate voice, I can't send young master off. The others struggled to get up and sent Qin Mu to the village entrance. Shang Jun stood up with difficulty and was silent for a moment before saying, I don't have a knife anymore, so I'm afraid I won't be able to help you much. Furthermore, my killing intent is too strong and I have many enemies. I'll only bring disaster to you. Qin Mu smiled. What a coincidence, I have many enemies as well. I'm afraid I have even more enemies than you. Shangjun hesitated for a moment, and Qinmu looked at him with a calm expression. Shangjun, you have become timid after killing your way to the Tao. The reason why you are afraid of the outside world isn't because you have lost to eldest young master, but because you are afraid of returning to the outside world. Shangjun was silent. Even if you have killed your way to the Tao and cultivated the 36th heavens of the path of killing, your Tao heart is still lacking. Qinmu's gaze was sharp. You felt that the 16th epoch was destroyed by your hands, and because of that you felt guilty and ashamed to walk out of here. What sealed you and suppressed you wasn't young master, but you found a cage for yourself and imprisoned yourself. You are no longer the Shangjun who killed his way to the Tao in the past. Even if you walked out of here, you wouldn't be able to brand your Tao into the ultimate void and become a Tao practitioner. Shangjun's voice was hoarse. Then do you still need me? Qinmu walked past him. Of course I need you. I need you to help me find Tai Yi. I also need the sharpest knife in the world. You are no longer that knife, but I can grind you into that knife. Follow me, I can let you walk out. Shangjun followed closely behind him, just like his shadow. Soon they walked into the obelisk forest. Shangjun hid in his shadow. The two of them walked in the same footsteps. They stepped forward at the same time, and with the same rhythm, they gradually disappeared into the forest of obelisks. Outside the village, when everyone saw the two of them disappear, Zhu Santong suddenly said, "The seventh young master of the Miro Palace is a strange person." "He is indeed a strange person," the old woman sighed. "He is clearly an enemy force, but it is difficult for people to hate him. Not only can they not hate him, but they also want to be friends with him." The woman laughed. "This is the first time I have seen such a strange person. It is a pity that they are married. Otherwise, Yaya could have found a good husband." The girl spat and hid behind the tree with a blush on her face. Everyone laughed out loud and coughed violently as they laughed. Shangjun followed Qinmu step by step. Wherever Qinmu went, he would follow. He didn't need to think about whether Qinmu's path was correct, or how he had used primordial chaos runes and primordial chaos vital qi to deceive the forest of steels. He only needed to follow Qinmu. Along the way he walked and stopped. If Qinmu had walked out of the forest of steels by himself, it would have been much simpler. However, bringing Shangjun along would have been countless times more complicated. The Forest of Steels was created by eldest young master to suppress the corporeal body of the paralytic and other Tao practitioners, and Shangjun was among them. In order to deceive the Forest of Steels, Qinmu needed to use the structure of primordial chaos runes to conceal Shangjun's own aura of the great Tao. Only then would he be able to bring him out of this place. The structure of primordial chaos was also a huge problem for Qinmu. As he moved forward, he calculated at the same time. He was like an obelisk in action. When Shangjun walked in his shadow, it was as if he was suppressed in Qinmu's obelisk, so he didn't cause any changes in the Forest of Steels. If Qinmu's structure of primordial chaos was wrong and Shangjun's aura leaked out, he would immediately be suppressed by the Forest of Obelisks and sent straight into the real stone steels. After an unknown amount of time, Qinmu finally brought Shangjun out of the Forest of Stone Tablets. Sweat was rising all over his body. During this period of time, he had used all his strength to calculate and unleashed his brain power to the extreme to find the only way out from the countless changes. Only then did he walk out of the Forest of Stone Tablets. At this moment, he relaxed and his mind suddenly became muddle-headed. His limbs were weak. Qinmu closed his eyes and took in a few heavy breaths. He stood there to steady his mind. Shangjun turned back to look and saw numerous steels standing there. There were so many of them that he couldn't find his way back. It was as if a lifetime had passed. He thought of the 16th epoch and his persistence in the past. He thought of his experiences in this life and felt like everything in his previous life. And in this life he would obtain a new life. Not long after, Qinmu opened his eyes and walked out of the door. Shangjun was still following him. Qinmu didn't speak, and neither did Shangjun. He seemed to have completely merged into Qinmu's shadow. He was an existence who had killed his way to Tao and had also been a killer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill a Tao practitioner before he had even attained Tao. He was hiding in Qinmu's shadow, so ordinary people couldn't see him at all. They couldn't even sense his aura. The two of them were about to walk out of the door when Qin suddenly stopped, and Shangjun followed him. Qin looked outside cautiously, and after a moment, he laughed loudly and said, "We are both young masters of Miluo Palace. Is senior brother planning to help third and fourth and suppress me? I heard that senior brother is teacher's most valued disciple. If he was teacher, what would teacher do?" It was silent outside the door. Shangjun's heart couldn't help beating violently. He looked outside the door and saw what exactly was outside. Why would Qin suddenly say that? Could it be that the eldest young master of Miluo Palace was outside the door at this moment? Teacher can be impartial, not biased towards me, and not biased towards the other senior brothers. Qin said indifferently, "If you really inherited teacher's mantle, you wouldn't stop me, nor would you stop Shangjun. Because back then when Shangjun became a Dao master, teacher didn't stop him either." It was still silent outside the door. Shangjun frowned slightly and thought to himself, could young master have made a mistake? There's no one outside. At that moment, an obelisk appeared in their field of vision and floated over. Qin let out a sigh of relief and walked out of the door. In the shadows, Shangjun followed him out of the door and no one stopped them. Only the obelisk quietly floated past them and into the door. Qin turned back to look and saw the obelisk coming to its original position and falling down. Shangjun hesitated in the shadows and said, "Young master, old monster and the rest." Qin frowned slightly and raised his hand to stop him from continuing. With the fall of the obelisk, the old man, old woman, Zhu Santong, and the rest of the people in the small village would probably be suppressed again and sealed in the obelisks, unable to escape. Furthermore, the array of the obelisks had already recovered completely, and there were no more loopholes. If Qin were to return to this place in the future, he would have to rely on his hard skills to break the array forcefully, and this would require battle prowess like Tai Yi. Battle prowess like Tai Yi. The corners of Qin eyes trembled as he thought to himself, I don't have it now, but I will have it in the future. Suddenly, the two broken doors in the door flew up and merged together, turning into a complete door that was embedded in the door. The two doors closed and Hongming runes circulated on them, locking the door shut. Big senior brother, you can't be like teacher. Qin turned around and left, his voice echoed in the abandoned land. If you continue to follow teacher's path, even if you can do exactly the same as teacher, you won't be able to escape teacher's fate. Teacher has already failed. Why don't you try another path? No one answered in the abandoned land. Qin brought Shangjun far away. When they walked out of the abandoned land, Shangjun finally asked the question in his heart. Where was eldest young master just now? He didn't really descend. Qin shook his head. He might be the person who most resembles the master of Miluo Palace among the 7 young masters of Miluo Palace, but he's just like him. His every move, even his philosophy, is the same as the master of the palace. I haven't seen him before, but from the fact that he has learned the primordial chaos runes, I can see his personality. He suppressed his own nature and made himself more like the master of the palace. Since that's the case, then he will definitely follow the orders of the master of the palace and return to his own cosmic epoch. Thus, he will definitely not descend here. Shangjun was slightly puzzled. It was hard for him to understand people like the eldest young master of Miluo Palace. He's just a projection, Qin said. When Old Monster and the rest attacked his Dao tree, they still alarmed him, so he projected himself over to take a look. I have to reason with his emotions, or else he will seal me in the door. It's precisely because he imitates the master of Miluo Palace that his temperament has flaws. As long as we grasp this point, we can escape. He heaved a long sigh of relief and said, If it is not you who follows me but Old Monster and the others, then we will not be able to escape. We will go to the ancestral court and establish the ultimate void corresponding to the world tree. He discerned the direction and headed towards the great black mountain of the ancestral court. Hades, Jade Ridge, Shirshio, Spirit Book and Spirit Abyss were sacrificed one after another, turning into energy and entering the past universe. As a result, the Dao tree of Hall Master Lingguan became clearer and clearer, and the Dao fruits on the Dao tree became stronger and stronger. Now that 10 years had passed, as long as the Lingyuan heavens were sacrificed, he would be able to return to the peak of the 16th epoch. At that time the universe would no longer be a match for him. Lingyuan Palace Master waited quietly. Today was the day the Lingyuan heavens were sacrificed, and it was also the day his Tao tree completely descended. Although he was a Tao practitioner who had lived for 4 universe epochs, and his Tao heart was incomparably tough, he couldn't help but feel a slight ripple at this moment. When the Tao tree descended, he would be one step ahead of everyone from the Miluo Palace, and be able to brand his great Tao in the ultimate void of this universe. This was the first move. He would be one step ahead of everyone in branding his great Tao. Then, before this universe collapsed, he would be able to cultivate his 4th Tao fruit. With the arrival of the Miluo Palace, the collapse of this universe is inevitable. I'm afraid it will happen even faster than the collapse of the 16th epoch. Not everyone has the hope to cultivate another Tao fruit in this universe, but I can definitely do it. Hall Master Spirit Officer was in a great mood. This was the reason why he had risked defending 7th Young Master Qin Mu to come here. Finally, the heavens of Spirit Abyss turned into energy and vanished. Hall Master Spirit Officer felt an incomparably majestic power of great Tao surging out from his Tao tree, Tao flower, and Tao fruit. He couldn't help feeling refreshed and called Heavenly Venerate Su over. He said, "Thank you for taking care of me for the past 10 years. I have also repaid you by improving your great Tao of Hades. Today I have succeeded. I will go to the void of your universe and try to brand my great Tao and establish my ultimate great all-heaven." Heavenly Venerate Su bowed in gratitude. Over the past 10 years the Spirit Official Hall Master had taught her how to cultivate, allowing her to gain a lot. Her cultivation strength had improved by leaps and bounds, far surpassing the past. Follow the cultivation I taught you. Achieving Tao is not difficult. Lingyuan Palace Lord's Tao stood behind him. He instructed, "If the Heavenly Emperor comes to ask, you can directly tell him that I will brand the ultimate void. When I achieve Tao in this world, I will have 2 Tao flowers and 3 Tao fruits. As long as my physical body is separated, I can transform into 5 Tao achievers to help him." Void Celestial Master was shocked. 5 Taoists. Spirit Official Palace Master flew up and stepped into the ultimate void space after 36 steps. There aren't many Taoists in this young universe. How can 6 billion years of history be so useless? Spirit Official Palace Master sensed the fluctuations of the Great All-Heaven coming from the ultimate void space, and could tell that there were several Great All-Heaven. He couldn't help but shake his head. He sat down and began to entrust his great Tao. Even the cold and lonely wind of the ultimate void space couldn't do anything to him. In the past he had achieved the Tao in the universe but not in this universe. Therefore, he still needed to brand his Tao in the ultimate void space to bring his cultivation strength to the extreme. Under normal circumstances, he might have chosen to enter the world of cultivation and cultivate a different path from the previous universe epoch. This was the orthodox cultivation path of the Miluo Palace. However, there are 7 young masters in this universe, so I can't cultivate according to the orthodox method. After all, that's the 7th young master. The army of Heavenly Court was vast and mighty, and they were getting closer and closer to Origin World. However, along the way they had consumed a huge amount of resources, and even with the astonishing financial resources of Heavenly Court, it would be difficult for them to support them. More importantly, Eternal Peace had severed all the bridges connecting the spirit energy to Heavenly Court, causing Heavenly Court to lose its rule over all the worlds in the universe. Without the resources of all the worlds as a backing, Heavenly Court sent out troops to attack Eternal Peace. Just the consumption on the way was somewhat strenuous. Meng Yungue was ordered to head to South Heaven to plunder the wealth of all the great heavens in South Heaven. Heavenly Venerate Fire's disciple Yin Yazi hurriedly welcomed him and personally entertained him. After receiving the decree of the Heavenly Emperor, he immediately ordered all the great heavens in South Heaven to send all kinds of wealth over. Meng Yungue waited in South Heaven for more than 10 days. Yin Yazi was already prepared and hundreds of cargo ships lined up on the tributaries of the Heavenly River. Yin Yazi sent Meng Yungue off respectfully and whispered, "I heard that the Celestial Master is a human and loves rare treasures. Celestial Master, the last boat was given to him by me." Meng Yungue boarded the boat and despised Yin Yazi. He came to a ship and ordered, "Open the cabin and check the baggage. Don't lose anything." The priest on the ship opened the cabin. Meng Yungue looked into the cabin and was stunned. The cabin was full of humans, old and young. Meng Yungue was confused. Yin Yazi smiled apologetically and said, "Don't worry, Celestial Master. I won't be short of anything. All the humans in South Heaven who are over 40 years old have been sent here. There are only 200 ships now, and there will be an endless stream of slave ships sent there later." Meng Yungue grabbed his collar and lifted him up. He said in a hoarse voice, "I want the supplies. Celestial Master, this is the baggage." Yin Yazi struggled for a while, but he could not break free. He quickly said, "During the time of the fire bandits, humans sacrificed at the age of 70, but that is an old history. Now the ancestor God King has changed the rules. We can sacrifice at the age of 40. Don't worry, Celestial Master, they are all happy." He turned to the cabin and asked, "Are you happy?" The humans in the cabin said in unison, "Master, we are happy." Meng Yungue put Yin Yazi down weakly and patted his shoulder. He murmured, "Yin Yazi, you did a good job, you did a good job." The supply fleet set off. Meng Yungue stood on the bow of the ship and clenched his fists, but he let go again and again. He looked back at the long fleet again and again, but he turned his head again and again. "I want to personally send these clansmen to the army of the heavenly court. I want to personally send them there as food for the gods and devils of the heavenly court." He was muddle-headed. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind like a nightmare. "I have a dream. Hey, it's so cruel." He spat out a mouthful of blood, but his complexion was much better. Yin Yazi watched the fleet leave. Just as he was about to go back and prepare more slaves, Meng Yungue's voice suddenly sounded, "Yin Yazi." Yin Yazi hurriedly turned around and smiled apologetically. "Meng Tian." A ray of light flashed past and pierced through his forehead. The world in front of Yin Yazi collapsed and gradually fell into darkness. Meng Yungue's voice was heard, and there was joy in his voice. "I rebelled." This time Meng Yungue came to escort the supplies. He did not lead many soldiers and horses. Most of them were his own troops, called the Yuhuatian camp. He was a human god of Yuhuatian. Over the years, many human gods had sought refuge with him. Most of them came from Yuhuatian. He was very good at governing the army. Most of his subordinates were loyal to him. However, the heavenly court had also arranged many demigods to enter his Yuhuatian camp to monitor his actions. After all, he was a human, and the heaven court still didn't trust him. He also had other military forces in the heaven court, such as the heaven court's 10 guards. However, those troops were only under the command of the heaven emperor, so he couldn't mobilize them. Just as Meng Yungue killed Yin Yazi, there was a great purge in the Ascendant's camp. When Meng Yungue killed the gods and demons under Yin Yazi's command, many soldiers of the Ascendant's camp came in their boats, bathed in blood. The river surface of the tributary of the heavenly river was already blood-red. Meng Yungue stood among the corpses of the South Heaven Temple with his sword in his hand. He looked at his soldiers. Slave ships were docked by the river. Blood was still dripping from the divine armor of the human gods on the ships. The atmosphere became depressing. "Do you regret it?" Meng Yungue's voice was no longer as confident as before. This rebellion was more like a sudden impulsive decision. It was not a complete plan. For a celestial master like him, being controlled by his emotions was definitely a failure. He knew deep down that the rebellion would not succeed. The human soldiers who had followed him for so many years would probably die. "If you rebel with me, you might not succeed at all. There will be no honor and no glory to welcome you. It might only be a series of defeats and the deaths of your comrades." Meng Yungue looked at his subordinates and swept his gaze across the familiar faces. He said in a deep voice, "When I brought you out of Yuhuatian, I may not be able to bring you back to Yuhuatian alive. Maybe you will only return with corpses, or maybe you will not even leave behind corpses. If we lose, the history recorded by the heavenly court will only have our bad reputation. If we are dead, there will be no tombstones. Our whole life of cultivation may only be exchanged for dead dogs on the battlefield, and even after death, we will be scolded by others. Look, this is a traitor. Do you still want to follow me?" he asked loudly. On the slave ships, the soldiers of the Yuhuatian camp were silent. Suddenly, a soldier pushed open his helmet, revealing a resolute face. Celestial Master, I was brought out by you from Yu Huatian. The middle-aged god's voice was not loud, but it was shocking. I only know that before I met the Celestial Master, my life was worse than a dog's. Back then, when the natural disaster broke out, there were starving people everywhere. I followed the villagers to the city to beg, and along the way, many people starved to death. I came to the city alive. I was so hungry that I was dizzy. I searched for the food that they threw away in the gutter of the demigod's mansion. I dug out their leftover human bones. I was so hungry that I wanted to eat them. You were the one who pulled me out of the gutter. You told me that we should have backbone and not eat humans. We humans should live a dignified life. You said that humans were not destined to be slaves at birth, nor were they destined to be food for the Celestials. You said that you wanted to let humans live a better life. From then on, I followed you. Another god pushed away his helmet, revealing a long scar on his face, like a centipede mark left behind by a whip. His voice was hoarse as he said, I was also a member of that natural disaster. From then on, I followed you. At that time, you were still a divine arts practitioner and you were in high spirits. You gave us, who were starving to death, hope. I was also a person of that time. Another divine arts practitioner pushed away his helmet. We followed you through life and death. Many of our companions left, but we survived. And me. Me too. I'm not. My father was. Before he died, he asked me to follow the Celestial Master and never leave him. There were still many divine arts practitioners who did not follow Meng Yungue during the emergence of the natural disaster. However, they had relied on their ideals and trust in Meng Yungue to get to where they were today. You taught us about justice and righteousness. You taught us that there is no turning back where there is justice. An old general smiled and said, Today there is justice, so there is no turning back. He landed on one knee on the deck and said in a loud voice, We swear to follow the Celestial Master to the death. On the slave ships, the soldiers of the Yu Hua camp landed on one knee in unison. Their voices echoed in the tributaries of the heavenly river. We swear to follow the Celestial Master to the death. Meng Yungue's blood was boiling. He raised his sword and pointed it at the heavenly court. He laughed and said, All of you will not let me down. I will not let you down. All of you please rise. Today, you will rebel with me and rebel against the heavenly court. The heavenly river was turbulent. The strong wind blew the big waves and hit the slave ships one by one. The slaves on the ships were trembling in fear. On the deck, the gods of the human race rushed to the other heavens in the southern sky under Meng Yungue's command. They had to clean up the forces of the heavenly court here. They had to seal off the news and not let any of the forces of the heavenly court in the southern sky inform the heavenly court. This rebellion was a last-minute idea. They were not prepared. And neither were the heavenly court. As long as they cut off the news, they could stall for time and make sufficient preparations. Even though they knew that even if they made sufficient preparations, they would probably die. Meng Yungue ordered people to rush to Yu Huatian to move the relatives and family of the soldiers. He also ordered people to secretly go to heavenly court. There were also their families in heavenly court, so they had to move their relatives and friends away before they were exposed, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Wang Qing, you can rush to eternal peace. Meng Yungue hesitated for a moment, but he still handed the letter to his most valued disciple. Give this letter to the Emperor of Eternal Peace. Wang Qing hesitated. Master, eternal peace is the target that Heavenly Court wants to destroy. This time the army of Heavenly Court is targeting eternal peace. So eternal peace doesn't have any extra troops to assist us. Furthermore, when we attacked Great Void Land back then, Master personally led the army to face off against Carefree Village and killed countless experts of Carefree Village. I heard that Emperor Yanfeng was a general in Carefree Village back then and suffered losses under Master's hands. Carefree Village and eternal peace are one body. Meng Yungue waved his hand and said, Emperor Yanfeng has the bearing of Heavenly Emperor and even surpasses Heavenly Emperor Hao. He won't blame you. Go quickly. Wang Qing received the order and flew to the origin world. Meng Yungue then ordered all the humans in the various heavens in South Heaven to move far away from the Heavenly River region. They were to move the rations and supplies, fortify the walls and clear the wilderness, and prepare for the decisive battle. His soldiers were like arms and fingers. Once the order was given, it could be completed quickly. In addition, the humans of the southern sky were domesticated like livestock. They never resisted the orders of the gods and simply accepted them. It was also convenient for them to migrate. Meng Yungue personally led the other soldiers to tear down the Fire Heavenly Venerate's heavenly palace and build a stronghold on the tributaries of the heavenly river. Even so, he still had a worried expression. I can't stop it, I can't stop it. I can only fight to the death, but I still can't stop it. A few months later, the Heavenly Court army was getting closer and closer to the Yuan world, but the supplies still did not arrive. The Heavenly Court issued orders repeatedly, ordering the gods to head to South Heaven to urge them, but there was no news of these messengers after reaching South Heaven. The Heavenly Court looted a few more heavens and captured slaves and supplies, but they also knew that something must have gone wrong in South Heaven. Heavenly Emperor Haotian decreed that the first celestial master, Shang Pingyin, would lead 100,000 people from the Heavenly Court's 10 guards to South Heaven to investigate the situation. The divine martial guards were strong and the lowest cultivation level was at the Jade Capital Realm. With the formation map of the heaven, the divine martial guards could resist heavenly venerate level existences. Furthermore, Shang Pingyin was the first heavenly master. It was clear that Heavenly Emperor Haotian valued the South Heaven. The South Heaven was the granary of the heaven. Nothing could be lost. Shang Pingyin led his army and did not enter the South Heaven through the tributaries. Instead, he set up camp and ordered his men to come to the front of the South Heaven Pass. He shouted, "Heavenly Master Meng, the Heavenly Emperor has ordered us to come out and talk." Meng Yungue came to the top of the city wall and looked at Shang Pingyin from afar. The two celestial masters looked at each other. Shang Pingyin ordered decisively, "Meng Yungue has rebelled. Attack the city immediately." Left Divine Martial Order Master frowned. He said in a deep voice, "How could Celestial Master Shang see that Meng Yungue has rebelled?" Meng Yungue is the second Celestial Master of the Heavenly Court. He attacked without asking any questions. If he had not rebelled, I'm afraid Celestial Master Shang would not be able to answer to His Majesty. Shang Pingyin sneered, "Meng Yungue and I are both Celestial Masters. I can tell at a glance whether he rebelled or not. It's useless to say more. Attack the city immediately." The Divine Martial Order Masters on the left and right immediately gave the order to mobilize 2 armies and form a formation to crush the Southern Heaven Majestic Pass. City Tower. Meng Yungue said loudly, "Celestial Master Shang, you and I are both Celestial Masters of the Heaven Court. You were always ranked first until you were defeated by Yu Ting. Yu Ting fell into the Great Void and you became the number 1 Celestial Master again. But you know that your wisdom is not as good as mine. The number 1 Celestial Master of the Heaven Court is actually me. So you used your power for personal gain and gave me the name of a traitor to lead an army to kill me. You are jealous of your talents. I will represent your Majesty and ask your Majesty to make a decision." The Divine Martial Army on the left and right hesitated. Shang Pingyin sneered, "Meng scoundrel is just stalling for time. I have His Majesty's military talisman in hand. The Divine Martial Army on the left and right will attack immediately." He took out the army talisman. When the Divine Martial Army on both sides saw the army talisman, it was like the arrival of the Heavenly Emperor. They immediately activated the formation to attack the city. Shang Pingyin's clothes fluttered in the wind as he looked at Meng Yungue on the city tower. He said in a deep voice, "Meng Yungue, you think that your wisdom is superior to others, but the greatest wisdom in this world is the general situation. In front of my general situation, all your wisdom is useless. Make good use of the general situation. This is the number 1 Heavenly Master." Meng Yungue waved his sleeve, and the city gates opened. The gods and demons of the emergence camp in the city rushed out and sneered, "I want to see if your general trend can match my wisdom." Formation. Although the number of gods and demons in the emergence camp was not less than the Divine Martial Guards, their cultivation was far from comparable. The formation maps of the Divine Martial Guards of the Heavenly Court were complete formations. Each formation map could hold 50,000 gods and demons. The essence, chi, and spirit of the 50,000 gods and demons were integrated into one body, and their yuan qi was integrated into one body. Therefore the formations were powerful. The formations of the 10 guards of the Heaven Court were all meticulously polished by the previous generations of celestial masters. The power of the formations had long been raised to the peak. It could be said that they were the crystallization of the wisdom of the previous generations of celestial masters. Back when Carefree Village had fought their way out of the Great Void Land, Lang Bao had led the Creator to resist the Heaven Court's pursuit. The 10 guards of the Heaven Court had brought out the formations, and Lang Bao and Carefree Village had been forced to retreat. The power of the formations could be seen from this. The formation map of the emergence camp was not a complete formation map, but a small one. 10 people in a group had a total of 10,000 formation maps. The 10,000 formation maps crisscrossed, and the gods and demons of the emergence camp flew around. Very quickly they formed the first formation. This formation was alternating between inside and outside, and it was unpredictable. Shangping saw this and sneered. Glazed azure skyblock formation. This formation was passed down to you by me. The two armies clashed, and the power of the formation instantly exploded. The formation of the Heavenly Court Army and Feather Emergence Camp immediately changed. Different formations interlocked, and blood and flesh flew out from the formation. On the other side, Meng Yungui's envoy Wang Qing came to Eternal Peace to meet Emperor Yanfeng and presented him with a letter. Emperor Yanfeng opened the letter and read it. He was silent for a moment, set up an altar and invite Long Pai to descend, together with Prince Yuming. Bring glazed green sky pillar and head to South Heaven. In front of the southern sky pass, the two celestial masters each deployed their own troops and generals. The formations of the armies of both sides were constantly changing, breaking the formations with formations and breaking the formations with force. Shang Pingyin and Meng Yungue were both masters of algebra and formations. This battle could show the strength of both sides. Shang Pingyin became famous very early on. He had already risen to fame in the early years of the Long Han dynasty. Even before the Tao ancestor created macroscopical algebra, he had already made some achievements in algebra. At that time he was also studying macroscopical algebra. However, he was distracted to study formation, so his progress was a little slower than the Tao ancestor. Later, when the Tao ancestor mastered grand scheme of algebra, Shang Pingyin was outclassed by the Tao ancestor. He was also a genius. He relied on his attainments in formations and algebra to become the #1 celestial master of the Heaven Court. The formations and diagrams of the various armies of the Heaven Court were all closely related to him. However, when Long Han was separated from his family, he personally led his army to stop the Heavenly Palace of Northern Emperor Xuanwu from leaving the Heaven Court. However, he suffered a heavy blow and was defeated by loose cultivator Long Shan using the Azure Heaven Barrier formation. That defeat could be said to be a crushing defeat. Shang Pingyin's Tao heart was damaged and he could not recover after hundreds of thousands of years. He thought hard about how to break the Azure Heaven Barrier formation. It was not until Yu Ting rose up and broke the Azure Heaven Barrier formation that Shang Pingyin walked out from the shadows. However, he walked into the shadows of Yu Ting again. After Yu Ting fell into the Great Void, Shang Pingyin became the Heavenly Court's #1 celestial master once again. At this time, Meng Yungui's rise threatened his position. Meng Yungue had never revealed his abilities. He had always hidden his intelligence and strength. However, from the way he set up the formation and the way the Heavenly Venerate often asked Meng Yungue questions, Meng Yungui's intelligence was actually higher than his. However, the two of them had never fought directly. This was the first time they had fought in the Battle of the Great Southern Pass. Meng Yungue had the geographical advantage, while Shang Pingyin had the military advantage. The army under his command was the Divine Martial Guards of the Heavenly Court's 10 guards. After experiencing all kinds of battles, the Divine Martial Guards were the most outstanding existences among the demigods. Any one of them could become the leader of Meng Yungui's Plume Manifestation Camp. The Divine Martial Guards Array formation was activated, and could even fight against celestial venerables. However, when clashing with a second-rate Divine Demon army like the Plume Manifestation Camp, the power of the Divine Martial Guards Array formation could not be unleashed at all. The Plume Manifestation Camp's array formation was like a needle inserted into the Divine Martial Guards Array formation, causing the array formation to be unable to operate. the array formation was difficult to operate. Every change in the Divine Martial Guard's array formation was countered by the Plume Manifestation Camp. Zhang Pingyin was good at fighting fair and square. When he met an opponent like Meng Yungue, it was difficult for him to display his full abilities. However, the Divine Martial Guards were too strong. Meng Yungue was no match for him in terms of sheer exhaustion. This was the general trend that Zhang Pingyin was talking about. As long as the soldiers of the emergence camp were continuously injured and killed, he would still win. At this moment, Meng Yungue suddenly stood up and floated down from the city tower, cutting into the formation of the emergence camp. Zhang Pingyin laughed out loud. He shook his head. How stupid is it for the general to enter the formation personally? When you enter the formation, you are a chess piece in the formation. You are unable to see the big picture and can make changes to the formation at any time. Meng Yungue, your strongest strength is the changes to the formation. Now you want to abandon this strength and become a brave man. You are ashamed of being a celestial master. He immediately controlled the formation diagram of the Divine Martial Guards and used the changes to trap the emergence camp. However, the formation of the emergence camp was also changing at the same time. It was still tightly controlling the formation diagram of the Divine Martial Guards, making it difficult for them to change the formation. Even if Zhang Pingyin forcefully changed the formation, he would be restrained by Feather Emergence Camp. Meng Yungue was also a great expert at Emperor Throne Realm. He was like a fish in water in the formation, killing the generals of Divine Martial II Guards and causing casualties to appear. That's not right, he can't control the entire situation in the formation. How did he see through the changes in my formation? Zhang Pingyin's expression sank as he thought to himself. Furthermore, how did he mobilize all the soldiers of Feather Emergence Camp to do as he pleased? Wait a moment. It's Eternal Peace's 3 primordial spirits meeting chant. His face changed drastically. There was a technique called 3 primordial spirits meeting technique in Eternal Peace's reform. It was the most wondrous technique on the battlefield, and it was the fastest to mobilize troops. Back then in Great Void Land, Emperor Yanfeng and Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor Jiang Baigui had turned into monks and Taoists, leading the army of Carefree Village to fight against the army of Heavenly Court several times, killing countless enemies. The 4 Heavenly Masters and 4 Heavenly Kings of Heavenly Court had an unusual headache over these 2 people. In the end, it was Meng Yungue who saw through the 2 of them and broke Emperor Yanfeng's formation. He chased after Emperor Yanfeng for tens of thousands of miles and almost killed the bald monk. Back then, Meng Yungue was able to break the formation, so he had ordered his spies to go to Eternal Peace and secretly learn 3 primordial spirit convergence formula, so he knew the way to break it. Clearly, not only had Meng Yungue broken 3 primordial spirit meeting formula, he had also learned 3 primordial spirit meeting formula. 3 primordial spirit meeting formula, I don't know its technique so I can't break it. However, since Meng Yungue is able to grasp the overall situation, it means that he must have ears and eyes outside, watching the battle situation. Zhang Pingyin was smarter than most people. He immediately looked around and his gaze landed on the pass in front of Southern Heaven's impregnable pass. There was an oval-shaped mirror hanging in front of the pass. Zhang Pingyin raised his hand and took out the divine bow. He shot an arrow with the bow and the mirror instantly shattered into dust. He heaved a sigh of relief and changed the formation again. However, it was still restrained by Meng Yungue. Zhang Pingyin frowned and continued to look around. Suddenly, he bent the bow again and extinguished the sun in the sky. The sun was extinguished and the sky became dark. Zhang Pingyin looked again and saw that the formation was still suppressed by Meng Yungue. He has other eyes and ears. Zhang Pingyin pointed at his glabella and opened the vertical eye between his glabella. He looked into the river that was a tributary of the Heavenly River. Then he raised his right foot and stomped heavily. The river water churned, and silver fish flew out of the river. Zhang Pingyin killed all the silver fish. The silver fish exploded and broke into countless parts. They were all made of divine metal and served as Meng Yungue's eyes and ears. There are other eyes and ears. The vertical eye between Zhang Pingyin's brows shone in all directions. He shouted and pushed the power of the divine eye to the extreme. He saw mirrors hanging high in the air around the Southern Heaven Majestic Pass. Zhang Pingyin shot the mirrors and looked down. He saw that in the Yudu huge demonic god eyeballs were refined into treasures and were staring at him. Meng Yungue, you are worthy of being my enemy. Shang Pingyin's right index finger moved quickly in the air and drew a talisman of the great Tao of Yudu. He imprinted it on the divine bow and shot out an arrow, exploding the demonic god eyeballs. Now that all of Meng Yungue's arrangements had been removed, Shang Pingyin could finally relax. At this moment, a cloud suddenly flew up from the pass. There were countless strange insects in the cloud. They had big heads and small bodies. There were countless compound eyes on their heads. They flew up with a buzzing sound. The compound eyes of those strange insects reflected the situation on the battlefield and could be seen clearly. Shang Pingyin opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of divine fire. All of the strange insects were burned clean. Meng Yungue sighed inwardly. His time was too short and his troops were too weak. He did not prepare any more methods. If he was given time, he could easily set up a plan that Shang Pingyin would not be able to break. Now that he had lost control of the overall situation, if he continued to forcefully hold on, his entire army would definitely be wiped out. Meng Yungue personally cut off the rear and retreated towards Xiong Pass. Shang Pingyin took advantage of his victory and chased after him all the way to Xiong Pass. Suddenly, countless flags flew in the pass and the formation was tight. Shang Pingyin was shocked and quickly ordered the troops to stop. In case anything happened, Meng Yungue would take the opportunity to enter the city. How many people did Meng Yungue lead to South Heaven this time? Shang Pingyin summoned a person and asked. The soldier said, Celestial Master, Meng Yungue led 100,000 Yuhua battalion soldiers this time. He didn't bring any other army. This pass is an empty city. Shang Pingyin's eyes lit up and he said sternly, Attack the city. Boom! The seemingly majestic South Heaven Pass collapsed under the divine martial guard's attack. In the city, Meng Yungue sighed and shouted, Retreat while fighting. Defend South Heaven to the death. The soldiers of the Plume Manifestation Battalion were engaged in a bloody battle. However, they suffered more and more casualties as they faced the divine martial guard's powerful force. One by one, familiar figures fell to the ground beside Meng Yungue. Just as he said, they were destined to lose. They had no hope of winning. Even though he had already expected this outcome, seeing it with his own eyes, his heart was still filled with sorrow. The Divine Martial II Guard's battle formation's power had gradually erupted. Its power grew stronger and stronger. Every attack caused hundreds of people to fall beside him. Wherever the battle formation passed, mountains collapsed, the sky collapsed, and the sun and moon lost their light. These days of fighting, the Divine Martial II Guard's advantage was displayed by Shang Pingyin. As a demigod, his physical body was strong, and he did not know how to fight tirelessly. In addition, the Divine Martial II Guard's cultivation was extremely high, and they had already dragged down the soldiers of the emergence camp. If they continued to fight, the Plume Manifestation camp and Meng Yungue would definitely be wiped out. Finally, the Divine Martial Guard's formation was pushed to the limit. Waves of emperors might shot up into the sky from the formation. It was as if the heavenly palaces had merged together to form the formation of the great heavenly court of the 18 heavenly palaces. Meng Yungue's face was pale. This was the formation that the 4 heavenly masters had worked together to create. Among the 4 heavenly masters, he had played a great role and contributed more than half of the formation. In the battle to hunt down Carefree Village, he had used this formation to suppress Lang Lang and kill countless soldiers of Carefree Village. He had forced the 4 celestial masters of Carefree Village to join forces in order to block the attack of the Heaven Court. However, this time, he and his Yulin royal guards were going to be buried under the weapons that he had designed himself. He turned around and looked at South Heaven. He was at a loss. I shouldn't have listened to you, Chunzi, Celestial Master Mu, and my dreams. He suddenly became excited, and all his mana burst out, carrying all the remaining soldiers of the emergence camp. He said sternly, Brothers, follow me to death, are you willing? This is our fortune. Loud laughter rang out, and within the formation, divine light soared into the sky. One by one, figures stood with him, facing Divine Martial II Guards. Shang Ping saw the situation and shook his head. Overestimating yourself. The two great arrays collided and the emergence camp was about to be completely submerged. Suddenly, an incomparably thick jade pillar spun down from the sky and stabbed into the center of the two great arrays with a thump, smashing the earth and rocks into all directions. Under the jade pillar, a burly man with a dragon's head and a turtle's back spun the jade pillar with all his might. The 28 heavens instantly roared and expanded as countless treasures appeared in the 28 heavens. The treasures shot out in all directions and broke the array formation of Divine Martial Two guards. The 100,000 fiend god army was sent flying on the spot. The 28 heavens intersected with each other, taking Meng Yungue and the remaining Yuhua battalion soldiers into the heavens. Meng Yungue and the others could not help but fall onto the treasures one by one, bewildered. They thought that they would definitely die, but they did not expect to not die. Instead, they were saved. Fortunately, it's not too late. A familiar voice entered Shang Pingyin's ears. Shang Pingyin's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly looked towards the source of the voice. He saw a young man with the head of a qilin and the body of a human standing at the peak of the 28 heavens, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Loose Cultivator Dragon Mountain. Shang Pingyin blurted out. It's me. The dragon qilin stood at the highest point and looked at Shang Pingyin from afar. He smiled and said, Shang Pingyin, we meet again after a separation of 600,000 years. The Heavenly Court's army rushed to the Yuan world. The water from the Heavenly River flowed down the river and into the Yuan world. Suddenly, the Heaven Overseeing Department rushed to report, Your Majesty, there is a phenomenon in the southern sky. The stars are shaking and the Heavenly River is shaking. The heavens are forming. It is like the phenomenon of the number one treasure in the world, the azure glazed heaven. Heavenly Emperor Hao thought for a moment, he said. The azure glazed heaven was refined by Heavenly Emperor Mu in the Great Black Mountain of the Ancestral Court for decades. It is no longer the same as before, but it is not the number one treasure in the world. There are countless treasures that are more powerful than it. However, Shangping probably won't be able to resist the glazed azure sky pillar when it reaches the southern sky. Pass my orders to Northern Heavenly King Yi Luo and the Third Celestial Master Bai Yuqiong. They will bring the southern sky gate to the southern sky to suppress Meng Yungue and the rebels. He thought for a moment and said, Instruct Yi Luo to be careful of Bai Yuqiong. If there are any strange movements, activate the southern sky gate and kill them. Go down. Longshan's loose cultivator once again appeared. Scatter the flowers. Tonight at 10 o'clock, the public account drew the lottery. Everyone, don't forget? At 10 o'clock, remember to go to the lottery on time. It would only take a few seconds and your luck might explode? Shang Pingyin saw loose cultivator Longshan again, and his Dao heart almost collapsed on the spot. He still remembered the battle in Black Tortoise Heavenly Palace in Northern Heavenly River. It was the biggest defeat of his life. He had led Heavenly River Navy, Divine Martial Guards, and Northern Falling Division, but they had actually been defeated by loose cultivator Longshan's formation of azure heaven glazed tiles. The heavy casualties had almost wiped out the name of these four armies from the Heavenly Court. It had also caused him to be unable to recover for hundreds of thousands of years. His hands were also trembling. The formation that loose cultivator Longshan had used back then was still very crude. After 600,000 years of development, the formation and the number of spells had also improved. Shang Pingyin was now able to easily break loose cultivator Longshan's formation back then. However, would loose cultivator Longshan not have improved? How terrifying was the progress of such a talented person over the past 600,000 years? Meng Yungue raised his head and looked up at the dragon qilin standing at the top of the 28 heavens. His heart was filled with respect and awe. There had always been no conclusion as to who was the number one celestial master of the Heavenly Court. Some people said that Shang Pingyin was the number one celestial master of the Heavenly Court. Others said that Yu Ting was extremely talented and her intelligence far surpassed Shang Pingyin's. There were also people who said that Meng Yungue's talent surpassed Shang Pingyin's. However, there was no such debate about the number one heavenly teacher of the world. There was only one person who was the number one heavenly teacher of the world, and that was loose cultivator Longshan, who had shaken the world during the era of Long Han and had suddenly disappeared. Loose cultivator Longshan could be said to be the god in the hearts of all the heavenly teachers in history. This name represented invincibility. Prince Yuming was slightly worried. Shang Pingyin and Meng Yungue didn't know about the tricks of the battle back then, but he knew it clearly. Back then it was Qin Mu who had used the Dragon Qilin to fight against Shang Pingyin. He had defeated Shang Pingyin along with Divine Martial Two Guards, Heavenly River Navy, and Northern Falling Sect, fulfilling the Dragon Qilin's fame. And now, the person who had come was only the Dragon Qilin, a careless fellow. He was just a facade. Could the Dragon Qilin really defeat Shang Pingyin and maintain his undefeated legend? He really didn't have the confidence in his heart. The Dragon Qilin didn't have much confidence either. Even though he had spent all these years studying algebra and the path of formations and his attainments were far from what they could compare to back then, he was still a little apprehensive when facing a celestial master like Shang Pingyin who had been on the battlefield for a long time. I can't lose my face. The Dragon Qilin cheered himself up. Even though I can't compare to Cult Master in the path of formations I've been studying all these years, the formations in Eternal Peace are much better than those bumpkins in Heavenly Court. More importantly, the Azure Sky Pillar has been reforged by Old Master Blind and Old Master Mute, so it's much better than before. I can win this battle. With a thought, he immediately activated the Azure Sky Pillar. The soldiers of Feather Emergence Camp who were in the Azure Sky Pillar immediately felt the changes in the formations in the 28 heavens. They couldn't help but be brought up by the formations as their magic power overflowed and connected to the formations, changing with the changes in the formations. At the same time, they felt that they were connected to one precious treasure after another, and they were in control of a great power. They couldn't help but feel surprised and happy. However, Meng Yungue, who was also in the 28 heavens, was somewhat hesitant. The soldiers of the emergence camp couldn't see it, but he could see that loose cultivator Longshan was somewhat sluggish in the changes in the formation. Loose cultivator Longshan hasn't appeared for hundreds of thousands of years. He is probably a little rusty. Meng Yungue's heart moved slightly. I'll help him familiarize himself with the changes in the array formation first. I'll definitely be able to help him familiarize himself with it again. His spiritual sense fluctuated, turning into a voice that rang out in the Dragon Qilin's mind. He instructed the Dragon Qilin on how to change the array formation. The Dragon Qilin activated the Azure Glazed Sky Pillar and charged towards the Divine Martial Guards. With Meng Yungue's guidance, he gradually relaxed, and the operation of the array formation became more and more agile. The army of Heavenly Court arrived at Origin World. The first wave of advanced troops had already entered Origin World and started to attack tentatively in order to test out the weak points of Origin World's defense. Origin World's territory was vast, and there were countless worlds of heavens nearby. Back then, Origin World could accommodate Longhan, Shaohan, and Longshao. The military strength of Heavenly Court was just a drop in the ocean when placed in Origin World. As for the defense of Eternal Peace and Carefree Village, it was impossible to cover all aspects, so attacking from a weak point was the most labor-saving way. The vanguard troops of gods and devils that charged into Origin World galloped around, burning, killing, and plundering. Eternal Peace didn't occupy the entire Origin World, and there were still god kingdoms of different sizes in Origin World. These god kingdoms weren't Eternal Peace's territory, and some of them were even enemy kingdoms. They immediately surrendered to the advanced troops of Heavenly Court. Some of them were subordinate kingdoms of Eternal Peace. They resisted with all their might while asking for help from Eternal Peace. There were also quite a few small kingdoms that surrendered upon hearing the news and didn't put up any resistance. Before the main force of Heavenly Court had even arrived in the Origin World, 1/3 of the Origin World had already fallen into the hands of Heavenly Court. When the main force of Heavenly Court appeared in the sky above the Origin World, the world barrier of the Origin World was directly crushed. It was like an egg that had been peeled open and was exposed in front of the army of Heavenly Court. Numerous golden and resplendent, heavenly palaces floated in the sky. Countless gods and demons stood on the clouds. The gods and demons of the Heavenly Court were venting their emotions that had been brought about by the 10-odd years of traveling. Thunderclaps and lightning crackled as they fell from the sky, turning the ground below into scorched earth. The Heavenly Court's army of gods and demons entered the various divine kingdoms along the way. Those divine kingdoms immediately suffered. The Heavenly Court's army had traveled a long distance, so these gods and demons had nowhere to vent their anger. When they finally had an opportunity to vent their anger in the Yuan world, They naturally had to act arrogantly. There was no lack of incidents of burning, killing, looting, and bullying. Some soldiers even led a group of people to loot and destroy many cities. They killed the residents of the divine kingdoms and used their heads as battle merits. Some even plundered the Yuan world's divine kingdom's national treasury. They even entered the divine kingdom's emperor's harem and killed the emperor. They played in the harem day and night. The various generals of the heavenly court turned a blind eye to this. In this crusade against the Yuan world, the soldiers needed to vent their anger. Otherwise, it would be easy for things to change. Hence, they allowed them to act recklessly. After more than 10 days, the heavenly emperor gave an order. Tell them not to go too far. The generals gave orders to reorganize the military, and only then did they settle down. After this robbery, the military marquises and generals had plundered a huge amount of wealth. They had all their supplies and slaves, and everyone was happy. However, the divine kingdoms that surrendered to the heaven court were in a mess. They were basically destroyed. After a few days of recuperation, Heavenly Emperor Haotian issued a decree. Northern Sky Black Emperor, lead the 40 military marquises of Northern Sky to march from the northern lands of the Yuan world. The original Northern Sky Black Emperor Yin Tianzi was dead. Nian Guanhe, who was one of the 5 emperors, took over the Black Emperor's position. He immediately led the 40 military marquises of Northern Sky, including the 3-Li Palace, the Gourd, the Melon, the Left Banner, the River Drum, the Sky, the Right Banner, the Sky Rooster, and the Fortress Formation to attack the northern lands of the Yuan world. When the Demon Ancestor Great Black Heaven heard the news, he immediately led the Demon Ancestor army and met up with Nian Guanhe outside the Candyland Icefield. Heavenly Emperor Haotian gave another decree. Crimson Emperor of the Southern Sky, lead the 39 army marquises of the Southern Sky to attack the Southern Sea. Crimson Emperor Qi Xianyu received the decree and led the 39 army marquises, including Changchan, Langjiang, Taizun, Santai, Northern River, the 5 marquises Tianzuan, Si Guai, Shuifu, and Silu to attack the Southern Sea. Qi Emperor and Ming Emperor immediately sent out their troops to fight Qi Emperor Qi Xianyu. Both sides opened up their battle lines on the sea. Heavenly Emperor Haotian ordered, East Heaven Green Emperor, lead the 60 army dukes from the East Sea to attack. East Heaven Green Emperor stationed troops in the East Sea and led the 60 army dukes from Tianjiang, Dongxian, Xixian, Tianfu, cavalry, chariot, and formation to set up camp on the sea. Heavenly Emperor Haotian ordered, White Emperor of the West, lead the 27 armies of the West to attack the West. The White Emperor of the West immediately moved into the high heavens and led the 27 armies of the West, including Tianhuang, Curly Tongue, Tianguan, Tianjia, Yu, Shunqi, Jiwei, and Zhozhou to attack the west from the high heavens. The 3 heavenly kings, 2 heavenly masters, 8th Guard, 7th Duke, 4th Slaughter, 3rd Division, 2nd Support, 5th Emperor Seat, and 5th Emperor Seat, led the troops of the Heaven Court to attack from the middle. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven personally took charge. The Heavenly River Water Division of the 3 divisions occupied the Heavenly River and took the lead to attack Carefree Village, which was situated to the north of Middle-earth in the Origin World. Qin Mu came to the Great Black Mountain of the Ancestral Court and confirmed the position of the World Tree in the universe. He then sneaked into Yudu without stopping and went straight to Great Abyss of Returning Ruins. Shangjun hid in his shadow and asked, 7th Young Master, who's that person under the World Tree? He's called Su Shanghua. Qin Mu smiled. His abilities are very strong, right? Shangjun said. It's hard to say his current abilities, but if he becomes Dao, it's hard to say his abilities. I saw that the technique he cultivated was different from the previous ones. He seemed to be analyzing the world tree and preparing to cultivate his own world tree. If he did that, he wouldn't need to entrust his great Dao to the void. Qin Mu nodded and said, Brother Su and Lan Yuqian, they are making this path to become a Dao. Shangjun was silent for a moment, then couldn't help asking, if they become a Dao and don't need to entrust their Dao to the void, would they be able to avoid the collapse of the ultimate void due to too many Dao practitioners? Qin Mu smiled. They do have this plan. As for whether they can avoid the collapse of the ultimate void, we aren't sure yet. Shangjun fell silent once more. After a long while he said, I feel that the path they are walking is the right path. Qin Mu turned back and saw Shangjun's eyes shining in his shadow. It was clear that he was thinking about the matter of him attaining Dao and causing the destruction of the 16th epoch. Shang Jun, who had attained Tao by killing, no longer had the sharpness that he had when he dared to kill everything in the past. After seeing Su Shanghua's path-forming technique, the shock in his heart became even greater, causing him to doubt himself even more and doubt his own path. Self-doubt would cause self-denial in his Tao heart, which would have a huge impact on Tao realm. His cultivation might even regress instead of advancing. The world tree-forming Tao skill is the great Tao that sustains oneself. Qin Mu continued forward. Tao realm-forming Tao skill is the great Tao that sustains the void, he said indifferently. Even though there were differences between the two methods, it didn't mean that the other method was wrong. Lord Shang, if you continue to doubt your own path, your cultivation will continue to weaken, and you will eventually become a cripple. This universe requires Su Shanghua to entrust himself, and also requires you to entrust yourself to the void. Lord Shang's Tao heart stopped crumbling and continued to follow him silently. When they reached Great Abyss of Ultimate Ruins, Qin Mu confirmed the specific location of the Great Abyss, and rose up to bring Lord Shang into the Ultimate Void. Now that he had the coordinates of the World Tree and Great Abyss of Sinkhole, he could determine the location of all the Tao trees that were marked on Great Change's geographical map. He unfolded Great Change's geographical map, and marked the corresponding location of the World Tree and Sinkhole. He then closed his eyes and in his mind, the image of Great Change's geographical map spread out endlessly, connecting to Ultimate Void. Great overarching heavens and Tao trees were imprinted on the Ultimate Void in his mind one after another, and a path clearly appeared in his mind. On Great Change's geographical map, Great Change's location was imprinted on the Ultimate Void, and the place where Great Change had been imprisoned was finally found by him. "Young master, have you sensed it?" Shang Jun suddenly said. "Someone has formed the Tao in the Ultimate Void." Qin Mu was astonished and hurriedly opened his eyes. "You mean that someone is entrusting the Ultimate Void? That's impossible." He frowned slightly. "In this world, there's no one closer to the 36th heavens of Tao realm than me. The next Tao practitioner will definitely be me. But it's impossible for me to walk the path of branding the void, unless this person doesn't come from this universe." Shang Jun said solemnly. "I can sense the aura from the 16th epoch. This existence that is entrusting the great Tao is a Tao practitioner of the 16th epoch." Qin Mu's expression was solemn. "Heavenly Venerate, how, you have disappointed me. You should still go borrow the power of third young master and fourth young master. Shang Jun, since you can sense this Tao practitioner, can you sense where he is?" Shang Jun nodded. "Young master's meaning is? Your knife is blunt. I need to polish you until you shine." Qin Mu smiled slightly. "Do you have the confidence to kill this guest from the prehistoric era?" During the lottery last night, too many brothers had rushed in. The public account small program couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed. The otaku pig had also rushed in several times but didn't enter. The lottery this time would last until 10 p.m. on the 11th. Only after the night of the 11th would the dust settle. During that time they could enter to draw the lottery. Those who didn't go could go and try their luck, but now it wasn't stuck. Shang Jun was indeed blunt. Not only was his knife blunt, his Tao heart was also blunt. However, when he heard Qin Mu say that he would kill the visitors from the prehistoric era, his Tao heart became sharp once again. Qin Mu felt the incomparably sharp knife light and killing intent in his shadow, and not only did he reveal a hint of a smile, Shang Jun felt guilt and self-blame because he had formed his Tao and crushed the ultimate void, sinking into self-denial. He hated himself deeply, but he hated those who had attained the Tao in prehistoric times even more. When there were no enemies, his blade would injure himself, cutting his Tao heart one blade after another. But when enemies came, his blade would face the outside world. No matter how much he injured himself, he would injure his enemies even more viciously. Ultimate Void. Spirit Official Palace Master forcefully branded the void with his own great Tao. His great overarching heaven was in the process of being formed. The so-called great overarching heaven was actually a heaven formed by understanding the heaven and earth with one's own great Tao, shaping the heaven and earth, and turning it into the heavens. The great overarching heaven was the form of Tao. Any kind of great Tao was an explanation of the universe. The more one comprehended and deepened their understanding of Tao, the more complete and real the heaven and earth that was formed by Tao would be. For example, Sword Tao. When founding Emperor Sword Tao was cultivated to the 36th heaven, he used his Sword Tao to form the great overarching heaven of Sword Tao. There were mountains, rivers, trees, birds, animals, fishes, suns, moons, and stars in the great overarching heaven, making it seem like a real world. However, when the founding emperor used his way of the sword, the great overarching heaven in the real world, it was only a divine ability. After it was used, it would dissipate. However, the characteristics of the ultimate void were different. One could brand one's own great Tao here and mold the ultimate void into the form of Tao. It would not dissipate. This kind of brand did not require one to forcefully activate the great Tao to change the structure of the ultimate void. One only needed to brand one's own Tao here, and the ultimate void would naturally change and become the great overarching heaven. The spiritual official palace master's path to Tao was two paths. One was the path of the Tao realm to Tao. This was the orthodox path of the Miluo Palace. The great overarching heaven was the most perfect path to Tao after comprehending the Tao realm. He was able to become one of the 72 palace masters by relying on the Tao realm to achieve Tao. He had already achieved Tao realm 4 times. He had cultivated 3 Tao fruits and 1 Tao flower, and his cultivation base was incomparably rich. He cultivated 1 great Tao for each cosmic epoch, and he had already cultivated 4 great Tao and 4 great Luo heavenly realms. However, the 4th one was too short, and he hadn't cultivated a Tao fruit for the 16th cosmic epoch before it was destroyed. The other path was to use strength to cultivate the Tao. The path of using strength to cultivate the Tao was the Jade Capital system. Cultivating the 72 palaces of the Jade Capital, comprehending the Tao achieving techniques of the 7 young masters and the Tao achieving techniques of the masters of the Miluo Palace, using the power of the ancestral court, the Jade Capital, and the Miluo Palace to increase his own cultivation base and strength, and using this to brand the ultimate void. Using strength to form the path quickly was easier to cultivate than Tao realm to form the path, but it wasn't authentic and had hidden dangers. It was easy to be suppressed by the 7 young masters of Miluo Palace. However, to the hall masters of Miluo Palace, the hidden dangers didn't exist. After all, they were all subordinates of the 7 young masters. When the master of Miluo Palace didn't appear, they had to listen to the orders of the 7 young masters. Of course, as the 7th young master, Qin Mu actually didn't have much power in Miluo Palace. There wasn't even a hall master of Hall of Chaos who cultivated him. Hall Master Spirit Officer used both paths and skills, so his achievements were extremely high. His great overarching heaven gradually took shape at a very fast speed. Compared to cultivating the new Great Tao step by step, it was easiest to use his own Great Tao to brand the void. However, Hall Master Spirit Officer was a little greedy and chose to brand the 4 Great Tao together. The great overarching heaven forged from the 4 Great Taos was exquisite and unbreakable. As long as the branding was successful and he planted his own Tao tree, he would have a firm foothold in this universe. If the branding was completed and the Tao tree was planted, even if he was killed and his Tao was not destroyed, he could still be resurrected from the Tao fruit. It was just that his physical body was much weaker than before. The only difficulty was that his Tao tree was the Tao tree of the past universe. It would be a little troublesome to plant it in the ultimate void of this universe. It would attract resistance from the ultimate void, but it was not a big deal to him. Finally, his Great All Heaven was completed. The Great All Heaven was red, gold, blue, and black. It was red like fire, gold like gold, blue like the sky, and black like ink. These 4 colors represented his achievements in the 4 great Taos of fire, gold, sky, and darkness. With a thought, the Spirit Officer Palace Lord flew out. This palace was the great Tao he had comprehended from the master of the Ilua Palace's primordial chaos runes. Although it was not as great as the palace of the 7 young masters, it was still no trifling matter. Planting a Tao tree and using my palace to suppress the resistance of the ultimate void should be enough. He raised the treasured palace and hung it above his great all heaven. Then the Tao tree appeared. Countless branches and roots danced in the void and fell toward the great all heaven. At this moment the void was in turmoil. A kind of Tao light burst out from the void and attacked his Tao tree in great all heaven. Spirit Official Palace Master urged the treasured palace to resist the invasion of the great Tao in the void. He looked at them one by one. He smiled and said, "So it's the Tao of the divine sense." The Tao of the divine sense was split from the absolute beginning Tao. Someone must have cultivated the great overarching heaven of the divine sense and branded it in the ultimate void. I planted the Tao tree by force, which caused a riot in the ultimate void. I drew the Tao of the divine sense to attack me. Suddenly, another ray of light from the great Tao broke through the void and attacked his treasured palace. However, it was blocked by Lingguan Palace. The spiritual official palace lord looked over, he smiled and said, "The great Tao of One Qi is the great Tao of One Qi of the absolute beginning Tao. It is not considered a true absolute beginning Tao, and it is not a threat to me." The two types of innate One Qi mean that there are two people in this universe who have cultivated the innate One Qi to achieve Tao. However, their Tao charms are not deep, so they must have used force to achieve Tao. It is most likely Emperor Haotian and the absolute beginning of this universe. Qi. A sword light tore through the sky and slashed towards his Tao tree. The lord of the Lingguan Palace had a thought, and the Tao light in the treasure hall shone brightly to block this attack. He smiled and said, "This is the sword Tao of the acquired Tao. TSK, I did not expect this universe to be so primitive. There are already living beings who have started to create their own great Tao and have cultivated it to the Daoyuo heavenly realm. It's rare, really rare. It's a pity that the person who imprinted the Daoyuo heavenly sword Tao doesn't have strong mana and hasn't cultivated the Tao fruit. A mere 4 Daoyuo heavenly realms can't do anything to me." He felt relieved. The ultimate void didn't have any power. The resistance to him planting the Tao tree was only to mobilize the great Tao power imprinted on the ultimate void Daoyuo heavenly realm. Obviously, although the 17th epoch had developed for 6 billion years, the Tao techniques and abhijnas were still very backward. The most powerful living beings in this universe had only just begun to come into contact with the Tao. There were only 4 people who had attained the Tao, and they had only cultivated to the realm of Tao flowers in the great overarching heaven. They could not threaten him. He had just heaved a sigh of relief when another wave of great Tao fluctuations came crashing over. The spirit official palace master's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly rose into the air and landed in front of the spirit official palace. He roared furiously and used all of his power to activate the palace. However, the surging light was actually incomparably powerful and terrifying. A wave of shockwave rushed over, and the surface of the spirit official palace instantly emitted crackling sounds of explosions. With a rumble, it fell from the sky above Great All Heaven to the ground. Boom! Great All Heaven was struck by the palace, and the earth shook and the mountains shook. The earth split open and the mountains collapsed. The terrifying shockwave stirred up violent winds and uprooted the Tao tree that had just taken root. The sun in the sky of the great overarching heaven was directly extinguished and fell into the earth, causing the great overarching heaven to sink and tilt. The bright moon in the sky split into pieces and was completely destroyed by the impact of the great Tao. His treasured palace was even emitting creaking sounds. Tao stones were continuously cracking, and it was difficult for it to withstand the incomparably terrifying pressure. Even the spirit official palace lord in front of the palace hall was being pressed down until his body was constantly shrinking, making it difficult for him to stabilize his body. The Tao of great change. I forgot about that person. The spirit official palace lord took a long breath. Hundreds of bones, internal organs, intestines, hundreds of muscles, and even hair and skin in his body had all transformed into ancient gods. He was too ancient, and every part of his body had already become a god. At this moment all of his mana was mobilized, and he was truly extremely powerful. It's that person's great overarching heaven, that nameless expert who fought with teacher. The spirit official palace lord's body expanded crazily as he shouted repeatedly. He forcefully withstood the suppression of this terrifying Tao of great change. The Tao of great change was mixed with the Tao of innate One Qi, the Tao of divine sense, and the Tao of sword, causing numerous wounds on his body. The spirit official palace lord seemed to be unaware of this. His body continued to break and gather. These injuries could not do anything to him. Only the Tao of divine sense would enter his mind and cause him a lot of trouble. However, he had formed his Tao during the 4 universe eras. His Tao heart was so stable that even in existence who had formed his divine sense of the great overarching heaven would not be able to do much harm to him. It's that powerful warrior who crossed the 16 primal chaos rivers and went to meet Teacher in the Miluo Palace. He was sent into the 4th epoch by Teacher. The eldest young master has been searching for him all this time, but he was never able to find him. It was only during the 16th epoch that he was found and suppressed. Hall Master Lingguan's physical body continued to expand, and his physical body grew stronger and stronger. Great Taoists danced behind his head, and his body gradually flew up from the front of the treasure hall. The treasure hall was entangled by his great Taoists, and the power of the treasure hall was pushed to its limits. The sound of the yellow bell reverberated incessantly. I forgot that he achieved Tao in the 17th epoch, and he nearly suffered a great loss. On the Tao tree 3 Tao fruits flew up, and Tao flowers bloomed. This caused Hall Master Lingguan's aura to soar even higher. He forcefully resisted the Tao of great change and stabilized his body. His entire body floated up and floated above his Tao tree. He chuckled and said, "If great change was still in this universe, then I would have retreated and not branded the ultimate void. I would not have planted the Tao tree. However, he has already been suppressed by eldest young master. Just his great change Tao branded by great all heaven cannot do anything to me." He withstood the impact of the 5 great Tao of great overarching heaven with all his strength, and the Tao tree took root once more. Instantly, his great overarching heaven stopped collapsing, and the sun that had sunk into the land of great overarching heaven started burning once more, rising slowly. The blazing sun overcame the flames, and when the sun rose, the land of great overarching heaven was covered in flames and flowing with gold. At that moment, a human figure slowly walked over from the golden land and walked into the flowing flames of the sun. 7th Young Master. Hall Master Spirit Official's expression changed drastically, and his Tao heart finally wavered. At the instant his Tao heart wavered, the killing intent in the long shadow behind Qin Mu boiled and instantly rushed into Hall Master Spirit Official's mind. The next moment he saw another figure had already arrived by his side. The killing intent of Ying Xiao was connected to the killing intent in his mind, and transformed into the knife in that person's hand. That figure turned around, carrying the saber on his back. The saber light connected to the brain deep between his brows and lifted upwards. The Spirit Official Palace Lord's brows split open and he said sternly, "Lord Shang." That young man's killing intent was so intense. His footsteps were staggered as he moved around him from front to back. His speed was extremely fast, and with every step he took, he would slash out with his saber. The saber light was as practiced as it revolved around the Spirit Official Palace Lord endlessly. Suddenly, a knife light that was like a silk ribbon flashed past and slashed down from above. With a loud crack, Hall Master of Spirit Official Palace's Tao tree split apart from the center and fell to the sides. Bang! Hall Master of Spirit Official Palace shattered into pieces and was crushed by the 5 great Tao that came from the void. The treasured palace crashed onto the Tao tree that had collapsed with a boom. Shang Jun dispersed his killing intent and took a step back to avoid the treasured palace of Spirit Official Palace that had crashed down. He hid in the shadows behind Qin Mu. Shang Jun completely concealed his aura. He stood in Qin Mu's shadow as if he didn't exist. However, the instant he withdrew his knife, Hall Master Spirit Officer's treasured palace rumbled, and great overarching heaven collapsed. The treasured palace brought 3 Tao fruits and a Tao flower that fell rapidly from the ultimate void toward the direction of the origin world. Under the treasured hall, Hall Master Spirit Official's crushed flesh squirmed and reassembled itself. "Lord Shang, you have ruined my Tao and destroyed my corporeal body. I will definitely take revenge for this in the future." Hall Master Spirit Official's voice sounded out. His corporeal body squirmed and suddenly split into 4 parts, each carrying Tao fruits and Tao flowers as they flew in different directions. Lord Shang flew out from Qin Mu's shadow and chased after the ancient god that was Hall Master Spirit Official's head. At the same time, the Tao tree that Spirit Official Hall Master had split apart also flew up and tried to catch up to the treasure hall. Qin Mu's footsteps moved and landed on half of the Tao tree, suppressing it. Following which, a hall of chaos flew out from behind him and suppressed the other half of the Tao tree. The 2 halves of the Tao tree trembled and great Tao appeared, attacking Qin Mu together. "7th Young Master, you want to snatch my Tao tree? In your dreams." Hall Master Spirit Official's Dao voice came from the Dao tree. The Dao tree was like a great Dao that had life, and its attacks were extremely fierce. The branches and leaves trembled slightly, and all kinds of divine arts, paths, and spells came attacking. Even though Hall Master Spirit Official's corporeal body was destroyed and the Dao fruits and Dao flowers flew away to protect his broken body, his Dao tree still possessed boundless power. Just the divine arts that burst forth from the branches and leaves were enough to make even celestial venerables gasp in admiration. Qin Mu held his sword with one hand and slashed out horizontally. Wherever the sword light passed by, all the divine arts that burst forth from the Dao tree were sliced into two. The 33rd Heaven of Dao Realm. Heaven Opening Chapter. Qi. When this sword slashed onto the Dao tree, the power burst forth and half of Hall Master Lingguan's Dao tree instantly collapsed. In just an instant the Dao tree turned into chaos, evolving from Tai to Tai Chi. Following that, the Dao tree completely disintegrated. It turned into a complete heaven and earth in the ultimate void. Following that, the starry sky of heaven and earth rapidly expanded under the effect of the ultimate void. It collapsed and was about to be destroyed. Qin Mu's spirit embryo divine treasure spread out and contained the heaven and earth. The great abyss of sinkhole collapsed on its own, and it quickly devoured the heaven and earth that the Dao tree had turned into along with Qin Mu's spirit embryo divine treasure. Boom! His divine treasure once again opened up the heaven and earth, evolving once more. Qin Mu raised his head, and primordial chaos purple qi filled his divine treasure. His primordial spirit and corporeal body absorbed the primordial chaos purple qi that Hall Master Spirit Official had transformed into, and it grew continuously. His skinny legs also gradually recovered, and his primordial spirit also returned to the standard of Jade Lake Realm. The other half of Hall Master Spirit Official's Dao tree tried its best to resist Hall of Chaos, trying to escape. However, it couldn't escape the suppression of Hall of Chaos no matter what. Qin Mu walked forward and executed the same method. He slashed out with his sword again, destroying the other half of Hall Master Spirit Officer's Dao tree. He first opened up heaven and earth, then destroyed it to evolve primordial chaos vital qi. After he absorbed this half of the Dao tree, his primordial spirit grew once more. In a short moment, his primordial spirit grew to the level of Heavenly Sea Realm. Shang Jun flew back and carried Hall Master Spirit Officer's head. He saw the two sideburns of Hall Master Spirit Officer's head growing upwards like wings. There was a third eye in the center of his brows and there was a small person in the eye. It had a bird head and a human body just like a golden crow. It was somewhat similar to Ancient God Supreme Sunday. He also had tusks, and those tusks had actually transformed into the form of ancient gods. It was very strange. Qin Mu was astonished. It was the first time he had seen such a strange corporeal body. Hall Master Spirit Officer seemed to have gathered the ancient gods of the universe into one body. His corporeal body seemed to be able to disintegrate into ancient gods at any time. However, Hall Master Spirit Officer's head had already been killed by Lord Shang, and all the ancient gods had already died. Lord Shang's knife is truly incomparably sharp. Qin Mu couldn't help praising it. Lord Shang's Dao existed for the sake of killing. Every move of his was to get rid of his opponent as soon as possible. There were no unnecessary movements, and there was no waste of power. This was different from other Dao arts and divine arts. There were very few Dao arts in the world that specialized in killing. Most of them pursued the essence of the Dao. As for the power of the divine arts, it was usually just a side effect. Learning to use divine arts were just the usage of the Dao. Shang Jun's Dao of killing, on the other hand, existed for the purpose of killing. All of his Dao arts and divine arts were aimed at getting rid of his opponent with the smallest amount of power in the shortest amount of time. In the eyes of many people, this was neglecting the important things to get rid of the trivial ones. However, in reality, their Dao skills were higher than his, and their Dao realm was deeper than his. They might even die in his hands. Lord Shang was astonished that Qin Mu had completely destroyed Hall Master Spirit Officer's Dao tree in such a short period of time. However, even though he was astonished, he didn't say anything. An ancient existence like Hall Master Spirit Officer was very difficult to kill. Previously, he had been able to successfully launch a sneak attack because Qin Mu had shaken Hall Master Spirit Officer's Dao heart, allowing his killing path to pierce into his mind. If Hall Master Spirit Officer's Dao heart hadn't been shaken, even if he had succeeded in his assassination, he would most likely have ended up exchanging his life for his life. Furthermore, even if he lost his life, Hall Master Spirit Officer wouldn't be able to be killed by him. For an existence like Hall Master Spirit Officer, even if it was the apocalypse of the universe, it would be very difficult to completely wipe him out. His Dao tree and Dao fruit could survive the apocalypse without being destroyed. The only threat was the life calamity of the universe. Yet Qin Mu had destroyed Hall Master Spirit Officer's Dao tree. This was something Shang Jun couldn't do. How could there be such a strange corporeal body? Qin Mu sized up Hall Master Spirit Officer's head and frowned slightly. If such an existence's corporeal body disintegrates in the battle with the Heaven Court and turns into ancient gods that slaughter their way into the battlefield, it would probably be a fatal blow to eternal peace. What made him even more worried was that if the corporeal bodies of the other Hall Masters were also so strong, who could resist the few Hall Masters that the young Master of Miluo Palace had sent over? It was fine if Hall Master Spirit Officer had launched a sneak attack, but if Hall Master Spirit Officer had been on guard, even if Hall Master Spirit Officer had once again attained Dao, he wouldn't be able to do anything to such an existence. 1. Young Master, this is his Dao fruit. Hall Master Spirit Officer opened his palm, and the Dao fruit flew up. He tried to escape, but a killing path cage formed above his palm, trapping the Dao fruit. 7th Young Master, the power of this Dao fruit is too strong, I can't destroy it, Shang Jun said. Shang Jun, you should call me Heavenly Venerate Mu. In the 17th era, I'm a Heavenly Venerate, not a Young Master. Qin Mu observed for a moment and carefully examined the great Dao contained in Hall Master Spirit Officer's Dao fruit. He praised. As expected of an existence on the level of Hall Master, he's countless times stronger than the other Dao practitioners. He pulled out Calamity Sword and stabbed at the Dao fruit one after another. However, the tip of each sword had just touched the Dao fruit when it was retracted and didn't pierce into it. Qin Mu sheathed his sword. Let go of the Dao fruit and let him return to the side of that Hall Master. Shang Jun released the Dao fruit as instructed, and the Dao fruit flew out of the ultimate void and vanished without a trace. My sword path is hidden in the Dao fruit. If that Hall Master forcefully takes back the Dao fruit, he'll suffer. Qin Mu left the void and searched for the location marked on Great Change's geographical map. Right, who is this Hall Master? Shang Jun shook his head. I don't know either. Qin Mu sighed. His attainments in his corporeal body are very high, and the techniques of his corporeal body are also very strange. I still don't know what his name is. Shang Jun walked in his shadow and said, Before I kill him next time, I'll help Heavenly Venerate ask for his name. Qin Mu nodded and asked, Do the other Hall Masters of Miluo Palace also possess such a strange and powerful corporeal body? I don't know, I've never killed him before. Shang Jun, if we meet other Hall Masters, let's first ask what his name is. No. If he is prepared, it will not be easy to kill him. That is true. In the army of the Heavenly Court, the Heavenly Palace stood tall. Heavenly Venerate Haotian's side palace had already been built here. The side palace moved along with the army of the Heavenly Court. 2 Dao trees floated above the side palace, majestic and magnificent. These 2 Dao trees were the Dao trees of Heavenly Emperor Haotian and Grand Supreme Emperor Absolute Beginning. They suppressed the fate of the Heavenly Court. Looking from afar, the great Dao swayed in streaks of light and Dao appeared sacred and solemn. Even though they were tens of thousands of miles apart, one could still hear the Dao sounds and Dao charms coming from the Dao trees. In the Lingxiao treasured palace of the other palace, Heavenly Emperor Haotian's expression was solemn, as he looked at the 3 ancient gods with strange expressions. One of the 3 ancient gods had a dragon head and a human body. A Dao fruit was spinning behind his head while the other had a snake head, a human body and a snake tail. Dao flowers were fluttering behind his head, while the other had a cow head and a human body. There was also a Dao fruit behind his head. Heavenly Emperor, I was ambushed by the 7th Young Master. The 7th Young Master found Shang Jun, who killed his way to the Dao, and took advantage of the fact that I was trapped in the ultimate void and suppressed by the ultimate void to launch a sneak attack on me, destroying my Dao body. The ancient god with the head of a dragon and the body of a human was the liver and intestines of the spirit officer Hall Master, and there were some ancient gods of various sizes standing on his body, he said. I was caught off guard and was ambushed. Shangjun destroyed my Dao body, the seventh young master destroyed my Dao tree, and Shangjun even took a Dao fruit from me. This enmity is irreconcilable. I will not rest until they are dead. Heavenly Emperor Haotian relaxed his brows and said with a gentle expression, May I ask, Hall Master, how much will the destruction of my Dao body and Dao tree affect Hall Master's strength? The snake-headed ancient god said, This setback has reduced my cultivation base by 70%. The corners of Heavenly Emperor Haotian's eyes twitched as he threw a glance at ancient god Taiji. Ancient god Taiji understood and thought to himself, Your Majesty wants to kill this spiritual officer Hall Master, refine his Dao fruit, and steal his cultivation base. The ox-headed spiritual officer Hall Master sighed. Right now my strength is only equivalent to 3 ordinary Dao practitioners. This setback will probably require me to cultivate for millions of years, before I can recover to my peak state. Heavenly Emperor Haotian's heart trembled, and he cast a glance at ancient god Taiji. The 2 ancient gods quickly dispelled their killing intent toward the Hall Master. At this moment, Dao light shone brightly in the sky, and another Dao fruit flew over. The 3 Hall Masters suddenly shouted. The 3 of them merged into a headless body, and a dragon head grew out of the umbilical cord in his belly. A pair of bull horns grew out of his shoulder, and 3 bull eyes appeared on his chest. A huge snake coiled around his back. It was extremely strange. The dragon head opened its mouth. It shouted, Seventh young master left 13 sword arts in this Dao fruit of mine and is prepared to use my Dao fruit to plot against me. Although I know that he wants to plot against me, I have no choice but to break it. Heavenly Emperor, I need you to prepare an all-heaven grand ceremony, and use the blood of all living beings as a sacrifice to break his sword arts. It was very easy to prepare for the all-heaven festival with the strength of the heavenly court. The armies of the various armies sent the slaves captured by the heavenly court. After a month or so, the number of slaves met the requirements of the spirit official Hall Master. On the day of the all-heaven festival, the spirit official Hall Master used the bones of countless slaves to pave the altar and ascend it. He sacrificed the flesh and blood of the slaves as a sacrifice to the past generations of saints who had achieved the Tao in the great all-heaven in the ancestral court of Jade Capital. There were 1,200 Tao Lords, and they used the blood of all living beings to ask these Tao Lords to lend him their strength and protect him. At the crucial moment of the all-heaven festival, the illusory image of the ancestral court, the Jade Capital, appeared above the altar. The illusory image suppressed the heavens and earth. This divine city was vast, majestic, and majestic. There were 16 long rivers of chaos in it, forming a winding ring. Between the long river and the long river, there were many ruins of the Jade Capital. Spirit official Palace Master performed a ritual on the altar, offering sacrifices to all living beings. The souls in the countless corpses howled miserably, turning into wisps of black smoke that rushed towards Jade Capital City. Wisps of black smoke rushed into the city and gathered in the long rivers of chaos. Gradually, the figures of those who had attained Tao appeared. There were 1,200 of these figures, and they were indistinct, as if they were black and white. However, these figures stood in the river of chaos. They had experienced the great calamity of destruction, and were indestructible. This was an existence that had achieved Tao in the history of Yujing City. The All-Heaven Festival was mysterious, but it was actually using the principle of mass and energy exchange to sacrifice all living beings. They borrowed the power of these people who had achieved Tao. Emperor Haotian and the retired emperor, Absolute Beginning, led the civil and military officials of the heavenly court to observe the ceremony. When they saw this scene, they were both shocked and afraid. Your Majesty, the power of the ancestral court, Yujing City, is too great. We must guard against it. Retired Emperor Taichu said. If all the Tao practitioners of the ancestral court, Yujing City, descend, I'm afraid that the universe will be destroyed for a long time. Heavenly Emperor Hao nodded slightly. Retired Emperor is right. However, the Taoist skills and abhijanas of the ancestral court, Yujing City, make me very envious. This kind of all-heaven grand festival, through offering sacrifices and borrowing the power of the past Tao practitioners, is extremely powerful. As the hall master of the 72 palaces, the spirit official's divine abilities are truly vast. Absolute Beginning didn't speak anymore. The spirit official's hall master was indeed vast and proficient in all kinds of divine abilities, so this grand rite of all heaven was an eye-opener. In comparison, even the results of eternal peace reform today couldn't compare to the accumulation of the ancestral court of Jade Capital City in the past. On the sacrificial altar, waves of terrifying power surged over and blessed the spirit official's hall master. This power shook the void, and even the hearts of the two Tao practitioners, Absolute Beginning and Heavenly Emperor, palpitated. As for the other important officials, their Tao hearts had long been shaken by this powerful power, and they all knelt on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Hall Master Spirit Official was without a head, so he finished casting his spell on the sacrificial altar. He executed his Tao fruit and connected it with his great Tao. This Tao fruit was connected to his head. If he could wipe away the sword path divine art hidden in the Tao fruit, he could use the power of the Tao fruit to grow a head. If he couldn't wipe away Qin Mu's sword path divine art, he might even be invaded by Qin Mu's sword path divine art and infect other Tao fruits and Tao flowers. At that moment he was full of ambition. His great Tao was connected to the Tao fruit, and he activated the sword path divine art, hidden in the Tao fruit. Suddenly, the sword lights on the sacrificial altar moved like light and lightning. In an instant they filled the sky and spread out layer after layer. Hall Master of Spirit Official Hall had ox horns on his shoulders, intestines like a coiling dragon, and spine like a python. There were 1,200 gods of all sizes in his body, and they were connected to the aura of 1,200 Tao sovereigns of the ancestral court, Jade Capital City. The power of his body was boundless. His aura was unparalleled for a moment, and he used the momentum of the All-Heaven Festival to forcefully resist Qin Mu's divine art of sword path. He tried his best to refine Qin Mu's divine art of sword path. Clang 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 clang. 13 sword cries came from the sacrificial altar in succession. After a moment the sword heavens that filled the sky vanished and the sword lights dimmed. Hall Master Spirit Official stood there with 3 Tao fruits and a Tao flower floating behind him. The flesh on his shoulder squirmed and a new head quickly grew out. Many thanks to fellow Taoists for your help. Hall Master Spirit Official bowed to the 1,200 Tao Lords in the illusion of Jade Capital City. In the illusion of Jade Capital City, the 1,200 Tao Lords bowed in return and their bodies gradually disappeared. The illusion of Jade Capital of the ancestral court soon disappeared as well. The All-Heaven Festival was over. The Lord of Lingguan Palace was relaxed. He jumped down from the altar and the huge white bone altar immediately collapsed and turned into dust. The spiritual power and spiritual energy of the countless white bones had been exhausted. He had relied on the Lord of Lingguan Palace's strength to support himself. Now that the Lord of Lingguan Palace had come down, naturally it would collapse and shatter. Heavenly Emperor, I didn't intend to be enemies with the 7th Young Master, but who knew that the 7th Young Master would take the initiative to provoke me and recruit evil people like Shang Jun? Spirit Official Palace Master walked over with large strides and came before Heavenly Emperor Haotian with a furious expression. His voice was like thunder. 7th Young Master doesn't care about face. Ruining my Tao path and destroying my Tao tree can be considered to have ruined me. Since that's the case, I don't need to feign civility with him. Since you want to flatten eternal peace, then I will lend you a hand and flatten eternal peace and sacrifice the origin world with blood. Heavenly Emperor Haotian laughed loudly and stood up from his throne. With the help of Palace Master, what worries do I have? Men, prepare a feast. Today, I will be drunk together with all my beloved ministers and Spirit Official Palace Master. Thus, a feast was held in the other palace. The gods of the heavenly court toasted each other and the laughter continued. At the feast, many saints toasted the Hall Master of the Spiritual Official Palace. The Hall Master of the Spiritual Official Palace did not reject anyone and drank to his heart's content. There were also some saints who took advantage of the alcohol to bow and ask about Tao techniques and divine powers. The Hall Master of the Spiritual Official Palace was extremely straightforward and answered everything. For a moment, the guests were all happy and the laughter was like thunder. Just as he was enjoying the wine, the Heavenly Emperor turned to him and asked with a smile, "Palace Lord, you are old and I call you Brother Tao. May I ask how many Dao techniques there are in this world? The lord of the Lingguan Palace drank to his heart's content. He said, Brother, there are 4 types of Dao techniques. The first is the most orthodox Dao realm Dao technique. It was created by teacher. The second is the Yu Jing Dao technique. It is also known as using strength to achieve Dao. It is a technique that uses strength and the power of the Yu Jing city. It is considered an unorthodox technique. The third type is the path of Dao created by the second young master. It is called the path of Dao in the sinkhole. Heavenly Emperor Haotian was shocked, but he remained calm and said, May I ask how the path of Dao in the sinkhole is formed? Just as the lord of the spiritual official palace was about to speak, the Dao fruit in the middle of the 3 Dao fruits floating behind his head suddenly cracked. A sword light suddenly shot out from the Dao fruit and cut off the head of the lord of the spiritual official palace. The lord of the spiritual official palace was holding a huge wine cup. His head fell into the wine cup and with a gulp, wine mixed with Dao blood splattered everywhere. The sword light was extremely sharp, like a heaven-splitting sword. The sword light swept in all directions and instantly split the heavenly emperor's side palace into 2. After this sword attack, many of the saints in the palace shrank their heads and prostrated on the ground to avoid the sword light. There were also many people who could not dodge in time and had their heads cut off by the sword. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven roared angrily and got up to block the sword light. He had just blocked the sword light when he saw the head of the huge wine cup in Hall Master Spiritual Official's hand explode with a bang, turning into a piece of chaotic chi. The chaotic chi rose from the huge wine cup, and a figure walked out from the boundless chi to absorb the chaotic chi. That figure was like a manifestation of the chaotic chi. His ears were white and his features were the same as Qin Mu's. Behind Hall Master Spirit Official, another sword light flew out from the Dao fruit that had been split open by the sword light, and was grabbed by Qin Mu who had transformed from the Qi of Chaos. Hall Master Spirit Official was caught unprepared, and hurriedly executed the Dao fruit Dao flower to stabilize the wound on his shoulder to prevent the sword light from invading his corporeal body. I have many mysteries. Qin Mu brandished his sword and the sword light swept in all directions like a waterfall. Under the flying palace, the 5 great experts of the 5 emperor thrones were struck by the sword and fresh blood splattered everywhere. The 5 great experts of the 5 emperor thrones fell and flew away. Qin Mu pointed his sword at the heart of Absolute Beginning's brows, and he immediately retreated. He raised a finger to block the heart of his brows, defending against the sword light. Quite a tease. Jade Pass is far away, and the head of the teapot is breathing fresh air. Qin Mu, who had transformed from the Qi of Chaos, let out a long cry. Sword lights crisscrossed, creating a ruckus at the feast. For a moment, all the important officials of the heavenly court were struck. Some of them had their corporeal bodies pierced by the sword lights and were nailed to the ground, sliding all the way. Some of their primordial spirits had just left their bodies and were about to execute their divine arts when they were pierced by a sword. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven leaped into the sky, and his long sleeves fluttered as he attacked Qin Mu, who was transformed from the Qi of Chaos. The moment he made his move, the other important ministers didn't dare to attack him. They only saw the figures of the 2 of them flying, and soon numerous palaces collapsed. All the ministers tried to dodge, but some couldn't. Some were sent flying by Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven. They spun in the air like windmills, while some were pierced through by the sword light and fell to the ground, bleeding profusely. One sword for self-defense travels 10,000 miles, choosing even the North Pole of the South Ocean. Qin Mu, who was formed from the Qi of Chaos, moved like light and lightning in the other palace. He didn't fight head-on with Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven, but instead attacked the civil and military officials. Absolute Beginning came from the side to intercept the phantom of Qin Mu with Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven. However, Qin Mu's phantom didn't fight head-on with them. It moved away with a touch, sometimes transforming into Qi of Chaos, and sometimes revealing itself to injure the enemy with one sword. Zhuchang Shirkai is new and narrow-minded. Facing the west wind, climbing high and looking far into the distance, the chaotic mountains are slanting the sun. With a good bow and fast horses, we can chat and wrestle with the various dukes. Qin Mu sang with his will and took advantage of the chaos to kill in all directions. For a moment, the people of the other palace were in a panic, and the civil and military officials of the heavenly court scattered in all directions to escape. Suddenly, Hall Master Spirit Official suppressed his injuries and his body flashed to block in front of Qin Mu's phantom. He struck out with his palm, and Qin Mu exploded with a bang, turning into a ball of qi of chaos. Just as the chaotic qi was about to condense, Hall Master Lingguan waved his sleeve and gathered all the chaotic qi into his sleeve. Hall Master Lingguan spread out his 5 fingers, and the chaotic qi flowed out of his sleeve and into his palm. Hall Master Lingguan clenched his fist tightly, and the chaotic qi exploded with a bang. The divine art of sword path that was hidden inside was crushed by him. 7th Young Master. The dragon head at his navel roared in anger. 7th Young Master. You dare to play with me like this? I'll definitely let you know what it means to beg for death. In the ultimate void, Qin Mu found the location marked on Great Change's geographical map, and looked around. He couldn't help being suspicious. There was nothing in the void and there was nothing here. There's not even cold wind, this is what's strange. The vertical eye at the center of his brows opened and looked around, seeing through the ultimate void. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and a ray of light shone out from the vertical eye between his eyebrows. The ultimate void immediately retreated, revealing a small piece of the Great All-Heaven. The Great All-Heaven was pitifully small. It was only a square zhang of land, a grass hut, and an old tree behind the hut. Such a small great overarching heaven? Qin Mu was slightly stunned. This great overarching heaven was different from the one he had seen in the past. Whether it was Supreme Emperor's great overarching heaven, absolute beginning, or Heavenly Emperor vast heavens one chi great overarching heaven, they were all extremely vast. There was heaven and earth, sun, moon, and stars. Some were like beautiful jade carvings while others were like golden worlds. The essence of great overarching heaven was the interpretation of the universe by the Tao, so every great overarching heaven was a complete world of heavens. However, the great overarching heaven in front of them was pitifully small. Even though it was small, it had all its internal organs. Even though this great overarching heaven was small, there was a small sun hanging behind the thatched cottage, and in front of it was a small moon. It was very small and delicate, and it revolved around this small great overarching heaven. Qin Mu went forward and the sun rose from the back of the house. When it came to the front, the moon had already sunk to the back of great overarching heaven. When the sunlight shone on the shadow behind him, Shang Jun's figure was revealed. Shang Jun was already used to hiding in his shadow. When he suddenly appeared, he was at a loss as he was exposed to the sunlight. He stood there in a daze. Shang Jun, you weren't like this when you were in the village. Qin Mu smiled gently. Back then, you were slaughtering pigs at the entrance of the village and raised your knife. Even when you saw me, you didn't feel uneasy at all. As long as you have an open heart, what's the harm even if you are the target of thousands and thousands of gazes? Shang Jun remained silent. Qin Mu came to the front of the grass hut and examined it up and down. He saw the 2 words Grand Supreme written on the door plaque of the grass hut. Grand Supreme Hall? Qin Mu was slightly stunned and his expression was slightly solemn. In the ancestral court of Jade capital city's Miluo Palace, there was a Grand Supreme Hall which was refined by eldest young master's great Tao and symbolized his achievements. However, that Grand Supreme Hall was majestic and ancient, completely different from the thatched cottage in front of him. Could this Grand Supreme thatched cottage be the Grand Supreme Hall of the eldest young master of Miluo Palace? If it was formed by his great Tao, then where did the Grand Supreme Hall of Miluo Palace come from? Which one was the real Hall of Supreme Upper? If there was a real one, there would naturally be a fake one. Qin Mu couldn't help having a strange expression. If this thatched cottage was the real Hall of Supreme Upper, didn't that mean that the Hall of Supreme Upper was a fake? Eldest young master is also a person with a full personality. I thought he was serious and was the same person as the master of Miluo Palace. Qin Mu was in high spirits and circled around the thatched cottage a few times to check the structure of each blade of grass. He suddenly burst out laughing. This thatched cottage is the real Hall of Supreme Upper. The one in Miluo Palace is actually a fake. Shang Jun couldn't understand and asked, how did Heavenly Venerate see through it? Every blade of grass in this thatched cottage is condensed from primordial chaos runes. Every blade of grass is a complete great Tao, and it's also a different great Tao. Qin Mu explained patiently. I've counted just now. There are 6,400 blades of grass here, and 6,400 types of Great Tao. None of them are duplicated. Using primordial chaos runes to evolve these Great Tao was the highest achievement, hence the name Grand Supreme. The Hall of Grand Supreme of Young Master of Miluo Palace could only be this thatch hut. Shangjun's heart trembled violently. He looked at the Tao tree behind the thatch hut and asked, then how many types of Great Tao does Grand Supreme's Tao tree contain? There should also be 6,400 types. Qin Mu's gaze landed on the Tao tree and said, his Tao tree isn't a real Tao tree, it's just a projection. His true body and Tao tree should be from the era when he was born. Shangjun was silent for a moment before saying, it's impossible for someone to cultivate all 6,400 Great Tao to Great Luo Heavenly Realm. Grand Supreme Young Master can't be that strong. It's possible. Qin Mu walked towards the door of the thatched cottage. The greatest characteristic of primordial chaos runes is that they can evolve different Great Tao. Whether it's Great Change, Absolute Beginning, Fifth Supreme, all kinds of innate Great Tao, or acquired Great Tao, they can all be evolved using primordial chaos runes. Different Great Tao have different basic runes, and the foundation of these basic runes is primordial chaos runes. I feel that there's still too little grass in the thatched cottage. He stretched out his hand to push the door of the thatched cottage and said, if the Master of Miluo Palace used primordial chaos runes to evolve the Great Tao, it wouldn't be a thatched cottage but a Miluo Palace. The door of the thatched cottage shook slightly, but he couldn't push it open. Qin Mu frowned and tried to crack it, but the primordial chaos runes on the door kept changing and evolving into different Great Tao, making it impossible for him to crack it. Soon the moon rose, but the door of the thatched cottage still didn't open. Shangjun tried to use Killing Path to force his way in, but when his knife struck the door, a terrifying power burst forth and sent him flying far away. Qin Mu hurriedly saved him, and only then did he manage to save him. Otherwise, the power that burst forth from the door would be enough to heavily injure her. Qin Mu knocked on the door and smiled. Is anyone there? The guest is here. There was no sound behind the door. Qin Mu was helpless and sat in front of the grass hut to think. After a moment, the moon and the sun appeared in the sky of this small big all heaven. Qin Mu had an idea and took out Great Change Cane to try knocking on the door. Supreme, are you in the grass hut? I've followed the map to save you. Supreme's walking stick knocked on the door loudly, but there was still no movement from the door. Qin Mu completely lost his mind and stuck Supreme's walking stick in front of the door while frowning in deep thought. Suddenly, the walking stick of Supreme actually grew a tender leaf with a pop. Qin Mu stared at the tender leaf and saw it gradually growing. After a moment, the texture of the tender leaf changed, and the texture actually formed the shape of an axe. Qin Mu's heart moved slightly and he carefully analyzed the changes in the texture. His gaze flickered. Great Change is using the world tree leaf that grew out of his walking stick to teach me the axe skill that cleaves the world tree? He wants me to use this method to cleave open this door. In that case, Great Change is indeed in this thatched cottage of Supreme. The vertical eye in the heart of his brows opened, and he observed the fine structure of the texture of the tender leaf of the world tree. These texture changes were extremely complicated, but they included Great Change's paths, skills, and divine arts. Qin Mu already had extremely deep attainments in the path of Great Change, so he couldn't help being immersed in the changes of the veins. The cane of Great Change was refined from the branches of the world tree, and was refined into a treasure by Great Change. Clearly, Great Change was suppressed in the thatched cottage of Supreme, so he couldn't make any sound. However, he could use the characteristics of the world tree of the cane to convey his message. Qin Mu unwittingly took out his calamity sword, and used it as an axe to slowly execute the path of Great Change and divine arts displayed on the leaves. Shangjun was recuperating at the side when he saw the calamity sword moves in Qin Mu's hands were simple and crude, but their power was getting stronger and stronger. Qin Mu used his sword as an axe and was like a giant that could split the heavens and earth. The power contained in each axe seemed to be able to split open the ultimate void and split great overarching heaven into two. After a long time, the markings on the tender leaves didn't change anymore. The tender leaves also quickly withered and turned into a fallen leaf that withered and turned into nothingness. Qin Mu closed his eyes and held his breath to focus. Shangjun waited by the side quietly. The sun and moon rotated, and after more than 10 cycles, Qin finally opened his eyes. The divine light in them was bright as snow, but it slowly faded away. He looked very simple, and his aura was completely restrained. He was just like an ordinary person and there was nothing special about him. He came to the front of the grass hut and stood still. He held the sword with both hands, and Calamity's sword slowly revolved. There was no sound of wind in ultimate void, so there was nothing. However, the sound of wind could be heard at this moment. As the sword in Qin hand moved, the sound of wind became more and more urgent and louder. However, the sword in Qin hand became slower and slower, so slow that it made people anxious. The movement of Calamity's sword didn't stop, but its speed became slower and slower. The sound of wind also became louder and louder, and the sound soon turned into the sound of waves. The sound of waves also became louder and louder, giving off waves of rumbling. Soon, the rumbling sound seemed to have turned into the sound of a bell. The sound of the yellow bell and the great Lu continued endlessly, shaking Shangjun's ears until only the sound of the bell was left. Finally, the Calamity sword in Qin hand moved to the front of the grass hut, and it came into contact with the door. At that moment, the sun and moon stopped rotating, and the grass in the grass hut danced, giving off rays of light that flowed into the door like a tide. Bang! The sound of something breaking came from the door, like the whistling sound of a taut bowstring breaking. Bang bang bang! One sound after another came, and Qin 2 arms trembled violently. The tendons on his arms twitched, and his muscles bulged outward, making his arms grow thicker and thicker. Calamity's sword was still moving, cutting into the door, but the speed at which it cut through the door was getting slower and slower. Qin 2 arms trembled, as if Calamity's sword was getting heavier and heavier. The sounds of breaking also became more and more frequent. Flames rose from the top of his head, and a world tree couldn't help appearing behind him. It was a great abyss of returning ruins, and the world tree grew stronger and stronger. The great abyss devoured everything. The territory of his divine treasures appeared, and 33 heavenly palaces hung high in the sky. The 5 great mineral veins sat in the ancestral court, and the multicolored light in them was brilliant. The great Tao of innate, 5th supreme was pushed to the extreme. In the heavenly court, his primordial spirit stood in front of Hall of Chaos, and mobilized the power of the entire heavenly court. It was his primordial chaos primordial spirit. Primordial chaos primordial spirit augmented his primordial chaos corporeal body, raising his power to the extreme, and the roar of the great Tao came from his corporeal body. His body was covered in primordial chaos purple chi, and the hall of chaos behind him became clearer and clearer. Suddenly, his thumb and forefinger split open from the impact, and the skin on his arms exploded. At the same time, hissing sounds came from his clothes, and his thighs became incomparably thick. They burst open and there were many paths. It was difficult to cover his legs. The clothes on Qin upper body were also ripped open, and his muscles bulged out. The torn clothes turned into pieces of cloth and scattered. Calamity's sword continued to cleave forward, but it was getting harder and harder for Calamity's sword to withstand his strength. There were cracks all over Calamity's sword. The cracks became thinner and denser. Pa! Calamity's sword suddenly exploded and shattered into countless pieces of powder. Qin gave a muffled grunt, and the hilt of the sword in his hand also shattered into powder. Mixed with his blood, it turned into fog and dispersed. My sword is unable to withstand my power. Wait until I refine a better one before opening the door. 1. Qin turned around, and his clothes were completely shattered. They scattered like butterflies, and the muscles on his body shrank back to their original state. He then left this small and exquisite great overarching heaven in large strides. Shangjun, let's go. Shangjun entered his shadow and followed him as he left. Huawei P30 Pro had already been chosen by the Lucky Book friends. Everyone quickly paid attention to the public account Otaku to take a look and see what luck was. There would be activities held on the public account from time to time, and there would also be all kinds of character information and plot discussions. Everyone could take a look. The precipice of the Yuan world was filled with killing intent. The 4 celestial masters of Carefree Village, woodcutter, scholar, old farmer and fisherman, stood on the city tower of Jade Fortress City and looked into the distance. The precipice was tall, and it extended for an unknown number of thousands of miles. It was like a natural chasm that separated the Yuan world into east and west. This place was once the source of surging river. The shady firmament world had an entrance here, and there were many cracks in the myriad realms that were connected to this precipice. Later on, when the Yuan world broke the seal, the heavenly river rose into the sky, and the myriad realms rose up. This place became a natural and dangerous place. There was a supreme emperor heaven that fell here. It was on the east side of the cliff, and it could be said that it was heavily guarded. The 33 heavens of Carefree Village landed here. The 33 heavens floated above the supreme emperor heaven, and they spread out diagonally, forming a formation that occupied the natural danger. Among the 4 heavenly kings of founding emperor heavenly court, Di Yenue, Azure Emperor Di Shirtian and Tian Shu had their own troops. Di Yenue was the second founding emperor, but he was also in armor. Lang Bao led a single army and they were all creators. Even though there weren't many of them, their strength was formidable. There was also Heavenly Venerate Yu who was in charge here. His primordial spirit was vast and protected Yudu in the origin world. Heavenly Duke was also in the center of the origin world not far away, activating the Heavenly Dao Supreme Treasure to protect Xian Du in the origin world. The middle path of Heavenly Court's army came from the west. If they wanted to attack Eternal Peace, they would have to pass through here. If they took a detour, they would be intercepted by Carefree Village, so Heavenly Court had to conquer this place no matter what. At that moment, Carefree Village had built more than 10 passes and 100 divine cities to store the God and Devil army. An endless amount of Eternal Peace's heavy weapons were transported here, preparing to fight the main force of Heavenly Court. The divine cities of all sizes were scattered all over the highlands west of the cliff. Over the past few days, there had been quite a number of Heavenly Court's vanguard troops coming here to attack those divine cities. They had already fought many small-scale battles, and there were victories and defeats among them. The main army of Carefree Village remained motionless, waiting for the decisive battle. Saint Woodcutter raised his head to look up and saw that the heavenly river was moving endlessly in the sky. The flow of the river was even more rapid than before, and the current was rising. This was the sign of the arrival of the Heavenly River's navy. Heavenly Court came with an imposing manner, but all the worlds in the heavens were silent instead. All the worlds in the heavens have suffered for a long time, but the reason why they didn't make a move was because they were all looking around. Saint Woodcutter's gaze was dark. If Carefree Village and Eternal Peace were to break at the first touch, then they wouldn't rebel against Heavenly Court and continue to bow down and submit, allowing Heavenly Court to exploit and squeeze them. If Carefree Village and Eternal Peace could hold on, they would waver and the heavens would support us. Therefore, we need a great victory. Yen Yunqi said. Heavenly River Navy is the strongest army of gods and devils in Heavenly Court. There are 120,000 big ships, 1,000,000 small ships, and countless gods and devils. Heavenly River Commander has always been personally visited by Heavenly Teacher. I wonder which Heavenly Teacher is Heavenly River Navy this time. It's the Celestial Master Zhu Xiaoping. The Celestial Master Zhu Xiaoping is ranked 4th among the 4 Celestial Masters. The Fisherman Celestial Master gently raised his hand and saw a group of fish fly out of the Milky Way. There were about 400 to 500 fish that flew around him and whispered in his ear. After a while, the fisherman Hantang said, however, this time, the Milky Way Navy has arranged for the Upper Fu Yuntan from the 2nd Auxiliary of the Heaven Court, and Zhua Shaozai from the 4th Slaughter. The 6th, the Minister Zhua Shu, and Yu Shu are also supported by the 5 carriages of the Heaven Court's army. The 5 armies will attack from the flanks. The group of fish flew up and swam happily into the heavenly river. Yin Yunqi took a deep breath and said in a low voice, these monarch-level powerhouses have also come out to fight. Our monarch-level existences are too few. We simply can't stop them. Saint Woodcutter's gaze fell on her as he enunciated each word clearly. We must win this battle. Yin Yunqi smiled. I know. Unfortunately, if you had cultivated diligently and didn't engage in some random postnatal Tao theory, you would already be at the monarch level. Zhua Cha, the martial heavenly master, suddenly said, that's not right. They could indeed defeat Carefree Village with just these powers. However, it was impossible to destroy Carefree Village with ease. After all, Heavenly Venerate Yu was stationed here and the godly king of Lang, and was also present. These were two heavenly venerates. If the two heavenly venerates were to make a move. Saint Woodcutter looked at Fisherman Hantang, who shook his head and said, "Although I can control the water beasts of the heavenly river and monitor the movements of the navy, these water beasts wouldn't be able to tell if a heavenly venerate is hiding inside." Saint Woodcutter frowned and observed the water ripples of Heavenly River. "There's definitely an existence that can deal with the two heavenly venerates among the Heavenly River sailors," he said. "Heavenly Venerate Void can stop Heavenly Venerate Yu. But Divine King Lang here will probably have to face Ancient God Tai Chi. Pass down my orders and have the people of Carefree Village migrate to eternal peace." The hearts of the three heavenly masters trembled slightly, but the woodcutter's expression was calm. "If we don't win, we'll leave some roots for founding Emperor Era." The three celestial masters nodded silently and ordered a portion of the gods and demons to start migrating the population of Carefree Village. More than 10 days later, the Heavenly River suddenly shook violently. The entire Heavenly River suddenly went out of control and fell from the sky. Immediately, the flood surged into the sky and flooded the land. Wherever the water passed, everything was drowned. How turbulent was the Heavenly River! This great river that spanned across the universe fell from the sky and pressed down on the land, causing it to sink. The flood spread for tens of thousands of miles and surged violently. Wherever it passed, whether it was plains, basins, or mountains, everything turned into a swamp. The people living in the Yuan world turned into duckweed that struggled and wailed in the water, drifting with the waves. Along with the river of heaven rushing out, there were also countless dragon kings of the Heavenly River. Divine dragons stirred up waves in the torrential water, summoning wind and rain. In the heart of the Yuan world, dark clouds that spanned tens of thousands of kilometers appeared in the sky. Lightning and thunder were everywhere in the dark clouds. Countless divine dragons shuttled through the clouds and fog. The heavy rain poured down, increasing the water's momentum. The hinterland of the Yuan world, including Carefree Village, had all turned dark. Only the divine cities flickered with divine light in the darkness to protect one side. There were also thunder queens holding magic artifacts. They activated thunderstorms and bombarded the swamp kingdom below. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Amidst the torrential rain and heavy water, numerous large warships that were unimaginably wide finally appeared in front of Carefree Village. Sun after sun revolved around these warships, each with its own sun and moon. On those warships sailed out from the open cabins of the warships, and the flags of millions of warships fluttered in the wind. The Heavenly River Navy had finally arrived. With the Dragon Kings of the world and the Mother of Thunder and Lightning, they were the first to show off their might to Carefree Village. Just as the Dragon King was about to show his ferocity, the surging river suddenly surged with waves. Divine dragons slowly rose from the water, and an incomparably sonorous voice sounded. It shook the clouds. "When the Heavenly River falls into the land, it will be Surging River, and it will not be under the jurisdiction of the Heaven Court. Surging River belongs to me, Dragon-rearing sovereign. All Dragon Kings, listen to my orders." In Surging River, divine dragons of all sizes let out endless roars as they flew over one after another. The leader was Dragon-rearing sovereign with a dragon head and a human body. His body was vast, and countless divine dragons were coiling around his body. Dragon-rearing sovereign's cultivation base rose steadily, turning into a giant that could stand up to the heavens and the earth. He held a trident in his hand and used it to open up a river channel, drawing in the floodwater and allowing it to flow into Surging River. Countless Heavenly Court's Dragon Kings pounced over from the water and the sky. Dragon-rearing sovereign's body trembled, and countless Surging River Dragon Kings flew up from his body. The battle between the dragons was intense. Dragon-rearing sovereign walked amidst the battle between the countless divine dragons, and pushed the dragon-rearing scripture to its limits. Many Heavenly Court's Dragon Kings were invaded by his dragon-rearing scripture, and were directly controlled by him. In the darkness, countless slippery giant dragons overturned rivers and seas. The slaughter was abnormally fierce. The Heavenly Court's Thundermen and Lightning Mothers came one after another. They struck the giant drums, hammers, and bolts of lightning, continuously bombarding dragon-rearing sovereign. Countless dark clouds swirled, and bolts of heavenly lightning descended from the sky. They were as dense as rain, striking at dragon-rearing sovereign. The light of the lightning illuminated the source of surging river as bright as day. Suddenly, a new light appeared in Supreme Emperor Heaven. Between the lofty mountains of Supreme Emperor Heaven, the mountain ranges shook. The enormous divine mountains slowly stood up, and chains connected to the ancient and deep divine wells. The light in the wells was dazzling, and sun after sun slowly rose into the sky. The Sun Guardian from the founding emperor era and the Sun Guardian from the descendants of the heavenly Duke of Xuandu controlled the huge sun ships, driving away the darkness and illuminating the sky. The sun on the sun ships emitted raging flames, evaporating the dark clouds and burning them all. Do-do. The bugle call sounded from Supreme Emperor Heaven, and the ancient battle song made people's scalps go numb and their blood boil. On the leading sun ship, Yin Jingjing's body was tall and sturdy. He had 2 arms holding onto a pillar, while the other 2 arms held onto a divine bow. The arrow light streaked across the sky and shot down a thunderlord. On the sun ships that were moving, a dazzling arrow light shot up into the sky and shot toward the thunderlords and lightning mothers in the sky. More thunderlords and lightning mothers fell. Moon Guardian, someone shouted loudly. Another moon ship stood up and the bright moons rose into the sky. The bright moons reflected the light of the sun ships and turned into powerful rays that took the lives of the thunderlords and lightning mothers of the heavenly court. The million ships of the Milky Way Navy set sail and charged toward Carefree Village. In the center of the million ships there was a blazing fire that shot into the sky. It was the blazing fire that Zhu Xiaoping's personal guards were emitting. Zhu Xiaoping was the holy of the South Pole. He cultivated in holy fire, and the gods under his command were also demigods from the South Pole. Countless demigods waved the command flag and pointed at it. The Sky River was flowing with fire, and the flames came down from the surging water of the Sky River, covering the sky and covering the earth. They were burning on the surface of the water. Boom! An ark of the other shore rushed into the Sky River. Heavenly King Shurtian stood on the ark, and under his command were countless Carefree Village gods and devils. They rode on flying carriages and rose up. The carriages opened and countless sword pellets flew out. The sword pellets spun and countless flying swords turned into sword streams that were even bigger than Heavenly River. Eternal Peace Sword Formations fighting style. Flying swords washing the ground. In Yudu of the Origin World, Yutian Venerate opened his eyes and countless paper boats flew out. Old messengers of death carried lanterns and prepared to charge into the world of the living. At the same time, Yudu of the Origin World trembled violently. A bull's horn that was burning with Yudu devil fire pierced through Yudu of the Origin World. The huge head of Heavenly Venerate Su poked in and opened its mouth to let out a soundless roar. Countless Yudu devils and devils poured out of Heavenly Venerate Void's mouth like a tidal wave, killing the messengers of death. When Qinmu and Shangjun came to the Origin World, they saw water and fire connecting to the sky in the middle of the Origin World. The Battle of Carefree Village had finally begun. Qinmu and Shangjun looked into the distance. In the hinterland of the Origin World, the 5 chariots of the Heaven Court had all attacked from the side. Shangjun asked, "Heavenly Venerate, do you need me to take action?" He was proficient in assassination and could lurk in the midst of the chaotic army to assassinate the upper echelons of the enemy. Taking the head of a general would be as easy as taking an object from a bag. If all the generals of the various divisions of Heavenly River Navy were to be killed, the troops would be leaderless and the battle formation would be in chaos. When they were deployed, they would definitely be a pile of loose sand. In this way, Carefree Village could easily win. There's no need. Qinmu's gaze flickered. He shook his head and said, "Existences of Heavenly Venerate level intimidate each other, so they won't make a move easily. If you make a move and expose yourself, you will have a flaw. When other Tao practitioners or Heavenly Venerates find an opportunity, it will be the time of your death. For existences like you and I, when we make a move, it will be the time for us to put our lives on the line. In this heavenly crusade, the main force of the war will be the clash between the God and Devil armies." Shangjun was slightly puzzled, but he didn't ask any more questions. He wasn't someone who liked to get to the bottom of things. Qinmu thought more than him. The battle between Heaven Court and Primordial World wasn't just a battle between celestial venerables, but a clash of 2 ideals. Celestial venerables could determine the outcome of the battle, But it was still the ordinary gods and devils as well as the countries behind them that determined the outcome of the battle. In front of this surging torrent, heavenly venerates and even Tao practitioners were all members of the battlefield. Heavenly venerates or Tao practitioners could contribute their strength and decide the direction of the battlefield. However, they couldn't decide the outcome of the stubborn sect of Heavenly Court and Eternal Peace Reform sect. Eternal Peace Reform had lasted for 170 years, and now it was time to test the results. Qin Mu looked at each other from afar and saw that behind the Battle of Carefree Village, the fate of Heavenly Court was flourishing, illuminating the western heaven of half of the origin world. It was the countless armies of the Heaven Court that were escorting the civil and martial gods and Heavenly Emperor of the Heaven Court and rushing over. The Battle of Carefree Village was only a prelude that was slowly being pulled open. When the prelude was pulled open, it would be the true epic of war. Suddenly, 2 Tao trees rose from the army of the Heaven Court. The light formed the faces of Heavenly Emperor and Grand Supreme Emperor, which were incomparably vast and extremely shocking. Flaunting your might, how are you compared to me? Qin Mu thought about it, and the domain of his divine treasure spread out. The world tree grew bigger and bigger. He took a step forward and descended on Eternal Peace. The world tree was lush and green like a canopy that covered the entire sky. The main general of the Heavenly Court's 5 carriages army was the Heavenly Court's Suoshaozai. His name was Yan Shang, and he was a strong practitioner of the Emperor's throne. He was personally overseeing and commanding the 5 carriages. The 5 carriages army belonged to the Earth Division of the 3 divisions. The Heaven Court had 3 divisions: the Navy, the Earth Division, and the God Division. The Navy was in the water and was known as the Heavenly River Navy. They were in charge of ships and ships that ran across the Heavenly River. The God Division in the sky was made up of demigods with flying feathers. The Earth Division was in the ground and had troops from all directions. For example, the 5 carriages, the Imperial Army, the 4th Auxiliary Army, the Flag-Holding Army, the 3rd Platform, the Shenyuan Army, and the Arc Arrow Army. They were in charge of the ground and had different duties. The 5 chariots of Heavenly Court were divided into Rong Road, Guangche, Keiche, Pingche, and Qingche. In the center was Heavenly Treasury Tower, and each Heavenly Treasury Tower was an unreachable divine tower. It was the important weapon of Heavenly Court. The divine tower was layer after layer. When the doors opened, all the military chariots would surge out like a tide. It was different from the flying chariots of Eternal Peace. The flying chariots of Eternal Peace could make the pill furnaces that powered the flying chariots very small. 1 chariot, 1 pill furnace, and 4 bronze beasts could soar into the sky and occupy the sky. Because the forging skills of the 5 carriages couldn't keep up, there were very few treasured carriages that could fly. Most of the time the carriages were huge. There were 3 pill furnaces in the carriage. 1 pill furnace was in charge of the pivotal mechanism to drive the carriage forward. The other pill furnace was in charge of the cannon fire to provide energy for the heavy load divine cannons on the carriage. The other pill furnace was in charge of the 2 bronze beasts at the back of the carriage to spew flames. It was used to increase speed. The 3 pill furnaces required 3 apothecaries to be in charge. Because the medicinal stones weren't effective enough, there were often chimneys on the carriage that would spew out black smoke. As a result, the 5 carriages army was nicknamed the Black Smoke Army. Wherever they passed by, there would be foul smoke. The reason why the flying carriage pill furnaces created by Eternal Peace could be refined to such a small size was because other than Eternal Peace being extremely strong in forging, there were also an extremely large number of apothecaries that were nurtured. Jade Face Medicine King imparted his skills to Eternal Peace, and the pills that were burned in Eternal Peace's pill furnaces were usually spirit pills. Spirit pills with an extremely high degree of purity were used to replace medicinal stones, so the amount of pills burned was sufficient. The number of pill furnaces needed was less, and the volume could be reduced to the limit. Furthermore, the speed would be faster and the explosive power would be stronger. Even though that was the case, the 5 chariots of Heavenly Court had extremely strong battle prowess on the ground. The navy was above, attacking the ships and sailors of Carefree Village while the 5 chariots were below, pushing them flat from the ground. The divine cannons of the 5 carriages cooperated with the navy and fired from below. Divine light tore through the air and interweaved into a net, causing a great number of casualties in Carefree Village. However, on Heavenly King Di Shur's Nirvana Arc, The flying carriages from eternal peace had already flown out. This kind of flying carriage was called the cloud carriage. There were sword pagodas on the cloud carriage, and the gods and devils of Carefree Village were all sword masters or strong practitioners of sword path. When the carriage was opened, the sword pellets in the sword pagodas would flow out. The sword pellets fell down like glowing silver balls. Each sword pellet was not big, but it was astonishingly heavy. Each sword pellet was made up of 2,000 flying swords that had been refined to an extremely tiny size. On the way to the sword pellet, the sword arts and sword Dao gods and demons on the cloud carriage connected their spiritual sense and yuan qi to the sword pellet. The sword pellet began to spin crazily, and flying swords the size of silver needles flew out from the sword pellet. The flying swords rapidly grew in size. At this time there was no need to use any complicated sword moves or sword arts. There was only one basic sword style, which was stabbing. There was no need to care about what moves the enemy used, what treasures the enemy used, or the formation of the enemy. From the sky down, they used all their magic power and spiritual sense to stab downwards. This was the flying swords washing the ground. Countless sword rain fell from the sky, piercing through the bodies of the gods and demons of the 5 chariots, their primordial spirits and the chariots. Instantly people were overturned. After the pill furnaces of the chariots were pierced, terrifying fluctuations spread out. The pill furnaces exploded, and the shattered chariots and the severed limbs of the gods and demons flew up into the sky. In the sky, the flying chariots interweaved, and the flying swords on the ground whistled through the air. In the air, they formed sword pellets, and they flew forward under the control of the soldiers on the flying chariots of Carefree Village. They continuously washed the ground and wherever they passed. The 5 chariots of the heavenly court were in chaos. Zhuo Xiaozai Yansheng was in charge of the central army. With a cold expression he gave an order. The doors of the 5 heavenly treasury buildings opened at the same time. All the chariots that drove out of the buildings were wide chariots. These wide chariots were bigger than ordinary wide chariots. The wheels were higher and the walls of the chariots were thicker. However, they did not have pill furnaces. When they slid out of the buildings, the soldiers of the heavenly court in the chariots activated their summoning divine abilities. However, the sky split open and cracks appeared. Behind the cracks, a vast and boundless world of the beast world was revealed. Giant beasts covered in armor leaped into the sky and descended from the beast world. These giant beasts were primordial beasts of the beast world. They were incomparably huge and they leaped into the yuan world. They roared and were immediately shackled by the chains that flew out of the carriages. The giant beasts charged forward and pulled the huge carriages. There were also some giant beasts that spread their wings and pulled the carriages into the sky. The gods and demons in the carriages activated their divine weapons and attacked the flying carriages of Carefree Village. These ancient beasts were not afraid of flying swords. Even if the divine swords pierced their bodies, they were blocked by their tough skin. For a moment, countless flying carriages were smashed into pieces and fell from the sky. The huge beasts that were running on the ground roared and pulled the carriages towards Lingguan City. Lingguan City was the first divine city on the cliff that was close to Supreme Emperor Heaven. The divine city was huge and the soldiers in the city were already prepared. However, when they saw the huge beasts rushing over like a tide, their faces could not help but turn pale. Fisherman Hantang immediately stood up and said, "Senior brothers, it's my turn." Saint Woodcutter said, "The Lord of the Beast World, Long Shao, cannot be trusted. He is afraid of power. You have to be careful of him turning against you." Fisherman Celestial Master quickly left, and his voice came from afar. "I will take care of him. I am in charge of the animal husbandry industry in founding Emperor Heaven, and the beast control technique I created might not be inferior to Heavenly Venerate Long Zhao's." He led his troops and flew out from the Supreme Emperor Heavenly Court. He was the celestial master who was in charge of animal husbandry in the founding Emperor Heavenly Court, and the divine soldiers and generals under his command were all proficient in the way of animal husbandry. One by one, the soldiers cast their summoning divine abilities. However, the sky split open once again, and the primordial beasts of the beast world descended from the sky. The fisherman celestial master and his soldiers rose into the air and climbed onto the backs of the beasts one after another. They descended in front of the pass city, waiting for the charge of the 5 carriages of troops. When Zhuo Xiaozai Yansheng saw this, The cold expression on his face disappeared. He laughed out loud and suddenly stood up. The enemy bandit Han Tang finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Han Tang will definitely die in this battle. He raised his arms and another 2 arms grew out from under his armpits. 4 of his arms extended towards the 5 carriages of the central army. His arms were terrifyingly long as he grabbed the 4 heavenly storehouses. His primordial spirit rose up from his back and sat in his heavenly palace. He reached out and grabbed the 5th heavenly storehouse and threw it forward. The 5 heaven vault towers spun and flew forward, passing through the 5 carriages of the heavenly court. With 5 loud rumbles they smashed towards the army of Cold Pond tribe in front of Linguan City. The fisherman Cold Pond shouted. He and his divine soldiers and generals used all their strength to control these ancient beasts. The essence, chi, and spirit of man and beast merged together to strengthen their own essence, chi, and spirit. They formed a formation and blocked the 5 heaven vault towers. The 5 heavenly treasury buildings landed on the ground, and 5 kinds of chariots surged out from the buildings and charged into the army. From the fish basket behind Han Tang, 2 little red fish flew out, turning into 2 huge Kuan beasts that opened their mouths and swallowed the chariots. The soldiers under Han Tang also opened the cloth bags on their bodies, and all kinds of strange beasts flew out and charged toward the enemy. The chariots only cared about charging forward, charging toward Linguan City. If they could block their attacks, they could block them, but if they couldn't, they would die. For a time they suffered heavy casualties. Fisherman Han Tang didn't relax at all. He suddenly shouted, "Be careful of the beast army's charge." The immemorial behemoths pulled their chariots and crashed towards them. When the behemoths collided with the behemoths, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Fisherman Han Tang rose into the air and landed on a red Kuan. He shouted, "Listen to my orders, summon the beast tamer talismans." His soldiers all slapped their bags, and countless talismans flew up and stuck on the foreheads of the enemy behemoths. Han Tang and the others activated their cultivation techniques, and the giant beasts surrendered one after another. However, at this moment young Masters Wu, Yan Sheng, flew over and activated his dermic powers. A huge dragon scale flew out, floating in midair. Dragon roars could be faintly heard from within the dragon scale. The ancient giant beasts had just been subdued. When they saw the dragon scale, the talismans on their foreheads burned, and they immediately lost control. Han Tang, this is Heavenly Venerate Long Zhao's dragon scale. Young Masters Wu's clothes fluttered in the wind, and he landed on top of a heavenly treasury tower. He smiled and said, "Once Heavenly Venerate Long Zhao's dragon scale appears, your Beast Tamer Sutra is completely useless. Today is the day you die." At the same time, the Heavenly River Navy Army came out and formed a battle formation. Heavenly Venerate Zhu Xiaoping personally came in front of the battle formation. He waved a huge flag and the flag waved. The direction of the heavenly river immediately changed. 1. The huge river separated from the other side of the arc and rushed toward Emperor Taihuang Heaven. The cannons of the turreted ships were like a curtain of light, pouring down on Emperor Taihuang Heaven. The huge heaven was rapidly thinning, and it was about to break in half. Origin World needs a victory. Saint Woodcutter looked down and saw that Supreme Emperor Heaven was in imminent danger. The heavenly river flowed and formed 2 huge circles in front of Supreme Emperor Heaven. The river flowed and drove the ships on the river. The cannons on the ships tilted like rain. If Supreme Emperor Heaven was destroyed, it would definitely press down on eternal peace. Even though eternal peace had already occupied half of the land of Origin World, the pressure from Supreme Emperor Heaven would definitely destroy countless lives in eternal peace, and bury them under Supreme Emperor Heaven. Regardless of whether it was the morale of Carefree Village or eternal peace, it would be a huge blow. Origin World needs a victory. Saint Woodcutter clenched his fists and shifted his gaze away from Supreme Emperor Heaven as he muttered, "We need a great victory that can raise the morale of the people and the morale of the army." Martial battle Heavenly Masters Wuxia and Heavenly Master Zishi and Yunqi were waiting for him to give the order to attack. Heavenly King Di Shi's other shore arc was trapped in the Heavenly River while the other Heavenly Kings were in Carefree Village. The 33 heavens of Carefree Village were also waiting for his order. However, the woodcutter still didn't give the order. His gaze landed at the back of the Heavenly River. The main force of the Heavenly River Navy hadn't moved yet. Heavenly Master Zhu Xiaoping was still sitting steadily in the middle of the army. Behind him were 120,000 huge turreted ships. This was the main force of the Heavenly River Navy. Beside him there were the upper auxiliary Jiuntian, Lujia, Shangshu, Zuoshu, Yushu, and other Emperor Realm existences. The ones who trapped Heavenly King Dishur and the Higan Ark and attacked Supreme Emperor Heaven were only the millions of ships released from the cabins of the 120,000 huge turreted ships. At this time, Carefree Village's main force would give Zhu Xiaoping a chance to take advantage of it. Sky-sniffing pavilion. The martial battle Celestial Master said in a hoarse voice. Supreme Emperor Heaven can't hold on for long, and neither can the cold pond. Let me go. Saint Woodcutter did not answer but raised his right hand. Shuacha stared at his right hand and saw him raise a little finger. He could not help but reveal a disappointed expression. He snorted angrily and said in a low voice, "If there was a stinking ditch, you would be lying inside right now." Saint Woodcutter raised his little finger. Suddenly, between the two streams of the Heavenly River, a huge land cut across the Yuan world's Yudu. The fog was boundless and countless white bones piled up like mountains. In the middle of the mountains a stone tablet stood tall. There were a few words written in blood on it. The living realm of the dead. Fengdu's sudden appearance interfered with the real world. The bodies of the heavenly court's gods and demons on the countless ships that attacked Supreme Emperor Heaven immediately shed their flesh and turned into piles of white bones. All the ships were filled with white bones, and the gods and devils were thrown into chaos. King Yama led the Fengdu gods and devils to attack the ships. The heavenly court's gods and devils turned into white bones, while the Fengdu's dead grew back their bodies. This caused the heavenly court's gods and devils to suffer heavy casualties. Many ships lost control and crashed in all directions. The ships were damaged and many people died. Zhu Xiaoping raised his eyebrows. His gaze was fixed on the woodcutter and his little finger. Zuoshu, send out your troops, he said decisively. Zuoshu Yishuhui immediately led a large army and charged straight into Fengdu. On the other side, Saint Woodcutter withdrew his right hand and raised his left hand, curling up a little finger. In Carefree Village, Heavenly King Tianshu took a mouthful of wine and carried the Imperial Palace Divine Blade. He laughed and said, "Erlang, follow me to kill the enemy." He ran barefoot. Behind him, tens of thousands of soldiers of Carefree Village followed him and ran barefoot. From top to bottom they charged towards Zuoshai's army. Zhu Xiaoping made a prompt decision and shouted, "You Shu, send out your troops and intercept the Heavenly King of Hades." Right Shu's moon-gazing garden led a fleet and set sail. On the turreted ship, the sun shone brightly and shone far away. The Heavenly King of Hades, Tianshu, cultivated the Yudu demonic path. When the sun shone on him, demonic chi sizzled. Saint Woodcutter raised his eyebrows. He clenched his fist and raised his index finger. His index finger was raised as Emperor Qing led the Heavenly Dragon tribe of Carefree Village to charge at the right pivot army. Zhu Xiaoping sneered. In front of the Heavenly River Navy, any divine dragon is a bug. The 6th rank will attack and eliminate old ghost Qing Huang. Once the 6th rank was out, Saint Woodcutter heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Zishi, you go." Yin Yunqi laughed lightly and rode on her donkey Lu Zheng. She led an army to charge towards the Heavenly River Navy led by the 6th group and shouted, "Form up. Celestial Master Zishi looks like a woman." Zhuocha, the martial battle Celestial Master, praised from the bottom of his heart. However, her combat strength is indeed tyrannical. It's my turn to chop wood, right? Beside Zhu Xiaoping, an army was sent out along the way. Saint Woodcutter led the 33rd Sky of Carefree Village to meet the enemy. Even the Qin clansmen from the Zhen line of Qin and Han were sent out. Only Zhuocha was not sent out. Zhuocha clenched his fist and stared at the back of his head. Finally, Saint Woodcutter gave him a thumbs up. Immediately, Godly King Lang this led the creator to charge towards the main camp of the Heavenly River Navy. Only his personal guards were left by Zhu Xiaoping's side. Although there were many gods and devils, it was difficult for them to stop a heavenly venerate like Lang this. Zhu Xiaoping laughed and allowed Lang this creator army to attack. When the distance between them was less than 100 miles, suddenly, the curtain on the ship beside him opened and a giant divine weapon appeared. It was the ancestral court's Taiji mine. Zhu Xiaoping bowed and said with a smile, Please, Goddess Taiyin. Goddess Taiyin rose up from the Taiji mine and grabbed the Taiji mine. Zhu Xiaoping smiled and said, When Tian Pavilion you still have Diyue and Carefree Village. Why don't you let her show herself? Let's see if the founding emperor of this generation can defeat my army. The woodcutter smiled faintly and bowed. Your Majesty. Suddenly, a woman flew out from the Nirvana Ark where Heavenly King Dishur was. She cut through the heavenly court fleet that was surrounding the Nirvana Ark at lightning speed and charged straight at Zhu Xiaoping. Zhu Xiaoping smiled and said, So the founding emperor is here. It's a pity that you can't compare to the traitor Qin Yi. Behind him, another curtain was pulled open on the ship. It was more than 10 volcanoes of the ancestral court that had been refined into soldiers. Zhu Xiaoping's personal guards set up an array and activated their divine weapons to besiege Diyue. Zhu Xiaoping was calm and unruffled. He spread out his sleeves, he smiled and said, Sky-sniffing pavilion, what is on the dozens of ships behind me? I'm afraid you don't know that these ships are the Heavenly River Buddha, the elite of the elite soldiers. Besides the Heavenly River Buddha, there are also the 12 heavy weapons of the Heavenly Court. However, do you still have the military strength? With his order, the curtain on the ships was pulled open one after another. Divine gods stood on those ships. They were all gods and demons of the Jade Capital Realm. The strongest force of the Heavenly River Navy was the Heavenly River Buddha Army. Now, all the troops of Carefree Village had been mobilized, but the Heavenly River Buddha Army still did not move. Furthermore, each ship had a heavy weapon. There were mountains, rivers, seas, and clouds. They were all forged from the sacred land of the ancestral court. The most eye-catching one was the 9-prison stage. Suddenly, 2 rows of muddy tears flowed down the woodcutter's cheeks as he muttered, We need a victory, we need a great victory. He seemed to be relieved and suddenly shouted, All soldiers, listen up and bring out Eternal Peace's heavy weapon. Fisherman Hantang was covered in wounds as he teamed up with the 2 big red Kuan to fight against young masters Yan Sheng. Yan Sheng was an expert of the emperor's throne and his strength far surpassed his. Hantang was proficient in the path of imperial beasts and kept controlling different huge beasts to fight against Yan Sheng. However, he could only take a beating and had no room to fight back. Many of his soldiers were also injured and many of them had died. If this continued, they would definitely be wiped out. At this moment, the woodcutter's voice sounded. Hantang's spirits were greatly boosted, and he said sternly, Offer up the heavenly mountain and river painting. One by one, the paintings spread out across the sky, and the majestic mountains and rivers pounced on them. Very quickly the paintings became real. The 5 carriages of the army rushed into the mountains and rivers, and saw that the mountains and water were also boundless and endless. When they turned back to look, they could no longer find their way back. Zhuo Xiaozai raised his head and saw worlds of all sizes floating in the sky. There were also quite a few 5 carriages of the army running around like headless flies. The pictures of the mountains and rivers of the heavens drawn by Eternal Peace Saint were one scroll after another, connecting the heavens to each other. Cold Pond led his remaining troops and gathered their superior forces to surround and annihilate the scattered 5-chariot army, wiping them out one by one. When Zhuo Xiaozai Yan Sheng saw this, his eyes were filled with anger, and he immediately led his remaining troops to attack the heavens where Cold Pond was located. Suddenly, he stopped and looked forward with a grave expression. There was a mountain peak, and on the peak a man holding Carefree sword was sitting there. The corners of Zhuo Xiaozai's eyes twitched. Founding Emperor Qin Yi, aren't you already dead? He suddenly heard the sound of a zither and looked at another mountain peak. Heavenly Venerate You was sitting on another mountain while playing the zither. His mind was in chaos, and he suddenly saw a mountain peak with purple chi of 10,000 yards. Heavenly Venerate Yun was standing under the Dao tree, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he laughed loudly. It's all fake, just a painting. At that moment he saw Qin Mu in the painting, Longzhu in the painting, Heavenly Venerate You, Earth Count, and Heavenly Duke in the painting. Eternal Peace Painting Saint was also known as Deaf and the Crown Prince of Heavenly Map. His painting path had already reached the 28 heavenly realms. On the heavenly river, Nirvana Ark was surrounded and in imminent danger. Heavenly King Dishur also heard Saint Woodcutter's shout, and his spirit was greatly boosted. With a loud shout, ships flew out from the cabins of Nirvana Ark. Those ships were like modules that were continuously piecing together and combining with each other. Soon they formed a huge object that wasn't inferior to Nirvana Ark on the Heavenly River. This ship was designed by Wei Suifeng and was specially used to break through the pagoda of Heavenly River. Heavenly King Disher's corporeal body expanded rapidly, and he landed on the ship. He shouted loudly, "Poison has been injected into the weapons. Follow me to break through the pagoda of Heavenly River." The soldiers under his command smeared the poison that Eternal Peace had sent over onto the divine weapons and broke through the defenses of the Heavenly Court's ships. The peerless large ships rushed straight for Heavenly River Futu. The armies of Carefree Village activated the various divine weapons that Eternal Peace had sent over, and the situation was reversed for a moment. Heavenly River Navy was at a disadvantage. Zhu Xiaoping's mind was in chaos. Suddenly he saw a formation spread out and formed heavenly palaces in the sky. The heavenly palaces were scattered everywhere, and there were countless gods and devils of Carefree Village guarding them, becoming a part of Heavenly Palace and Heavenly Court. Great Heavenly Court's array formation. Zhu Xiaoping's head was dizzy. Wherever the array formation passed, the Milky Way Navy's warships were shattered, and they attacked like heavenly venerates. The array formation headed straight for Godly King Langthis and landed behind Godly King Langthis's head. Langthis was nearly killed by Empress Yu, so the array formation landed behind his head. The aura of the 36 heavenly palaces fused with her as she said indifferently, "Fellow Taoist Yu, do you know how powerful you are after attaining Tao?" Lady Tai Yin's pupils constricted, and she activated the Taiji mineral vein to protect her body. "I didn't know." Lang Bao raised his palm. "But now I know. You will soon know how terrifying this power that you yearn for is." Saint Woodcutter wiped the tears from his temples. Behind him, Zhuocha, the martial heaven master, saw the current situation and could not help but feel hot-blooded and restless. However, the woodcutter did not give the order for him to attack. Zhuocha could still tolerate it at first, but he could not hold it in anymore. He shouted, "Woodcutter, it's my turn, right?" The woodcutter shook his head. Zhuocha waited for a while and shouted angrily, "Let me fight." The woodcutter shook his head again. He said, "You can't fight. If you fight, Zhu Xiaoping will come to kill me. If I die, Carefree Village will lose. I can't die. With you here, Zhu Xiaoping won't dare to kill me. Your role is to protect me." The martial heavenly master flew into a rage and raised his fist. Nyo Sanduo quickly transformed into a human and hugged him, shouting, "Master, you can't. If you kill him, Carefree Village will really lose." The woodcutter said seriously, "You should listen to Sanduo. Protecting me is the greatest contribution." The martial heavenly master roared angrily and forced Nyo Sanduo back. He sat cross-legged and crushed a handful of stones. The black tiger god sat beside the woodcutter and looked down at the ground, not daring to make a sound. The Yuan world needs a victory. A grand victory that will boost the morale of the people. In the South China Sea, the islands were like a cluster of stars. Islands of all sizes were scattered everywhere. The Qi Emperor and the Ming Emperor stood in front of the 5 dragon islands in the South China Sea. 1. The Qi Mingyu clan turned into 3-headed, 6-armed gods and charged out of the islands. On the surface of the sea, they fought a bloody battle with the 39th Army Marquis of the Heaven Court. In fact, any army marquis would have more gods and devils than the Qi Ming floating realm. The number of gods and devils in Qi Ming floating world was only equal to the heavens. Even though Qi Ming clansmen were valiant and skilled in battle, their corporeal bodies and primordial spirits were incomparably strong and could fight against 3 of them alone. They were still in grave danger when faced with the enemy's superior military strength. The reason why Qi Huang and Ming Huang were able to hold on until now was because of the support of Southern Emperor Vermilion Bird. Southern Emperor Vermilion Bird didn't have much military strength, but her daughter Yenner was a great general that Eternal Peace Heavenly Venerate Mu placed the most importance on. Even though she had been delayed for a period of time because of giving birth to a child, her cultivation had already reached Emperor Throne's realm. She was one of the rare Emperor Thrones in Eternal Peace. She had brought troops over, and with Southern Emperor Vermilion Bird guarding, she had formed a horn with the remnant tribe of Crimson Light and restrained the strength of the 39th Army Marquis of Heavenly Court. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for Crimson Light Floating World to hold on until now. However, even with Yenner supporting them from the side, It would still be very difficult for Crimson Emperor and Bright Emperor to win. The two heavenly emperors of Crimson Light era had died for too long. Even though they had revived, their cultivation, paths, skills, and divine arts were already outdated. All these years they had absorbed Eternal Peace's reform and had grown rapidly, but they still lacked time. And Heavenly Court wouldn't give them time. The 39 army marquises of Heavenly Court each had an Emperor's Throne strong practitioner overseeing them. With the unfathomable strength of the Crimson Emperor Qi Xianyu, the Crimson Emperor and Bright Emperor didn't have any chance of victory. The origin world needs a great victory. Yenyar's gaze landed on the Crimson Emperor army behind them. Flames soared into the sky, and phoenixes danced in the air. The flames burned fiercely, boiling the ocean. Within the flames, a strange phenomenon of 9-headed phoenixes soaring in the heavenly palace was formed. The Red Emperor Qi Xianyu is a hidden chess piece that Heavenly Venerate you and I have jointly planted. The Southern Emperor Vermilion Bird came to her side, and her gaze landed on the 9-headed phoenixes. She said, "She is a disciple of Heavenly Venerate you and I, and we have planted her in the Heavenly Court. If she suddenly leads her subordinates to attack, she can form a pincer attack on 3 sides with us. Breaking through the 39th Army marquee casualties isn't a big deal." Yender asked, "Then why didn't Red Emperor attack? What is she waiting for?" The Vermilion Bird hesitated for a moment. Back then, she betrayed the Earth Mother Yuan Lord and joined the Southern Emperor. She was captured by Crown Prince Mingya and betrayed the Southern Emperor to join the Heavenly Court. This was a plan that Heavenly Venerate you and I came up with. I am worried that she did not want to continue. Yenner asked, "Are you worried that she is not willing to give up the power of the Heavenly Court?" The Southern Emperor nodded. The Heavenly Court has already made her a Heavenly Venerate. Below the Heavenly Venerate, she is above countless gods. As long as she becomes a 10th Heavenly Venerate and becomes addicted to power, there is no turning back. If I want her to turn back and become a hidden chess piece between me and Heavenly Venerate you, there is only one big victory that can make her change her mind. However, this victory, Yenner's heart sank. However, this victory could not appear in the Southern Sea. Right now, Crimson Emperor Qi Xianyu had yet to make up her mind. If she made up her mind and personally led the demigod army of South Heaven to attack, then she would have no chance of returning when she completely became a 10 Heavenly Venerate. Where did this battle that determined the fate of Primordial World and Eternal Peace come from? West Earth. Even though Yu Ting was surrounded by beautiful women, there was no smile on her face at this moment. She raised her head to look at the heavens where White Emperor had led 27 army marquises to build an impregnable fortress. The battle between the two sides was about to start. Emperor Yanfeng had given the order for Yu Ting to be in charge of the Battle of West Earth. However, when Yu Ting came to West Earth, he realized that this place could be said to be the weakest link in Eternal Peace's territory. Back then, when the seal of the origin world was broken, West Earth was left alone outside and no longer connected to Eternal Peace. It had become an enclave. West Earth could be maintained by True Heaven Palace's Palace Master Xiongqir and High Heaven Su Shenghua. Eternal Peace had also built teleportation portals to facilitate traffic and trade. West Earth had also become an important part of Eternal Peace's reform. However, the geographical distance was too far, and with Su Shenghua not around, defending West Earth became the biggest problem. West Earth had True Heaven Palace and High Heaven's Academy as 2 sacred grounds. Fortunately, West Emperor White Tiger had also built a 3rd sacred ground here. Many of the White Tiger divine race girls had strong martial strength and lived here as well. However, there were too few soldiers. The West Earth's majestic mountains, lakes, and rivers were all summoned by the women of the West Earth. They turned into towering giants that could stand against the White Emperor's army. Yu Ting was once the #1 celestial master of the Heaven Court and was very famous. However, it was difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. There were too few gods and demons in the West Earth, so he was also in a tight spot. Fortunately, the spirit summoning spells of the women of West Earth were extremely powerful. They could turn mountains, water, plants, and trees into living beings. Even so, Yu Ting still had to put in a lot of effort. Furthermore, even though the projection of the West Emperor White Tiger had descended, his true body hadn't arrived yet, so he didn't have much support for West Earth. The white tiger hesitated and felt that eternal peace might not be able to win, so he wasn't willing to send his main army over. Yu Ting was well aware that West Earth had already established a spirit energy mutual shift bridge with West Extreme Heaven, so it wouldn't be difficult for West Emperor and West Extreme Heaven's White Tiger Divine Race Army to descend. The reason why West Emperor White Tiger was hesitant was because he felt that eternal peace would definitely lose. She didn't want to throw all her hopes here. At this moment, no matter which battlefield, as long as there is a victory, a great victory, the disadvantageous situation can be turned around. Yu Ting let out a breath of turbid air and looked up at the tiger and wolf troops of the heavenly court that pounced from above. She gritted her teeth and said, "No matter what, we must hold on until the news of a great victory arrives." North of the Yuan world, Kan Ice Plains, Shuafang City. The weather here was cold and snowy. The divine cities of Kan were ice cities. Wei Suifeng stood in the cold wind of Shuafang City and looked across. He saw the northern sky black emperor Nian Guanhe leading 40 army marquises and the great black sky alliance army of the fiend ancestor. There were so many devil gods that they covered the entire ice plains. Behind Wei Suifeng were the imperial guards who had followed him back then. Other than the imperial guards, there were also the defenders of Kanda. They didn't have any armor on their bodies and only wore thick cloaks that stuffed their bodies. On their backs were Great Emperor Black Tortoise's Northern Emperor's divine weapon, 5 Thunder Pot. Other than that, the treasury in the city was filled with all sorts of items that Eternal Peace had refined, such as 5 Thunder Pot, White Tiger Divine Weapon, Vermilion Bird War Chariot, Green Dragon Blade, and the like. They were forged from the divine weapons of the 4 emperors. Wei Suifeng rubbed his hands and wiped away the ice shards hanging on his eyebrows. This battle is hard to fight. The 40 army marquises of North Heaven, and that old brat from Great Black Heaven can even flatten me if they push me. It's a pity that 2 emperors Black Tortoise didn't dare to directly descend and fight with Heaven Court. This couple is really too cautious. Do. A loud bugle call sounded. The 40 demonic gods of the Heaven Court split into different paths and went around Shuafang City, heading towards the other divine cities in Kanda. Oh no! This is luring the snake out of its hole. Nian Guanhe, this old fox, saw that Shuafang's defense was the strongest, so he attacked the other divine cities, forcing me to leave the city to fight with him. Wei Suifeng gritted his teeth and waved the battle flag. The Yulin royal guards activated their magic power, and the huge ice surface in Kanda instantly cracked open. Beautiful warships broke out of the ice. Wei Suifeng led his troops to charge out of the city and shouted, "Sacrifice the divine weapons." The Yulin royal guards and the defending troops of Shuafang City followed behind him as they charged forward. 5 thunder pots shot into the sky one after another and the mouth of the gourd opened wide. 5 great thunderclouds blotted out the sky and thunder rained down like rain on the ice plains. However, the 40 army marquis splitting their troops to attack the other divine cities was just a decoy. When Wei Suifeng charged out of Shuafang City, the devil army led by Great Black Heaven and the 40 army marquis would surround him. Wei Suifeng calmly accepted the battle, but he knew that the soldiers of Eternal Peace wouldn't be able to hold on for long. They had to have the support of North Emperor Black Tortoise. What made North Emperor Black Tortoise and his wife make up their mind was an unprecedented victory. This victory was the key to changing the situation of the battle. Flags fluttered on the ships in Eastern Sea. Zhang Baigui sat in front of the pass of Zhongling and looked at the army of Eastern Heaven Green Emperor appearing on the surface of the sea. Eternal Peace had already mobilized as many gods and devils as possible, but compared to the army of gods and devils of Eastern Heaven's Green Emperor, the power of Eternal Peace was only 10% of the army of Green Emperor. This time, Eastern Heaven's Green Emperor led the army of the 60 troops of Eastern Heaven. Tianjiang, Dongxian, Shixian, Tianfu riding officers, chariots, formation chariots, they were all the most powerful armies of gods and devils. Green Emperor wasn't in a hurry to go out and fight. Instead, he set up camp at the first moment and closed in step by step. He didn't have the slightest intention of asking for battle. Green Emperor uses his troops. Not a single drop of water can leak out. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor Zhang Baigui looked at the atmosphere of the god and devil army of Eastern Heaven's Green Emperor from afar. As expected of the Tree of Enlightenment of Heavenly Emperor, he said indifferently. But it's a pity that Green Emperor's wisdom isn't enough. I can't defeat him even if Heavenly Emperor Haotian gives him 30 armies. If I give him 60 military marquises, he won't be able to control them. He won't be able to defeat me. He's not worthy of his position. It's his way of defeat and death. Zhang Baigui waved his command flag and led his troops out of the city. Now we'll see if teacher will be the first to succeed or if I will be the first to succeed. At this moment, a god suddenly rushed out of the teleportation gate in Jiangling. His expression was indescribably excited as he shouted, "We won!" Carefree Village broke through the Heavenly River Navy and won a complete victory. The corners of Zhang Baigui's eyes twitched and he said in a low voice, "Teacher, your skills are still better, send out your troops." Jiangling's eternal peace god and devil army rushed towards East Ocean. Each army was divided into various formations that were incomparably complicated and had endless changes. Eternal Peace Army changed their formations as they charged forward. From the smallest of 5 to a team, 10 to a team, 20 to 1 to 2, 100 to 1 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 to 500 to 1 to a brigade, 2,500 to 1 to 1 division, 5 divisions to 1 army. All kinds of formations kept changing from the smallest to the largest. They were all under Zhang Baigui's control. His art of formations was incomparably meticulous, even more so than the clouds. His control ability had reached the peak. It's a pity that the Azure Emperor is too cautious. Otherwise, this first great victory would definitely be mine. The news of Carefree Village's great victory spread from one teleportation portal after another to the Southern Sea, the Western Earth, and Kanda. Then the news was sent to the extreme West Heaven, the extreme North Heaven, and the other 10,000 worlds through the Spiritual Energy Mutual Transfer Bridge. The Heaven Court was aggressive in conquering the Yuan world. The Heavenly River Navy had a battle with Carefree Village in the hinterland of the Yuan world. The Heaven Court had defeated the Heavenly River Navy. Zhu Xiaoping had led the remaining troops away. Empressine had been wounded, and the 5-chariot army had been annihilated. 1. In this battle, countless ships of the Heavenly River Navy had been captured. The Heaven Court's important weapons had been seized, and they had suffered heavy losses. Countless captives had been captured. The water of the Heavenly River had been dyed scarlet. The news spread like wildfire, causing the heavens to tremble. In the battlefield in the Western Land, Yu Ting stood in the sea of blood. Her face was covered in blood, but she raised her head and chuckled. The founding emperor's #1 celestial master, Heaven's Pavilion, may have been defeated by me, but he won this battle beautifully. Golden light filled the sky, and the light from the Spiritual Energy Mutual Shift Bridge became incomparably thick. Countless goddess of the White Tiger celestial race were draped all over their bodies, and they were descending through the Spiritual Energy Mutual Shift Bridge. And beyond the sky, the Western Paradise was being pulled by a great force towards the Western land of the Origin world. The Western Emperor was about to descend. In the sky, the stars were in disorder. It was a strange phenomenon caused by West Emperor summoning his ancestral land and pulling it from the Western extreme heaven. If West Emperor descended together with his ancestral land, he would most likely have the battle prowess of a heavenly venerate. Suddenly, a sacred object flew out from the Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge. It was a golden horn with an astonishing length. Before West Emperor descended, the sacred object of the Western extreme heaven had already appeared. The horn did not move on its own. Suddenly, a long toot was heard and a huge war horn was blown. Yu Ting and the soldiers of the Western Earth immediately felt their blood boiling, and their blood suddenly became 10 times more vigorous. The power of both divine abilities and divine weapons increased in a straight line. The sound of the horn stimulated the fighting spirit in their hearts, urging them to fight the enemy. It filled their hearts with a belief that they would be invincible in battle. The White Emperor was shocked. The sound of the horn from the ultimate West Realm sacred weapon caused the blood and chi of the Heavenly Court army that he led to wither rapidly. He could not help but think that the enemy would be invincible. The White Tiger of the West Emperor was an ancient god of war in the immemorial era. He was in charge of war. Before the West Emperor came out, the horn had arrived first. With the sound of the horn and the arrival of the army of the ultimate West Realm, he was afraid that he would lose more than he would win. We must seize the divine weapon. The White Emperor activated the green blood rusted flag scripture, and the rusted flag enveloped the army. He shouted, Sacrifice the heaven gate. Boom! The west heaven gate of the ancestral court rose up, and golden light shot out in all directions. The White Emperor activated the rusted flag scripture, and golden light flew out from between the two mountains of the west heaven gate. They were like countless golden swords that swept toward the soldiers of the west earth. Yuting immediately changed the formation, and the giants of the divine mountain stood in front of him to block the power of the west heaven gate. At that moment, a rusty iron flag flew out from the golden gate. It carried the golden chi of the west heaven gate of the ancestral court and swept toward the West Emperor's horn. The White Emperor's clothes fluttered as he stood on the rusty iron flag, intending to snatch the treasure. Yuting immediately stood up and landed on the golden horn before him. The sloppy Taoist's aura was majestic as he unleashed his divine power to meet the White Emperor. The two of them clashed and the White Emperor's momentum weakened. He landed on the tip of the horn and waved his flag. A heavenly palace jumped out from the flag and he said coldly, "Celestial Master Yu, I didn't expect that a Taoist like you would betray the heavenly court." Yuting laughed and his Taoist robe was tattered. He said leisurely, "Our Tao sect has never submitted to the heavenly court before. How can we betray them? The Taoists of the Tao sect only want to study algebra and understand the mysteries of the universe. They don't have any good or evil thoughts in their hearts." The White Emperor's expression was dark. He knew Yuting's ability. The plan to break through the Emperor's heaven court back then was created by Yuting. 1. The Emperor's heaven court had the support of the ancient gods Heavenly Duke, Earth Count, and the four emperors. The founding emperor's Qin Empire was at its peak, and the founding emperor era was flourishing. The reform was in full swing. At that time, Yuting was the #1 celestial master of the heaven court. He personally controlled the blade and destroyed the founding emperor era in the reform. He allowed the founding emperor Qin to leave Carefree Village and the four heavenly kings to flee in defeat. The four heavenly masters all lost their fighting spirit. 1. Not only that, Yuting was also a cultivation genius. Among the four heavenly masters of the heaven court, his cultivation base was the highest. It was even higher than Shang Pingyin by Yuqiong and Zhu Xiaoping. The four emperors were ranked above the four heavenly masters. However, against such an existence, the White Emperor did not have absolute confidence in winning. Fortunately, there is the West Heaven Gate. Who? The ancestral court's West Heaven Gate flew over and stood behind the White Emperor. The Taoist connotation became more and more vigorous, and boundless golden qi shot out in all directions. The White Emperor's aura soared. He took a step forward and ran wildly on the curved golden horn. His palm was ever-changing, and all kinds of divine abilities erupted as he rushed towards Yuting. Yuting changed his sloppy and unruly appearance from before. His expression became solemn as he stared at the White Emperor's figure rushing over. His 10 fingers danced, and countless runes around him evolved crazily. He calculated crazily, deducing all the changes of the White Emperor's divine abilities. He was looking for a flaw. Boom! The two of them collided in an instant. The White Emperor had the West Heaven Gate of the ancestral court supporting him. His mana surged into the sky, and his divine abilities were boundless. Yuting was sent flying heavily, and he coughed out blood in mid-air. The White Emperor had obtained a complete victory. He stood at the end of the horn, and was about to take advantage of his victory to kill Yuting. Although he had also been hit by a few of Yuting's divine abilities, he was still fine. Suddenly the sound of the horn sounded. The White Emperor's expression changed drastically. The moment the horn sounded, he felt the yuan qi in his body turn chaotic, and his qi and blood were reversed. All the blood gathered towards his heart, and at the same time, the heavenly palace pressed down on his divine treasures. Yuting's seemingly insignificant divine abilities, when combined with the sound of the horn, were a killer move that could kill. Pa! His heart exploded. The heavenly palace was about to crush his divine treasures. The White Emperor spat out blood and retreated rapidly. He flashed into the West Heaven Gate and flew away. He said sternly, "Retreat to the heavens. Yuting, let's fight another day." Yuting heaved a sigh of relief and steadied himself. He spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. After all, the #1 celestial master was not famous for his combat strength. His injuries were also extremely serious. Northern border, Shuafeng City. The gods and demons of the Xuanwu celestial race had already left the spiritual energy mutual shift bridge. The Xuanwu celestial race was divided into the Xuanwu celestial race and the Wu celestial race. They were mainly divided according to their bloodlines. The Xuanwu celestial race was the Xuanwu celestial race, and the Wu celestial race was the Wu celestial race. What was strange was that the black tortoise divine race were all men. They were born with the black tortoise dragon head, and the human body with the tortoise back. The martial race were all women, soaring snakes with 1,000 wings. Among the men and women of the black tortoise divine race, some carried the divine weapons of the North Emperor, some carried bamboo tubes, and there were formation diagrams inside. Some carried sword caskets, and there were many of them. Wei Suifeng cried tears of joy. In such a short period of time, he and the soldiers of Shuafeng had almost fallen into a desperate situation. Although Wei Suifeng and Yulin army could resist the siege of the 40 army generals, the battle prowess of Yulin army was extremely high, but the soldiers of Shuafeng had suffered heavy casualties. If they didn't have the support of the army of North Pole Heaven, they might have been completely annihilated. Black Emperor Nian Guanhe raised his head to look at the sky and saw that the sky was shaking violently. The spirit energy in the bridge was getting more and more intense. That was the sign that Black Tortoise and Black Tortoise were about to descend. Not only that, he also saw that the stars in the sky were in disorder. It was as if a huge object was shuttling through the void and rushing over, pushing away the stars. This kind of phenomenon was caused by the Xuanwu II Emperor's ancestral land rushing through the void. Wei Suifeng roared and led his troops to fight. They broke through the enemy forces and regrouped with the Xuanwu army in the North Pole sky. As long as the Xuanwu II Emperors descended, it would be safe for the Shua army. All of a sudden, Wei Suifeng's heart skipped a beat. He saw Nian Guanhe leading the leaders of the 40 army marquises charging straight at him and cutting into the Yulin royal guards to surround him. Emperor Yun Luo, today I will teach you how to become a fallen emperor. Nian Guanhe sneered. I am the leader of the 5 emperors' inner thrones. In addition to the emperor thrones and Ling Shao experts of the North Sky, I will send you on your way. The 41 great experts formed a formation and the formation was activated. Wei Suifeng's clothes were torn open, and his skin exploded inch by inch, revealing many wounds. Hee. Wei Suifeng suddenly laughed out loud. His black hair flew in the wind, and his legs became extremely thick. He twisted his waist and shook his shoulders, and his body expanded crazily. He laughed and said, Nian Guanhe, I know that you have always looked down on me. But do you know why the White Emperor did not dare to capture me personally? Why did the White Emperor have to ask the Celestial Master Bai Yuqiong to plot to capture me? Have you not thought about the reason behind this? Who? Wei Suifeng's cultivation exploded, and countless stars danced in the sky. The stars appeared in the sky, and rays of starlight fell from the sky, causing the stars to expand rapidly, turning into a river of stars that whistled through the air. Because the White Emperor knows how powerful I am. Boundless starlight surged into Wei Suifeng's body. He was like an emperor who controlled the starry sky, and he needed to be looked up to by Nian Guanhe and the other emperor-seated experts, because he saw me in the early years of the Long Han dynasty. He knows that I led the imperial guards to flatten the sinkhole, destroy the Longbow kingdom, and force back Yuanmu. Boom! Wei Suifeng's aura completely exploded. His black hair was dyed white by the starlight, making him look like a giant made of starlight. The imperial guards seemed to have expected all of this. They did not come to help, but instead charged toward the demon army led by the Great Black Sky. They had followed Wei Suifeng to conquer the sinkhole Great Abyss and flatten the Longbow Kingdom. Furthermore, Wei Suifeng had forced back Yuanmu during the battle when Madame Yuanmu had killed the emperor. That battle was deeply imprinted in their hearts. Their general was the symbol of invincibility in their hearts. At the same time in the Southern Sea, the army under Qi Emperor Qi Xinyu suddenly moved out and attacked the 5 dukes Tianzun, Si Guai Shui Mansion, and the 4 blasphemies from behind. Qi Emperor Qi Xinyu's phoenix ship was extremely fast. The phoenix race under her command was very powerful. They rampaged through the army and killed 5 dukes in a row. They killed Tianzun General, Yen Daofu and killed Si Guai Palace Master, Gung Nushuan. The 39 army dukes could not be stopped. Qi Emperor Qi Xinyu rebelled. None of the soldiers under her command questioned her orders. This was because the army under Qi Xianyu came from the same race, the Phoenix race. Moreover, they were a phoenix race, the nine-headed phoenix. She was the clan leader. The nine-headed phoenix race's combat strength was extremely high. Qi Xianyu was even born with a powerful bloodline. She cultivated all 9 kinds of emperor-level cultivation techniques and was extremely talented. Among the 4 emperors, Crimson Emperor had the highest strength and the strongest battle prowess. With the phoenix ship in the lead, countless 9-headed phoenixes charged forward. The army of Heavenly Court was thrown into chaos, and Crimson Emperor and Bright Emperor saw the advantage and immediately charged forward. The 2 heavenly emperors of the Crimson Light era charged at the forefront and charged straight at the enemy general. At the same time, Yinner and Southern Emperor Vermilion Bird led Eternal Peace's army to charge forward. Heavenly Court's camp was thrown into chaos, and the battle situation was set. The victory of Carefree Village's Broken Cliff had a huge impact on the battle situation of Origin World, but it was also a far-reaching impact. This battle, along with Eternal Peace's deliberate propaganda, made all the worlds in the heavens realize that Heavenly Court wasn't invincible. All the worlds in the heavens had suffered for a long time, and these years were even more bitter. All the worlds were restless, but who dared to rebel? Those who dared to rebel had already been exterminated by Heavenly Venerate Void. Everyone knew that Heavenly Venerate's crusade against the Origin World was the best opportunity to rebel against Heavenly Venerate, but no one dared to rebel. Now, in the Battle of Carefree Village's Broken Cliff, Heavenly River Navy had suffered a great defeat, and 5 carriages of army had been removed from their names. This spark had finally been ignited. Envoys from all the worlds in the heavens continued to come to Eternal Peace through the Spirit Energy Mutual Transfer Bridge to seek an audience with Emperor Yanfeng. Even though Emperor Yanfeng was tired, he couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. Eternal Peace finally had the momentum to contend with Heavenly Court. It was too difficult to write. Otaku Pig had deleted more than 2,000 words and removed some unnecessary plots before finally writing it out. He was tired and in tears. Zhu Xiaoping led the remnants of Heavenly River Navy and retreated 30,000 miles. Saint Woodcutter didn't lead his troops to give chase because the main force of Heavenly Court had yet to come out. There were still the 10 guards, 7 eunuchs, 3 butchers, 2 assistants and 5 emperors. Furthermore, Heavenly River Navy was only one of the 3 divisions. Even though they had been defeated, their main force was still there. What's more, there were still the other 2 divisions. This battle was a great victory for Carefree Village, Eternal Peace, and the Origin World. It was also a great victory for all the worlds in the universe, but it was just a small defeat for Heavenly Court. Finally, Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky and the officials of Heavenly Court led their main army to arrive late. They set up their camp and it was a majestic sight as though they had moved Heavenly Court over. Zhu Xiaoping hurriedly entered the palace and quickly walked to Ling Xiao Palace. He knelt down and apologized to Heavenly Emperor. Victory and defeat are common occurrences in war. Victory and defeat cannot be said for a moment. Heavenly Emperor said gently, "Thankfully, Minister Zhu wasn't injured, so I can rest assured. It's a pity that I lost Sui Shaozai and 9 Prism platform fell into the hands of the enemy. This battle isn't up to you. It's because I didn't expect that Eternal Peace Reform would actually create so many strange things." Light flickered in his eyes as he smiled. To be able to form the formation map of Great Heavenly Court, the huge ships that break through Heavenly River Stupa, and those strange flying chariots, this is the reason why I need Eternal Peace. Zhu Xiaoping didn't dare to speak. Eternal Peace's creation is already the best in the world. The creation of Heavenly Court is already empty, so this is the reason why I have to seize Eternal Peace. Heavenly Emperor Hao stood up, he said indifferently. These rebels think that a small victory can shake the foundation of Heavenly Court. They have truly underestimated Heavenly Court and me. I was worried that these rebels wouldn't dare to show themselves, but now that they have jumped out, it saves me the trouble of going against them one by one. Advance and flatten Carefree Village. The divine cities of Heavenly Court rose up from the ground one after another, and heavenly palaces floated in the air as they closed in on Carefree Village. The 3 divisions of the Heavenly Court were in front, followed by the Dragon Warrior 2 guards, the Divine Strategy 2 guards, the Imperial Forest 2 guards, and the Divine Might 2 guards. These 8 guards were like 8 heavenly venerables. Heavenly Emperor Haoyan looked at Tai Chu and said, "Retired Emperor, you have broken the heaven screen of the mystic capital of the Yuan world." Tai Chu bowed and acknowledged. He stood up and the Tao tree soared into the sky. The great all-heaven of Wen Qi descended from the ultimate void. His Tao tree flew into the great all-heaven of Wen Qi. A tremor was heard and the sky of the Yuan world cracked open. It turned into 49 rays of light that descended from the sky and landed behind Carefree Village. The place where the 49 rays of light landed was the place where the Heavenly Duke erected his celestial sky and turned into the Xian capital of the Yuan world. The 49 rays of light landed beside the Heavenly Duke and turned into Heavenly Tao supreme treasures that were inserted around him. The sky shattered and the sun, moon, and stars that hung in the sky disappeared without a trace. The Heavenly Duke's face was pale as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He reached out and pulled out the Heavenly Tao supreme treasure that was inserted into the ground. With a wave of his sleeve, he kept the other Heavenly Tao supreme treasures. Absolute beginning, your abilities are still so strong. The Heavenly Duke raised his head and looked at the Tao tree in the sky. It was Absolute Beginning's Tao tree and the Wen Qi Great All Heaven. As long as it was suppressed in the sky above the Yuan world, his 50 Heavenly Tao supreme treasures would not be able to be used again. It was pitch black beyond the sky. There were no suns, moons, or stars. The entire Yuan world fell into darkness and coldness. Only the divine cities and the heavens emitted faint light that lit up the night that enveloped the Yuan world. The ancestor god king in Xiandu had long blinded the stars and moved away the sun and moon of the Yuan world, leaving the Yuan world alone to float in the dark universe. Now the Yuan world would no longer be divided into day and night. When people woke up at night, they would no longer see the sun that rose as usual. And at night there was no moon or stars in the sky. After 7 days, the ocean would begin to freeze. A huge dark cloud that covered the entire Yuan world would appear in the sky above the Yuan world. Snow would fall from the sky for several months until the entire Yuan world was filled with ice and snow. After the day, even the deepest ocean would be frozen into a huge block of ice. The entire Yuan world would turn into an extremely cold place. At that time, even the air that people were used to would be frozen. A portion of the air would be frozen, and a portion of it would turn into liquid. The spirit energy of the origin world would no longer flow, and all life would die. And now was only the first night. In the night, a sun suddenly rose beside a divine city in eternal peace. The huge sun ship was like a huge beast with 12 legs as it moved along the established path. Next to another divine city, a new sun ship was activated, releasing the sun into the sky. Gradually, more and more sun ships appeared in every corner of eternal peace and Carefree Village. Looking down from the sky, it was as if a bright candle flame had risen in the dark land. But the light from the candle flame was getting stronger and stronger. It gradually dispersed the night. On the sun ship there were many gods in white robes. They were gods from Xiandu. In the Battle of Xiandu, Qin Mu had saved the Heavenly Duke and saved many members of the Xiandu god race, sending them to eternal peace. They were originally the Sun Guardians of Xiandu, but the Sun Guardians of Xiandu had long changed to the gods and devils of the Heavenly Court. They had come to eternal peace and become the Sun Guardians of the origin world. These Sun Guardians stood on Sun Ship and dragged huge man-made suns, giving light to the world and allowing the crops to grow, dispelling the cold. The destination of these sun ships was sun wells that had long been built. There were man-made suns hidden in the sun wells, and with the speed of sun ships, it took exactly half a day to arrive at their destination from the starting point. Sun ships walked into sun wells. In the heavenly palace with the heavenly court's thrones, powerful emperor thrones and Ling Xiao experts watched this scene from afar with a shock that came from their hearts. With so many sun ships and sun wells, Eternal Peace's emperor, Emperor Yanfeng, is indeed an exceptional talent. In such a short period of time, he has already prepared such a response. Chu Yuming mumbled. Emperor Yanfeng is indeed extremely terrifying and has great talent. It shouldn't be Emperor Yanfeng. Emperor Yanfeng has been on the throne for 19 years, but he can't prepare so many sun ships and sun wells in 19 years. Another person said in a low voice, if you want to build so many sun ships and sun wells, you have to prepare for 40 to 50 years. It was when that existence's wife was on the throne that she started to build them. At that time, that wife was already planning how to deal with the sun disappearing. During Ling Yuxiu's reign, she had redesigned sun ships and sun wells and improved the artificial suns from founding emperor era. She had secretly built many sun wells in all parts of eternal peace. Today they had finally come in handy. When the 3 divisions of Heavenly Court and the armies from all directions arrived at the cliff, before they could even get into formation, they heard the sound of a zither. A zither was flying in front of the 2 armies and no one was playing it. Another hourglass flew over and hung in front of the cliff. Not long after, the sky lit up and a Dao tree descended from the sky. Dao fruits hung on the tree, but there was no one under it. The 3 masters of the Heaven Court stopped and did not dare to approach. Heavenly Emperor Haoyan smiled and said, "Heavenly Venerate Bandit Yu, Heavenly Venerate Yun, and Consort Tian Yin have arrived." Behind the Heaven Court's camp, 2 Dao trees appeared at the sinkhole Great Abyss and stopped the formation of the 2 sides. In the Heaven Court's camp, many palaces rose into the sky. They were filled with the fate of the powerhouses of the past universe and suppressed everything. All kinds of treasures from the ancestral court appeared again. Their auras were earth-shattering. Suddenly, a world tree cut through the air and stood behind Carefree Village. 50 heavenly Dao supreme treasures flew out from the tree and were scattered all over Carefree Village. A long lava horn rose slowly from behind the heavenly court. The lava flowed and formed a long river of lava behind the heavenly court. Another river of sticks appeared and revolved around the long horn. At this moment, a lantern flew out from the Yuan world's Yudu and hung in the Supreme Emperor Heaven. The light was dim. The 2 ancient gods of Taiji looked at each other and raised the Taiji sand table. It turned into the Taiji star field in the sky, spinning in black and white. At this moment behind Carefree Village, a chubby youth jumped as if he was flying. He jumped from one mountain to another. With a leap, he jumped to the 33rd heaven of Carefree Village. He opened his mouth and spat. He hung his supreme treasure, the Green Destiny Mirror, above the heavens of the Supreme Purity State. The Green Destiny Mirror on the Supreme Purity State shone brightly and stood in opposition to the Taiji sand table. The huge face of the Heavenly Duke appeared in the sky behind the Heavenly Court army and covered half of the sky. His long snow-white eyebrows hung down like long white ribbons from the sky to the ground. Behind the face of the Heavenly Duke, there were many suns. In front of the suns there were shrines and treasure chariots. Countless suns guarded the western sky until it was burning red. Boom! Violent tremors came from the back of Carefree Village. The earth cracked open and one after another, divine golden wheels cut across half of the Yuan world. One half of them was hidden in the Yuan world's Yudu, and the other half was hidden in the world of the living. Qin Fengqing had 2 horns on her head, and the great Tao of Yudu, which was formed from Yudu's demonic qi, wrapped around her body. She closed her 3 eyes tightly and rose up from Yudu. Her 6 arms spread open, and her palm and the 6 heavenly wheels did not touch each other. The 6 paths heavenly wheel rotated in different directions, and the great Tao of reincarnation that had been reborn from Yudu great Tao began to circulate. Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky, Absolute Beginning, and Empress Dowager who had transformed into Madame Yuan Mu couldn't help being moved. They all stood up and took a step forward, looking at the 6 paths heavenly wheel from Carefree Village and Supreme Emperor Heaven. Hall Master Lingguan couldn't help walking out as well. He still couldn't crack Qin Mu's sword path and let his head grow out, so he could only look with 3 eyes on his chest. 7th Young Master is amazing to be able to refine such a divine weapon. This treasure is amazing, truly amazing. Father Creation Heavenly Palace, Sacrificial God Weapon Heavenly Venerate Royal. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven gave the order, and the Palace Master of Father Creation Heavenly Palace, Heavenly Venerate Xing'an, opened the door to Father Creation Heavenly Palace. Heavenly Venerate Royal's bodies grew larger and larger, standing tall in the Heavenly Palace with astonishing might. Not only that, Heavenly Venerate Creator Heavenly Palace also had all sorts of 4 Emperors divine weapons, Heavenly Duke divine weapons, and Earth Count divine weapons. Even though Heavenly Court's divine weapons of creation had been destroyed, Heavenly Venerate Xing'an was a genius in the path of creation. He had used Heavenly Court's wealth to forge many powerful divine weapons, and Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven valued them greatly. At that moment, Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's pupils constricted, and he saw a youth walking out from Carefree Village. Lan Yutian. Behind Lan Yutian, numerous Lan Yutian stood out. They were the divine weapon of eternal peace. The divine weapon that Heavenly Emperor Clear Heaven had created. Furthermore, it was Lan Yutian who had personally gone to supervise the manufacturing factory and allowed Eternal Peace's skilled craftsmen to draw and survey. He had personally participated in the design and created the divine weapon Heavenly Emperor Clear Heaven. Heavenly Emperor Clear Heaven laughed loudly and rode the Emperor carriage out of the Heavenly Court's army. He said in a clear voice, "Heavenly Emperor Clear Heaven, since you are here, why don't you show yourself for a while?" The golden ship went around Supreme Emperor Heaven and sailed over leisurely. Qin Mu placed his hands on the bow of the golden ship and faced Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven from afar. Between the two of them was the broken cliff of Origin World. The cliff was immeasurably high and incomparably steep. "I'm a beauty, but how can I be a thief?" Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's gaze landed on Qin Mu's face as he said faintly,